Chapter 1. Did you miss me? This narrative primarily continues the character arcs of the Honkai universe, albeit with the personalities and abilities of the counterparts altered significantly due to their experiences. However, they do not deviate too far from their original selves. It can be perceived as the characters embarking on distinct paths in an alternate reality. Thus, it is indeed a brand new tale. The initial segments will depict a slice of everyday life, leading towards a quest to save the world. The world building is an original creation by the author, blending elements of cultivation and cyber technology. Hey race, a small spoiler. The male protagonist is actually Sue, perhaps with a gender transformation, while the female protagonist is, in fact, Hersey. They are counterparts from different timelines. To begin with, let's allow AI Lee to enjoy her happiness, and gradually, her close friends will make their appearances. The author intends to reunite the once 13 heroes within this new realm. They will gather together and commence a new narrative. If you find any shortcomings in my writing, please feel free to point them out. Thank you all for your support. Meow, meow, meow. Sue Ran is an indefinable individual, grappling with a peculiar form of mental illness that allows him to materialize what he subconsciously envisions, transforming imagination into reality, often without his awareness. This condition, or perhaps ability, appears to be congenital, while his psychological state seems remarkably stable. It is not unusual for bizarre entities to manifest around him. Such entities may include characters from the anime realm, which are merely figments of his subconscious thoughts, brought to life as tangible beings. However, this is the first instance where he has genuinely conjured an anime character into the real world. Today, Sue Ran has an appointment with a psychologist to discuss the bewildering experiences he has been encountering. The doctor seated across from him is visibly sweating profusely. Beside Sue Ran sits a pink-haired fairy, dressed audaciously and radiantly beautiful. She gazes at the psychologist with a beaming smile. The doctor, drenched in sweat, hesitantly inquires, "Mr. Sue, may I take a photograph of you two? I need to confirm that I am not hallucinating." "You should ask her," Sue Ran replies calmly, uncertain of how she might respond. "Sure, just make sure I look good," the pink-haired girl responds cheerfully, her smile enchanting. The doctor captures a photograph of the two seemingly disparate individuals, then runs a visual recognition analysis. Indeed, the result identifies her as AI Lee Shia. The doctor feels as though he has encountered a ghost. A Miss AI Lee. How should I comprehend your existence? A cross-dimensional encounter. What's the matter? Am I that strange? AI Lee Shia pouts. No, the doctor shakes his head in resignation, pondering further before addressing Sue Ran. "Mr. Sue, do you also find your situation perplexing?" Somewhat expected, yet still surprising, Sue Ran shrugs and chuckles wryly. He is accustomed to the sudden appearance of various entities, but a person manifesting is an entirely new experience. "May I ask, have you truly not imagined a beautiful girl sitting beside you?" The doctor's expression is peculiar. He has begun to deduce the cause of this phenomenon, tinged with a hint of envy towards Sue Ran. "I'm not sure, perhaps." Sue Ran had not anticipated that he could materialize a paper doll into his reality. "Then you must be familiar with this young lady," the doctor persists. "Yes, from a game, though I haven't played it in ages," Sue Ran nods. Upon hearing this, AI Lee Shia turns her head, puzzled, and stares at Sue Ran. "Well, then it's simple to explain. Your brain may have been subconsciously running a program, leading to her appearance, signifying that you have been imagining having someone like her beside you, and you were entirely unaware of it," the doctor concludes. This elucidates why a cross-dimensional entity has manifested beside Sue Ran. Sue Ran nods. This explanation indeed makes sense. "Mr. Sue, I recall your mind is quite agile. Now, please cease all thoughts. Let's further verify our hypothesis." The doctor theorizes that when Sue Ran halts all cognitive processes, the individual beside him will vanish, as she was merely a product of his unconscious imagination. All right. Sue Ran closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, and begins to clear his mind. Indeed, the pink-haired girl disappears. Sue Ran opens his eyes, observing the suddenly empty space beside him on the couch, and smiles in relief. The doctor wears a bittersweet smile, wishing he possessed such an ability. Sue Ran touches the spot where she had sat. It still retains her warmth. So, did she truly exist? You are the creator of her existence in this world. She undoubtedly existed, but only because of you. The doctor perceives Su Ran's thoughts and explains. Thank you. Su Ran expresses his gratitude with a relieved smile. The doctor rises to depart. Su Ran picks up a knife and follows him. Is there anything you need assistance with? If so, it's unnecessary. Focus on clarifying your own situation first. The doctor shakes his head. That moment. The pink-haired fairy reappears beside Su Ran, playfully grinning at him. Hi, did you miss me? The doctor chuckles helplessly. You see, this Su Ran sheathes the knife, shaking his head. His mind has begun processing thoughts anew, unbeknownst to him. Chapter 2. Welcome, AI. Licia, wishing you both a pleasant life. I shall take my leave now. The doctor is eager to escape from this extraordinary individual's abode, promptly closing the door behind him. Su Ran leans against the wall beside the door, exchanging wide-eyed stares with the pink-haired fairy. He reflects on how many years it has been since he last played those games. Primarily due to his sister's insistence, the storylines have nearly faded from his memory. Why has he suddenly conjured such a character? Could it be that he truly has a mental illness? Shall we have a chat? I'm so eager to learn more about you. AI Licia pulls Su Ran's hand and drags him onto the couch beside her. Noticing several fluffy cushions on the couch, she hugs one and buries her face in its softness, laughing. Who would have guessed? You like such things too. It's adorable. She rests her head on the cushion, glancing sideways at Su Ran, speaking with a tone of feigned surprise. These belong to my sister. You probably share common interests with her. Su Ran replies, noting that his sister seems to genuinely adore this character, as there appears to be a figurine of her in his sister's room. Then your sister must be a lovely girl, just like me. She squints her eyes mischievously. She should be. Tell me your name. AI Licia requests, reaching out to touch Su Ran's face. Su Ran picks up a small card from the table, which projects a screen displaying his identification information. Wow, still high-tech. AI Licia continues to hug the cushion, leaning towards the floating screen with an expression of mock astonishment. Su Ran, such a lovely name. She reaches out to ruffle Su Ran's hair. Su Ran is at a loss for words. This is the first time he has encountered someone who can playfully manipulate his name. Ran, do you know who I am? AI Licia inquires eagerly, her eyes narrowing into slits. So beautiful. I remember you are a being of the past. Yet Su Ran bluntly states, merely attempting to gauge whether the person before him possesses independent consciousness. Thus, the smile on Alicia's face abruptly froze. That is not what I was asking. She hurled a cushion towards Su Ran. Unfazed, Su Ran effortlessly blocked the cushion with his hand. You are well aware of this. It was rather intriguing. She possessed a sense of autonomy and memory. He continued speaking. Do you know why you find yourself here? Because of you. The moment I opened my eyes, you were the first thing I saw. Alicia replied, crossing her arms with a hint of irritation, even though she herself was still somewhat bewildered by the situation. Su Ran smiled, rising to his feet and approaching the floor-to-ceiling window, adjusting the glass to a transparent state. Outside, the neon-lit skyscrapers glimmered under the night sky, with occasional flying vehicles and hovercars passing by. Alicia seemed to deliberately disregard Su Ran's previous words, clutching her cushion as she too moved to the window, captivated by the dreamlike cityscape before her. Wow, what a developed city, she exclaimed. Ah, Miss Alicia, welcome to the night city of Mu Prefecture. This city was modeled after a cyberpunk game. Su Ran chuckled maniacally, exhibiting a slight touch of madness. The name is Night City. It truly appears to be a beautiful place. Alicia seemed momentarily lost in thought, gazing blankly at the enchanting scenery outside, uncertain if she was genuinely alive in this moment. It felt as though her previous experiences had merely been a dream. She was now a new guest in this world. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she inquired, Ran, am I living for you now? She reverted to her playful and charming demeanor, smiling as she posed a question to Su Ran. No, you're simply you. Your existence, or lack thereof, bears no relation to me. Su Ran replied dismissively. How amusing to speak with such arrogance. Alicia scoffed, producing a wand from seemingly nowhere, and playfully tapped Su Ran on the head with it. I merely wish to express that I hope you can find joy in this world and live for yourself. Su Ran then became earnest, clarifying his earlier statement. Then I thank you for your well wishes, Ran. Alicia found herself rather fond of him. Chapter 3. Dyeing the sky, for you, do you understand me well, Danran? Alicia asked casually. Perhaps only partially, but I recall you being quite adorable, Sudan replied, holding on to that singular memory. Thank you for the compliment. Alicia beamed, cupping her face in delight. Come, I remember there is something of you here. Sudan uttered somewhat cryptically before turning to leave. Alicia followed him into a room. The walls were painted a soft pink, and a glass cabinet was filled with various figurines. What a lovely room. Is it yours, Danran? Alicia teased playfully, rummaging through the cabinet until she found a particularly striking pink-haired figurine. Here you are. Huh? Is it my portrait or a photograph? Alicia, still enchanted by the pastel room, quickly leaned closer to Sudan. It's a miniature version of you, Sudan replied. Alicia's face lit up with genuine surprise. Moreover, the cabinet contained not only her likeness, but also many of her friends. Wow, there's even a little Gray and Phyllis. Wait, no. The array was dazzling, leaving her utterly awestruck. Why are there things about me in this world? I've only just arrived. Sudan remained silent, refraining from revealing the truth, that they were merely a collection of cold codes from a game. Hey, cutie, I'm asking you. Alicia pressed seriously. It's about time. Let's go meet my sister. You might connect with her better, he suggested. He wasn't T from the anime world, but his sister was. Alicia looked at him in disbelief before bursting into laughter. Shall we go together? I'm not sure if you can still exist in this world after leaving me. Sudan smiled gently at her. Are we going to fetch your adorable sister? Alicia asked, stepping closer. Yes, she has just finished her class. I thought you were going to fight. Why bring a knife? Alicia snatched the scabbard from his hand, inspecting it. It was a straight-edge tang sword, quite ordinary as weapons go. I haven't even brought a gun. At least a knife is necessary for self-defense with so many divine beings around here, Sudan quipped. Shrugging. Many bad people? Alicia was taken aback, realizing the city was more chaotic than she imagined. Indeed, then what is there to fear? Aren't I here? She declared, brandishing her pink staff and tapping it on the metallic floor, producing a clear, ringing sound. Oh, that is true, but Sudan suddenly remembered that Alicia was no ordinary person. How much of your strength remains? He inquired. Don't you trust me, silly? Alicia playfully tapped his forehead. Let me show you. Sudan demand skeptical. Let us turn the stars pink. The entire sky will be as cute as I am. Alicia declared confidently. Thus, Sudan took her up to the rooftop in an elevator. At the 100th floor, the wind was slightly chilly. Autumn was approaching. Yet, Sudan seemed unfazed by the cold, donning only a thin white jacket, while Alicia wore even less. Are you ready to witness this spectacle? She looked at Sudan with eager anticipation. Let us hurry, he replied calmly. Alicia smiled helplessly, sensing his apparent indifference towards her. With a gentle wave of her staff, the night sky truly became infused with a pale pink hue. Yet, Sudan felt an unexpected emptiness within him. Was she using his power? His face turned pale, struggling to maintain his balance as he patted her shoulder, muttering in awe, It's beautiful. This is the first time you've praised me so highly. You can compliment me more. I might just fall for you. Alicia exclaimed joyfully, playfully pinching Sudan's cheek. Alicia likes you. Just remember not to recklessly use your magic in the future. Sudan shook his head, regaining a bit of clarity. After all, she could not exist without him. She was a figment of his imagination. All right, I'll listen to you, Danran. Alicia smiled, tilting her head gently. Sudan gazed up at the enchanting pink sky, sighed, and let her back down in the elevator. The entire dreamlike city appeared even more captivating. As many passers-by paused to gaze at the sky, they wondered which exalted being had the leisure to conjure such high-level magic. It was Alicia. Chapter 4. Noisy night. Sudan drove out a convertible from the underground garage, the vehicle floating in midair. I can fly too, you know. Alicia seemed eager to showcase her abilities, waving her pink staff. Don't. You've nearly drained me dry. Get in the car, Sudan warned, his spiritual energy almost depleted. If she flew again, he might faint. Yet, he hadn't anticipated that his remaining power could alter the color of the sky, something he could never achieve himself. And Alicia, wielding his energy, could accomplish extraordinary feats. Quite miraculous, he mused. By the way, why does Danran appear so weak all of a sudden? Alicia leaped lightly into the passenger seat. Because you're using my strength. Sudan replied with a wry smile. Is that so? Alicia questioned, slightly incredulous. But upon reflection, she realized it was true. Her very existence stemmed from him. Then you're not ordinary either, being able to sustain my magic like that. Alicia marveled, coming to understand that Sudan was no average individual. Just a small talent, enough to establish myself in this city, Sudan humbly asserted, recognizing the many formidable beings around him. The night city does not harbor idlers. Alicia nodded, gazing around the vehicle, admiring the city's whimsical nightscape. Despite its prosperity, it was undeniably chaotic, with numerous flying cars zipping by, some even exchanging fire. Now you understand why one should carry weapons when venturing out, Sudan chuckled. It seems this world is quite beautiful. Why do people incessantly fight? Alicia pondered. Do you understand humanity? Sudan Sadendiaskith. I am human. Alicia began in an exaggerated tone, only to halt abruptly. Then you should know the malice of mankind. Sudan forced a smile with his pale face. Alicia lowered her gaze, contemplating for a long while before speaking. Is there no law here? You've hit the nail on the head. This place is devoid of such constraints. It's a free city. Those unbound by rules can indeed become extreme. Alicia finally comprehended the madness surrounding her. At that moment, a smoke-belching vehicle raced past them, closely followed by a car from which several guns emerged. Bullets whizzing past Alicia, causing her to twitch her elfin ears. For some, this city was indeed a paradise. Sudan had grown accustomed to such sights. He subtly adjusted the car's direction to avoid the incoming bullets. Some people, Alicia mused, realizing he was referring to the villains who could act with impunity in this place. Is Ranyan truly that kind of person? She is aware that he is not, yet she still feels compelled to inquire. With 2 parents and a younger sister to support at home, could I ever dare to be such a lunatic? Su Ranyan shook her head. He is a member of the Night City Joint Planning Security Team, and whenever he has free time, he assists in managing certain affairs. Serving as an executor, the security team does not intervene in the minor conflicts that are commonplace, but they must address those significant clashes that threaten the city's infrastructure. Such an adorable Ranyan, I knew it. Alicia teased with a playful smile. Yes, you are charming as well, Su Ranyan replied dismissively, yet Alicia's smile grew even brighter. Alicia is quite fond of you. At that moment, the self-driving car swooped down to evade a vehicle that had abruptly halted in front of them. Alicia complained about the sudden stop, feeling a bit dizzy from the abrupt maneuver. He got high and passed out. Look, I have a task prompt here. Su Ranyan retrieved her phone, which had just vibrated, and handed it to Alicia. Alicia took the phone and casually pressed her fingerprint to unlock it, succeeding effortlessly. Alicia gazed at the pink wallpaper and chuckled. Why is the wallpaper of me? Do you think I am too cute? Indeed, Su Ranyan replied. The wallpaper was set by my younger sister, and he hasn't changed it in all these years. A task. Ranyan is a police officer. Shouldn't she assist that person from earlier? Alicia asked after studying the screen for a moment. It's unnecessary. Such trivial tasks can be left for others. There are many colleagues who can barely afford a meal. They are in greater need of the money, Su Ranyan responded calmly. Many members of the security team were once outlaws, living recklessly until they grew weary and chose to become inconspicuous officers, striving to aid those in dire circumstances, often at the expense of their own sustenance. I see. Ranyan is truly a lovely person. Alicia expressed her admiration. Chapter 5. I will forever adore Alicia. As they drove to the outskirts of an ancient street, Suran brought the car to a halt, prompting the two to embark on foot. At the entrance stood an imposing wooden gate, adorned with an abundance of lanterns, while a plaque inscribed with the words Mu Xian District captured their attention. Alicia was taken aback to discover such a quaint locale within this highly modernized city. Her gaze was met with a seemingly endless view of traditional Chinese architecture, causing her blue-pink eyes to widen in astonishment. Turning back, she beheld the towering steel skyscrapers that pierced the clouds, and then gazed ahead to the wooden ancient city that rose only a few stories high. There was an undeniable romance in the juxtaposition of these two distinct eras, weaving together a tapestry of enchantment. Within the Night City, there existed not merely one ancient district, but a total of 6, with this particular area serving as the very heart of the city, encompassing the entire first ring. As Su ran past through the gate, he introduced the surroundings to Alicia. Many passers-by were clad in traditional attire. Oh, how intriguing this place is! It is indeed a city of advanced systems, yet the heart remains steeped in antiquity, Alicia mused. Her perception of the city transformed entirely. Indeed, many hold profound affection for the ancient city. Su Ran nodded in agreement. Mu City, affectionately dubbed the Night City, boasts a history spanning millennia, truly a venerable ancient city. The longtime residents resist any alteration to their beloved home, hence the preservation of 6 ancient districts untouched by modernization. The city has long been tumultuous, devoid of law, a reality that has persisted for thousands of years. Yet, the inhabitants harbor a unique sentiment towards the concept of home. As many hail from distant lands seeking refuge within Mu City, it stands as a sanctuary for those on the run, where the desperate can find solace. It is a city of vice, its streets filled with fugitives, yet it is also a romantic ancient capital, with the ancient districts accounting for a staggering 40 of the city's total area. What a delightful city this is! Alicia discovered the allure of this place. A blend of beauty and ugliness, both elusive and captivating. Well then, I wish you a splendid time in the Night City, Su Ran expressed, seemingly only wishing for her happiness here. By the way, I also desire a traditional outfit. I know you will surely oblige me, Alicia declared, envisioning herself adorning ancient garb. Very well, there's a traditional costume shop I frequent. Let us go, Su Ran replied, glancing at the time, assuring her there was still ample opportunity. He turned and veered into a quaint alleyway. Indeed, Alicia smiled to herself before following him, drawing parallels between him and Su, recognizing him as a kind-hearted soul. Whether in appearance or fundamental nature, they bore striking similarities, particularly with his homeland still steeped in traditional charm. However, Alicia felt it unnecessary to share her thoughts with this young man named Su Ran, as their acquaintance was still in its infancy. Could I have a pink one? Something adorably cute? Alicia smiled at the shop attendant. Certainly, if I may be so bold, miss. You're already quite charming. Any attire would suit you splendidly. The costumed attendant returned the smile. This enchanting lady is unlike anyone from this world. Oh, do keep the compliments coming. Alicia beamed widely. Soon, she donned a lovely pink ancient dress, lined in white, exuding an air of elegance. Su Ran had also changed into the garments he had stored here. A flowing black robe with a sword slung across his back. Doesn't this give off a vibe akin to that of an ancient swordsman? He smiled. Very adorable, Alicia playfully complimented, feeling that Su Ran's smile resembled that of the Su she knew. Su Ran shook his head, uncertain of what made him adorable. Yet, in Alicia's eyes, if she found him charming, then he undoubtedly was. And what about me? Do tell me how lovely I look. Alicia twirled her long sleeves. Well, you have always been quite attractive, Su Ran replied, offering a perfunctory compliment, wary of expressing anything negative. That's more like it, Alicia declared. I will forever adore you. As the two donned their traditional outfits, they seamlessly blended into the ambience of the ancient street. By the way, why does it seem as though there's little conflict among the people here? Alicia observed the harmonious interactions along their path, perplexed. This is the city center, and many members of the security team, dressed in traditional garb, mingle with the crowd. Few dare to cause a ruckus here, especially with so many skilled individuals around. Before the security team can intervene, they often step in to mediate, Su Ran explained. Fighting is a taboo in the ancient districts. It is an unspoken rule of Mu City, as no one wishes to disrupt the charm of such a romantic locale. As they strolled to the entrance of a school, designed to resemble an ancient academy, they stood waiting for a while, observing students in traditional attire coming and going. Soon, a girl dressed in a pink ancient dress approached. Upon seeing Su Ran, she nodded, then caught sight of Alicia beside him. Did my brother hire a cosplayer? Su Mo inquired softly as she approached Su Ran. Brother, why are you interested in hiring a cosplayer? Indeed, no imitation here. My sister is quite lovely, just like me. Alicia beamed as she lifted Su Mo into an embrace. But, Why does her voice sound so similar? So Montag was momentan die Stund. Recognizing Alicia's mannerisms in her speech. I told you, no imitation. Su Ran chuckled at his sister's baffled expression. Su Mo's mind stalled for a few moments. Alicia set her down and leaned in closer, curiously gazing into her face, their eyes locking for an extended moment. Alicia. Su Mo finally managed to utter. Yes, it's me. Did you miss me? Alicia grinned as she produced her pink wand. This is truly. Su Mo's heart raced with excitement, yet she feigned calmness as she turned to Su Ran. Brother, has your delusion progressed to this extent? Are you truly capable of conjuring someone into existence? Su Ran's smile abruptly turned serious. Do not concern yourself with such matters. The one you have longed for stands before you, alive and well. Really? Su Mo pinched her cheek, questioning whether this was a dream. Indeed, how could not be real? Su Mo reached out to touch Alicia, confirming her presence. This size confirms it is real, Su Mo mumbled. Using such methods to identify someone. Su Ran shook his head. Alicia, however, allowed her to explore freely. Suddenly, Su Mo leapt up to embrace her. I will forever adore Alicia. Chapter 6. Transcending dimensions of affection, I shall forever cherish you. 2. Alicia murmured, caressing Su Momo in her embrace. This solidified Su Momo's conviction. This was indeed the genuine Alicia. Overwhelmed with emotion, she nearly wept, incredulous at beholding her idol in the flesh. She nestled against Alicia, while Su Ran, with a sigh, occupied himself with his phone. Releasing her embrace, Su Momo, eyes glistening, greeted welcome to this world. Care for a treat, dear Alicia? Though posed as a question, Su Momo had already procured 2 candied hawthorn skewers from a roadside vendor. Thank you, Momo. Alicia accepted the confection with a radiant smile. And mine? Su Ran inquired, his pallid countenance fixed on Su Momo. Ah, well. Observe and learn. Su Ran remarked, savoring his candy with a hint of smugness, subtly mocking his sister. Su Momo found herself unable to rebuke her brother, considering he had materialized her beloved character into reality. The trio partook in supper at a restaurant adorned in the ancient style. Under the warm glow of the lights, the 2 young women's faces radiated gentle mirth. Su Ran, however, appeared wan and drowsy, as if sustaining Alicia's existence was depleting his spiritual energy. It wasn't a substantial drain, but it compounded the effects of his earlier spell, which had nearly exhausted him. Su Momo, beaming, proposed a photograph. Alicia, with eyes narrowed into crescents, flashed a peace sign, while Su Ran, casting a frigid gaze at the lens, reluctantly complied. Su Momo eagerly posted the image on her social media. It's Alicia. Why does executive brother look so unwell? Is he overworked? They're all so adorable and handsome. Which cosplayer achieved such verisimilitude? Su Bros acquired a new skin, Jade Sword Legend. This Alicia seems remarkably genuine, and the traditional attire suits her impeccably. She is the real deal. Su Momo was ecstatic. She had envisioned countless scenarios of interacting with Alicia, and now they were realized. However, she noticed Alicia's hands and form gradually becoming ethereal. Su Momo's smile volkered. Alicia, you. What's amiss? Alicia responded with a spectral smile. Ariel esaschen don de pan Su Momo. As predicted, Su Ran had already succumbed to slumber, his head resting on the table. Su Momo promptly slammed her hand on the table. Jolting, Su ran awake, which restored Alicia's solidity. He's indispensable. Hurry and finish. I'm exhausted. We can meet again tomorrow. Su Ran grumbled, impatient. He knew Alicia would vanish upon his loss of consciousness. No, brother, I wish. Before Su Momo could complete her plea, Su Ran, shouldering his blade, exited the restaurant. Let's go. He's weary, Alicia said, taking Su Momo's hand. Su Momo was perplexed. She had never witnessed her brother in such a state of fatigue. Could something have transpired between them? Emerging from the restaurant, Su Ran gestured weakly with his scabbard towards the pastel-pink firmament. Behold, my masterpiece. Indeed, his masterpiece. Alicia concurred with a smile. Only then did Su Momo notice the sky's unusual hue, a product of Alicia's doing. Your Alicia's antics have drained my spiritual reserves. Surra lamentif. But it was you who encouraged me to showcase my abilities. Ran. Alicia pouted, displeased. If that's the case, very well, Su Momo conceded, understanding the cause of Su Ran's exhaustion. Throughout their journey, Su Momo engaged Alicia in fervent conversation, eager to exchange as many words as possible. She also felt a pang of envy toward Su Ran. Su Ran was escorted to bed by Alicia, who tucked him in. The instant his eyes closed, he was fast asleep. Alicia's form began to dissipate once more. Su Momo yearned for a final embrace, but found her hands passing through her. "Fear not. I am always with you, within your heart." Alicia whispered her final words with a smile, then vanished. Su Momo burst into tears. "Brother, wake up!" she cried, pounding on Su Ran's chest, but he remained unresponsive, lost in slumber. Wiping away her tears, Su Momo sat on the floor, scrolling through the photos of herself and Alicia on her phone. She existed. Yes, it was no dream. Su Momo began to alternate between laughter and tears, a love that transcended dimensions. She would forever cherish Alicia. After a shower, she retreated to her pink-themed room. The uncertainty of whether Su Ran could summon Alicia again upon waking kept her restless, prompting her to endlessly revisit the photos and videos in her gallery. She launched the game, tapping on Alicia's image on the screen. Will this brief encounter be all there is? She rose from her bed, opened the window, and gazed at the still pink sky. Yes, she was here. Cease entertaining such negative possibilities. What was the reason for Alicia's arrival in this world? Su Momo wondered. Was it solely due to Su Ran? She felt a surge of resentment that she lacked her brother's ability to manifest the unreal into reality. She cared little for any mental instability. She simply desired to meet those she loved. "I am useless," a cold, derisive voice echoed in Su Momo's mind, and her irises turned a pale shade of violet. Su Momo whispered, lacking conviction. "Oh, dear, why fret over matters that will be clarified upon waking? Sleep now, silly child. You know nothing." "Hush, Momo, you are correct." Defeated, she embraced her pillow, crept into Su Ran's bed, and, nestling beside him, pulled half of his blanket over herself. She would awaken Su Ran alongside herself in the morning. Tranquility descended, and she drifted off to sleep. In her dreams was her beloved Alicia. "Hello, did you miss me?" Chapter 7, A Fleeting Affection. A yearning? To simply exist as a commonplace human. An endearingly ordinary girl. The Alicia of the dream began to dissipate into ethereal wisps. Suddenly jolted awake, Su Momo found herself clinging desperately to Su Ran's waist. Having mistaken her brother for Alicia, Su Ran gazed down at her, a picture of exasperation. "Had your fill?" With an embarrassed giggle, Su Momo released her brother. "Long time no see. Missed me?" A melodious voice chimed from behind. Incredulously, Su Momo spun around to find Alicia, still adorned in her antiquated rose-hued attire. Reclining on her side, a playful smile gracing her features. It dawned on Su Momo that she had embraced the wrong person. Without hesitation, Su Momo launched herself into Alicia's embrace. "I missed you so much, Alicia," she whimpered. Alicia gently stroked Su Momo's hair. "But I've always been here." Su Ran quietly slipped out of bed, utterly bewildered to awaken with two girls in his chamber. He indulged in a much-needed shower, contemplating life by the window. The sound of girlish laughter wafted from his room. A calendar notification popped up, November 11th, little Alicia's birthday. Only a day remained. He surmised that the manifestation of Alicia was likely triggered by Su Momo's annual anticipation of this date, meticulously marked on his calendar. Moreover, his dedication to sustaining a lifelike presence seemed to have curtailed his ability to conjure other entities from thin air. A gentle smile played on Su Ran's lips. "Let my sister and the real Alicia celebrate a joyous birthday." He then departed for work. He found himself in the Old Town district of Twilight West, a dozen kilometers from home, patrolling the early morning streets with his katana and firearm. He dialed Su Momo's number, and she answered. "Is your little Alicia still there?" Su Ran inquired, needing to ascertain her continued existence at such a distance. "Ah, brother, Alicia, ah, that tickles." Giggles and Su Momo's breathy moans echoed from the other end, interspersed with Alicia's laughter. They were undoubtedly bathing together. Two lesbians. Su Ran hung up, a dark expression clouding his face. But if it brings them joy. Pocketing his phone, Su Ran entered a fortune-telling parlor. An elderly man in traditional robes, his eyes concealed behind dark spectacles, sat behind a wooden table. He peered at Su Ran with a discerning gaze. If it is an officer, Su gracing us with his presence. The old man greeted him with a smile, gesturing for him to sit as he poured a cup of tea. Su Ran nodded, placing his katana beside him. Does Officer Su seek to have his destiny divined? The old man inquired. No, my fate is mine to command. Su Ran replied, amused. In his decades in twilight state, no one had ever dictated his path. Then perhaps you have questions? The old man ventured. Indeed, Su Ran responded, his gaze fixed on a man's hidden eyes. The old man studied Su Ran intently for several moments before speaking. A woman. Your insight is sharp, master. Partially correct. Su Ran responded, impressed. Alicia loves everyone, it seems. She harbors affection for you. Yet you remain indifferent, the old man continued, stroking his beard. Partially correct again, Su Ran murmured, drawing a sharp breath. Alicia is fond of everyone, it seems. The old man frowned, his gaze lingering on Su Ran. Your sentience is incomplete. Su Ran's expression shifted. He could discern even that. Sentience, the fusion of spiritual power and intellect, was a hallmark of those with inherent abilities. A higher echelon of consciousness. It is, yet I cannot fathom the cause. Who has usurped a portion of your sentience? The old man rose, circling Su Ran. I did it myself. That explains it. You cleaved your sentience in two, birthing another entity? The old man's expression turned peculiar, having never encountered such a phenomenon in his long career. In a manner of speaking, Su Ran conceded. But that entity is not you. Indeed, intriguing, and non-existent. You have conjured a person who never was. The old man chuckled, patting Su Ran's shoulder, finally comprehending the situation. Su Ran remained puzzled. But why? I never consciously intended this. The old man turned, casting his gaze upon the bustling street scene. The depth of your sentience eludes even you. Every desire finds its echo. Perhaps it was another's yearning, yet you provided the fulfillment. That is my only explanation. I see, Su Ran murmured. Su Momo often implored him to bring her to life. Brother, can't you conjure her for me? An unintentional act, wouldn't you agree? The old man prompted. Still lost in thought, Su Ran nodded. You have likely forgotten your lineage. You hail from the Su family. Yet, while most Sus focus on manipulating others' sentience, you have unknowingly cultivated your own. The Su family, masters of spiritual manipulation? Yes. The very family that scorned you for your lack of conventional abilities, branding you as mentally deficient. That is why you sought refuge in Twilight State. But manipulating others for personal gain pales in comparison to self-improvement. The Su family's renown has faded into obscurity due to their adherence to outdated practices. Your path is the correct one, the old man declared. Thank you for enlightening me. Master, Su Ran said, bowing respectfully. No need for such formality. Simply extend your patronage to my humble establishment. The old man responded with a smile. She is the first being you have manifested. I suspect her existence is fleeting. Su Ran was taken aback. Only a few days? Indeed. Cherish your time together. She's fond of you. The old man seemed to reflect on his own past, a hint of regret coloring his tone. I will. Chapter 8. Love. Just love as the car journeyed halfway. Su Ran received a phone call from her superior, Zhao Tianbu. She pulled over to the roadside to answer the call. My dear Officer Su, is there something of great importance at hand? The voice on the other end was tinged with impatience, clearly displeased with Su Ran's sudden leave of absence. Stop pretending. You know full well what's south happening at my place, Su Ran replied, equally irritated. Oh, you have suddenly encountered a character from the second dimension. I am aware. However, I find it hard to believe she holds any significant importance to you, Zhao Tianbu remarked, seemingly well acquainted with Su Ran's circumstances. It's none of your business. She is indeed a person of great importance. Su Ran struggled to articulate her thoughts. Can she even be considered human? Zhao Tianbu questioned. Why wouldn't she be? Su Ran snapped back, her anger flaring. Isn't she merely a figment of your imagination? Zhao Tianbu retorted, surprisingly aware of the situation. Speak more respectfully. At the very least, she is a living being now. Now, go and assist her in obtaining a resident profile for Night City, Su Ran commanded fiercely, daring to speak to her superior in such a manner. TSK, by what authority do you command me? Zhao Tianbu, though flustered, maintained his composure. If you refuse, I shall seek employment under another sheriff, Su Ran replied coldly. All right, I concede, came the resigned response from the other end of the line. After a moment of silence, Zhao Tianbu inquired, do you wish for her to live like an ordinary person? That is her wish, Su Ran answered, suddenly recalling the narratives from various games. Lost Paradise, The 13 Heroes, and the simple yet distant dream of Alicia to lead a normal life. It is a romantic endeavor, to help a girl fulfill her wish. I approve. How many days off do you require? Zhao Tianbu acquiesced reluctantly. I am uncertain. I shall inform you when I find the time, Su Ran replied calmly. So I must ask, do those from the second dimension truly obsess over that which does not exist? At least for now, she exists, Su Ran stated resolutely. She exists solely because of you. Old Zhang informed me of this, Zhao Tianbu countered. No, her existence is independent of me. She is now a free individual, Su Ran asserted, expressing her view of Alicia. Ah, but she will eventually vanish. You cannot control her existence, can you? Zhao Tianbu smirked with a hint of mockery, then continued to challenge Su Ran. What significance does it hold? She is merely a virtual character. You cannot comprehend her. She embodies significance. Su Ran dismissed Zhao Tianbu's argument. Though she was not an avid fan of the second dimension, she understood its essence. The second dimension is utterly repulsive. Let us cease this discussion. I hope you find happiness with your paper-thin wife, Zhao Tianbu said with a resigned tone. Oh, by the way, there is something important I need to inform you of. He suddenly recalled. What is it? Speak quickly, Su Ran urged, her impatience growing. Lintong City, are you aware? That unruly autonomous region needs to be addressed. Zhao Tianbu stated seriously. How do we address it? Did we not sign a non-interference agreement with them? Su Ran responded, now taking the matter gravely. Lintong City is a subsidiary of Mu Prefecture, yet it operates as an autonomous region. Mu Prefecture lacks the authority to govern Lintong City. It is merely nominally affiliated. Currently, a wealthy conglomerate controls the fate of the entire city, leaving ordinary citizens in despair. It is far more chaotic than the main city of Mu Prefecture. Although neither place has laws, at least the most impoverished residents in Mu Prefecture receive aid, and the citizens of Night City enjoy freedom. In contrast, Lintong City continually exploits its inhabitants. Every street and brick has witnessed death, with many succumbing to work-related exhaustion on the streets. In summary, it is a city rife with corruption. If Alicia were here, she would undoubtedly strive to save it. Why divulge this to me? I cannot offer assistance, Su Ran remarked, her mind preoccupied. I shall send you the relevant documents shortly. You'll understand then. The scene is one of carnage. Who could bear to witness it? The residents that were once part of Mu Prefecture, now living under the tyranny of that family. Zhao Tianbu lamented. Is it truly that atrocious? Su Ran's sense of justice ignited. Yes, the mayor is selecting individuals to negotiate with Lintong, and your name is on the list. Do I possess the capability for such a task? Su Ran inquired, her brow furrowed. The illustrious SR executive officer. Do not belittle yourself. It is my honor to have you serve under me. Zhao Tianbu chuckled. Very well, if selected, we shall see. Farewell. Su Ran intended to end the call. Wait. Zhao Tianbu interjected hastily. You are a romantic soul. Those previous remarks were merely a test, he added. And then? Surang Kuidith. To speak sincerely, love her if you truly do. Alas, I lost her because I was too consumed by work to be present for her. Zhao Tianbu sighed. In those days, he lacked Su Ran's ability to take leave and accompany a woman. How can you be certain that I have feelings for her? Su Ran asked, perplexed. 666 was Zhao Tianbu's cryptic response before Su Ran hung up, feeling somewhat stirred by her superior's words. She exists solely because of you. Merely a virtual character. Love, just love. A smile unexpectedly graced Su Ran's face in the wind. Chapter 9. The Girl Forever 17 once again. Halfway through, Su Ran parked at a Night City Federation office. Commissioner Sue, how may I assist you? I would like to obtain an identity profile. Certainly. What is the name? Alicia, Sue Ran replied solemnly. However, the woman appeared somewhat taken aback, as if this name belonged to a mere fictional character. Commissioner Sue, are you certain this is the correct name? Absolutely, Sue Ran responded coldly. The woman immediately stowed away her smile and began to search for the information. To her astonishment, she found it. Alicia, female, age unspecified, has joined the Night City Federation today. She expressed her disbelief, for the photograph was indeed that of a virtual figure. Changed the age to 16, with a birthday of November 11th. Sue Ran tapped on the desk. Ah, the 11th. Then Miss Alicia will celebrate her 17th birthday tomorrow. Let me extend my early birthday wishes to her. The woman smiled genuinely at Sue Ran. Thank you. Sue Ran returned a slight smile. No need for thanks. The Federation respects every resident of Night City. The woman nodded in agreement and continued. Would you prefer the profile in the form of a plugin or a card? A card will suffice, Sue Ran replied. The high-tech plugins, which could be implanted into the body for data access, were not favored, especially in a place like you.You City, where many regarded such technology with disdain. Sue Ran shared this sentiment, as he had no openings for such advanced devices. All right, I am currently inputting the information. By the way, would you like to modify Miss Alicia's independent family information? Change it to, Sue Ran pondered momentarily, my sister. Very well. Congratulations on adding a new member to your family, Commissioner Sue. After a brief moment of toying with Alicia's profile card in the car, Sue Ran activated the autopilot. Upon returning home, he scanned his face to enter, only to discover that Sue Momo had also skipped school. Sue Momo was sitting on Alicia's lap, who was affectionately holding her, both engaged in light-hearted banter while watching television, which displayed an animated series. Skipping school now? Sue Ran closed the door and remarked coldly. Oh, didn't Momo say today was a holiday? Alicia glanced at Sue Ran, then teasingly tugged at Sue Momo's cheek. No, brother, you're not working either, are you? Sue Momo, initially downcast, suddenly pointed at Sue Ran and exclaimed loudly. Who would stop me from not working? Aren't you worried about your credits for skipping school? Sue Ran's cool tone highlighted the disparity in their positions. Wah, Alicia, he.s. bullying me. Sue Momo could only feign tears as she clung to Alicia's arm. Oh, come now, Ran is just joking, right? Alicia said while affectionately stroking Sue Momo's head and casting a playful glance at Sue Ran. Unable to maintain his composure, Sue Ran chuckled softly but remained silent. He retrieved a small metal card from his pocket, approached the two, and handed it to Alicia. What is this? Sue Momo ceased her act of crying, looking up at the profile card in Alicia's hand. Huh, brother, you got a profile for little Alicia? Sue Momo's eyes widened in surprise. Indeed, Sue Ran calmly nodded. You're the best, brother. You're the most handsome. Sue Momo instantly biriktinit. Her mood transformin dramatized. One could not help but admire the prowess of her brother. Sue Ran gave a light snort. Alicia curiously poked the profile card, and suddenly a projection screen materialized in air. Is that me? Alicia stared at the information on the screen, momentarily stunned. Yes, you're now an ordinary resident of Night City, Sue Ran explained. 16 years old. Birthday. There will definitely be 17 candles on the birthday cake, Alicia murmured, flipping through the scant lines of her profile information. Did you fill this out for me, Ran? Tears inexplicably welled up in her eyes as she gazed at the information. Yes, Sue Ran replied casually, pouring himself a glass of water with his back turned. Suddenly, Alicia released Sue Momo, who rolled onto the sofa, bewildered. Alicia abruptly embraced Sue Ran, causing him to splutter his drink in surprise. I knew it. Thank you. Alicia's eyes glistened with tears, yet her smile radiated joy. Chapter 10. Outing. All right. It's merely a trivial matter. Sue Ran shook his head, yet he dared not extricate himself from Alicia's embrace. Though he claimed it was easy, if Zhao Tianbu hadn't called him, it would have posed quite a challenge for Sue Ran to handle Alicia's paperwork independently, as his authority was insufficient. He needed to accompany Alicia to complete it. Dai, you're simply wonderful. Alicia showed no intention of releasing Sue Ran, her face still nestled against his shoulder, igniting a spark of jealousy in Sue Momo. Would you like to explore the sights here? Su Ran sought to redirect the conversation. Take me out to play, Elysia exclaimed, finally releasing Su Ran, her curiosity prompting her to circle around him. Yes, let's truly experience the allure of a night city. Su Ran replied with a smile. I want to go too. Su Momo, seated on the sofa, suddenly stood up, expressing her dissatisfaction. Then let us all go together. Elysia eagerly prepared to head out. Change your clothes. It's quite chilly outside, Su Ran advised. You're not afraid of the cold, so why should I be? Are we the same? Elysia smiled at Su Ran. Su Ran pondered the implications of her words. The same? Has she realized that she is, in fact, a part of my own consciousness? You wish to blend in as an ordinary person, do you not? Suran Klidifat. Oh, so you mean for me to dress more ordinarily? Very well, Elysia replied, dashing into Su Momo's room to rummage through her clothes. Little Elysia, let me help you pick an outfit. Su Momo followed her into the room. What a pair of lively spirits, Su Ran thought with a gentle smile. Before long, Elysia emerged clad in a white wool coat, a pale yellow scarf wrapped around her neck, and her hair adorned with a white satin ribbon. She appeared indeed as an ordinary person. Do I look cute? Elysia inquired with a smile. Yes, that's perfect. Let us go, Su Ran replied, turning to retrieve his Tang Dao. Su Momo had rarely seen him draw this sword himself, save for times of urgent need. Where shall we go first? Elysia asked, holding Su Momo's hand. To the Twilight District. There's much to see there, Su Ran stated, kicking the door open with a decisive motion. Before them stood an ancient, grand gate, significantly larger than the one Elysia had seen the previous day, with many more passers-by. This is the main gate. Yesterday's was the west gate. Su Ran explained as he stepped through, his traditional attire seamlessly blending into the ambience of the ancient street. Indeed, this is a metropolis. This establishment has been a casino for 3,000 years. How about indulging in a game of chance? Su Ran gestured toward the bustling entrance nearby. Don't corrupt little Elysia, Su Momo retorted disapprovingly. This tavern has been in operation for 4,000 years. Before Su Ran could finish his introduction, Elysia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she tugged at Su Momo, eager to enter the tavern. Can little Elysia drink a little less? Su Momo whispered from behind. Su Ran closed his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips as he stepped into the tavern. The place was bustling, and the three found a vacant table. Do you prefer fruit wine or rice wine? Su Ran inquired. Let us have a bit of everything. The wine here is not merely flavorful, but also steeped in stories. Elysia could hardly contain her anticipation to sample the world's libations. Seeking tales, are we? Well, that'll be quite the expense, but I don't mind. As long as she is happy, Su Ran declared, moving to the counter. One small jar of Yuan Prefecture and one of Mu Prefecture, along with a bottle of century-old fruit wine from Fa Prefecture, and 2 plates of appetizers, please. The proprietor beamed with delight. Commander Su is feeling quite generous today. Very well. I shall have the dishes out promptly. He swiftly ushered the astonished waiter into the kitchen. Today we have a rather important guest. Su Ran smiled at the owner. The owner, glancing at Su Ran's table, chuckled knowingly. Your young lady is truly enchanting. How about a discount? Let us say 28,000. Thank you, kind sir. That one tea do. With such refined taste from your young lady, I expect to see you here often. The owner laughed heartily. Su Ran smiled faintly, acknowledging that perhaps there would be no future visits. Elysia downed a cup of Yuan Prefecture's aged liquor. Ah, it carries a profound sense of history, she remarked. Su Momo, apprehensive of the strong scent, dared not take a sip. Indeed, Yuan Prefecture is a city steeped in history. Su Ran praised, for Yuan Prefecture was his hometown. Elysia took a slow sip of the aged wine from Mu Prefecture. Oh dear, it is quite the spicy kick, she exclaimed, sticking out her tongue and inhaling sharply. What are your thoughts? Su Ran inquired with a smile. Well, it feels wild, imbued with a sense of freedom, akin to you.You, wandering the world with a sword at my side. Elysia swayed slightly, the effects of the wine beginning to take hold. Indeed, Mu Prefecture has long been renowned for its spirit of freedom, Su Ran mused, admiring her ability to discern such nuances in the drink, while he himself found them rather uniform in taste. Elysia nibbled on a couple of pieces of meat to steady herself. Sumomo watched with a look of trepidation. Elysia effortlessly popped the cork from the red wine bottle, elegantly filling a glass. It's reminiscent of a stroll through a western garden, with fragrant flowers, fresh grass, and the earthy scent of soil. Does it remind you of anyone? Suran asked. Of Eden, Elysia murmured, momentarily lost in thought. Chapter 11. Beautiful times. The meal was deemed lunch. With a flick of his wrist, Suran had the remaining wine whisked away, vanishing from sight. What status does Ran hold in this city? It truly feels extraordinary. What do you think? Asked Elysia with a tipsy hiccup. Moderate, possessing some skill, yet not overly remarkable, Suran replied as he wiped his mouth and rose. Indeed, I have never experienced such a vibrant life filled with a sense of adventure. It seems that everyone here is rather exceptional. Elysia scanned the tavern and noticed that most individuals concealed swords behind them, exuding an air of distinction. Adventure, she mused, what a fitting term. You have a way with words, Elysia. The modern atmosphere of Mujo bears no difference from ancient times. It remains a realm of intrigue. However, there are more virtuous souls here than in the past, as many masters from other places have relocated to Mujo, drawn by the nostalgia for the ancient ambience. Mujo has shed part of its notorious reputation, rebranding itself as the City of Night. Do you know what a brothel is? Suranin Koyer, gesturing towards an elaborately decorated ancient building. Oh, there must be many charming ladies within. We simply must take a look. Elysia eagerly tugged at Sumomo, leading her towards the entrance. Suran reserved a viewing box on the second floor, offering an unobstructed view of the graceful dancers below, their sleeves flowing like water. Elysia was mesmerized by their elegant movements, leaving Sumomo somewhat displeased. Do you admire them? Suran asked with a smile. How could one not adore such lovely ladies? Elysia beamed. Well, if you admire them, you may reward them, Suran said with a hint of resignation as he handed Elysia his phone, which displayed various tipping amounts. Elysia eagerly pressed a 3-digit figure, and to her surprise, the fingerprint payment interface appeared. She casually tapped her thumb, and the transaction was successful. Suran chuckled inexplicably, pondering whether her fingerprint information was indeed the same as his. Elysia paid little mind to such details, continuing to enjoy the performance. The dancers below gracefully halted their movements, turning in unison to smile sweetly at Elysia. Thank you, Miss Elysia, for your generous support. We are most grateful. Elysia waved happily at them. She genuinely adored the girls. Watching for over an hour and, after bestowing several $1,000s, reluctantly exited the brothel. She wished for the dancers to have a better life. The trio continued their stroll through the ancient city, passing a somewhat eerie black pavilion, where passers-by avoided the entrance. This is an ancient assassin organization known as the Heavenly Kill Pavilion, which still operates to this day, Suran explained. Hasn't this organization ever targeted you, then? Elysia inquired, curious. I am but a low-ranking executor. They wouldn't dare touch me, Suran replied with a devilish smile. Your brother is indeed impressive, Sumomo praised. As she garnered respect from her peers and teachers at school due to Suran, they passed a silver jewelry shop, where the two girls each selected several hair ornaments to wear. They squeezed together in front of a mirror. We look equally adorable, Sumomo thought, her heart nearly melting at Elysia's smile. Meanwhile, Suran quietly perused the expenditure bill. The trio entered a traditional Chinese garden, where Elysia and Sumomo began a game of hide-and-seek. After a prolonged search, Sumomo could not find Elysia. Suran stifled laughter, already aware of Elysia's hiding spot. Brother, where did little Ailey hide? Sumomo sought Suran's help. He remained silent and shook his head. Just then, from a bush adorned with blooming pink flowers, a figure suddenly emerged, startling Sumomo. I'm right here, Elysia exclaimed, her pink hair adorned with leaves and blossoms. Blending seamlessly with the floral backdrop at that moment, Suran could no longer contain his laughter. Sumomo, both amused and exasperated, playfully swatted at little Elysia. Chapter 12. The adorably clumsy mayor. The evening in the Mushin district felt as though it were an endless exploration, stretching into the afternoon. Suran drove beyond the city limits of Mujo. A majestic mountain range, known as the Mushin, loomed ahead, its peak adorned with a blanket of white, indicating snowfall. Should we drive up or ascend on foot? Su Ran inquired. Why not fly? Elysia chuckled as she produced her staff. And what about her? Su Ran gestured towards Su Momo, who was notably inept in the realm of spiritual energy. I can hold her, can't I? Elysia seated herself atop her staff and embraced Su Momo. Nodding in agreement, Su Ran stepped onto the blade of his sword, soaring into the sky. Numerous others, resembling them, floated gracefully up and down the mountain, a testament to the abundance of skilled practitioners. They descended onto the highest observation deck, approximately 5,000 meters above sea level. Below them sprawled an endless urban expanse, the horizon lined with towering skyscrapers. Snowflakes cascaded around them, causing Su Momo to shiver, while Elysia wrapped her arms around her, providing warmth. The snowflakes nestled in Elysia's pink hair, enhancing her beauty. The most enchanting view of Muzhou could only be witnessed at dusk, and the timing was perfect. Glancing at the clock, Su Ran noted that the distant sun was nearing its descent into the steel jungle of the city. The golden hues of the sunset bathed Muzhou in a warm glow. Moments later, the feeble sunlight touched the mountaintop, casting a gentle radiance upon Elysia's face. The accumulated snow on the observation deck reflected the sunlight, transforming it into a brilliant afterglow. The sun, trailing a crimson and golden halo, dipped below the horizon, shrouding the sky in twilight. The neon lights of the urban skyscrapers and the warm yellow glow of the ancient city ignited simultaneously. How dreamlike, Elysia mused, lost in wonder. The sky witnessed the transition from day to night, while the ground displayed a fusion of wooden ancient structures and modern steel edifices. This city defies definition, embodying both good and evil, beauty and ugliness. Su Ran gazed at her enchanting profile, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Thank you. I'm truly happy, Elysia murmured. This carefree and ordinary life was precisely what she desired. She had fallen in love with this city and the people within it, despite her not belonging to this world. Upon returning home, Su Ran attended to his affairs in his room. Elysia and Su Momo huddled beneath the central air conditioning unit, with Su Momo genuinely cold and rubbing her hands together, while Elysia warmed them with her gentle touch. Dinner had yet to be prepared. I will go and cook for little Elysia. I can help a bit. Elysia followed Su Momo into the kitchen. Just in time, you're off work. You have a business trip. He was to negotiate matters with the affiliated city of Lintong, as the mayor had selected him. When do you leave? Whenever you wish. Estong family has long unilaterally blocked our network, and even if they receive messages, they probably pretend not to see them. Scheduling a meeting is futile. The Tong family managed Lintong. When did they become so brazen? In Su Ran's recollection, Lintong was merely a small city, subordinate to Muzhou. How dare they disregard their benefactor now? They've become wealthy, thus emboldened. The millions in that city toil relentlessly for the Tong family, their per capita GDP nearly matching ours. Per capita, Su Ran sighed. He had thought Muzhou was already extraordinary, but Lintong surpassed it. Muzhou was chaotic, yet at least its residents enjoyed a semblance of freedom. In contrast, Lintong was not only disordered, but its elite relentlessly exploited the populace, resulting in a terrifying pressure that allowed Lintong's economy to rise to parity with Muzhou in mere decades. Muzhou boasted a history of millennia. How had Lintong caught up so swiftly? Send me the necessary documents for our discussion. I will head there in a few days. Su Ran reflected momentarily before typing and sending the message. Remember to bring your sword and gun. The mayor has temporarily assembled a negotiation team. Each member a fourth-level spiritual master. Sometimes, a more assertive approach is required for effective communication. The mayor has learned the art of negotiation. Su Ran typed in astonishment. The mayor of Muzhou was a charming young girl with a consistently gentle diplomatic style, named Gu Xiaomu. She learned from Miss Tianhua of Shizhou. They are good friends. At last, the mayor has wised up. Zhao Tianbu expressed his exasperation, noting that among the 100 or so states in the world, only Muzhou's leader was so naive as to nearly be swayed by friendship. Actually, it's fine. With someone like Xiaomu leading, the world will experience fewer disputes. Su Ran responded with a smile, knowing well that his mayor had nearly been duped, though he found it unsurprising. Over 20 years ago, he had cast 10 votes for Gu Xiaomu in her election, and she had consistently expressed her gratitude to the citizens for their support. Upon seeing Su Ran's 10 votes, she joyfully blew him a kiss through the screen. The citizens of Muzhou were well aware that such a liberated city did not require an overly ambitious mayor. A genial leader sufficed. Moreover, when significant matters arose, the many experts in Muzhou would take action independently. Thus, Gu Xiaomu ascended to the mayoral position with an overwhelming advantage of 50 million votes. I must protect the most adorable mayor. I've heard that phrase so often it has become a joke. Zhao Tianbu chuckled bitterly from the other side of the screen. In other places, leaders were the ones to protect their citizens, but in Muzhou, it was the citizens who safeguarded their leader. What's wrong with that? She is inherently delightful, so of course, she must be protected. Suran smiled gently. Without such an adorable and gentle mayor, there would be no beautiful nightscape the city enjoys now. I find her quite baffling. Muzhou once bore a fearsome reputation, yet she transformed it into. Zhao Tianbu's message abruptly ended. Su Ran chuckled at his misfortune. It seemed Gu Xiaomu had caught wind of Zhao Tianbu's disparaging remarks. As expected, Gu Xiaomu called Su Ran. Dear little Su, how have you been lately? Quite well. Thank you for your concern, Mayor. I noticed you suddenly have a younger sister at home. Gu Xiaomu's voice was sweet and filled with curiosity. Would you like to meet her? Absolutely. She sounds adorable. Let me think. Oh, her birthday is tomorrow, right? Come to my place tomorrow night, so we can celebrate together. Gu Xiaomu's manner of speaking was indeed adorably clumsy. Suran smiled raidi. Celebrating a birthday at the city hall. All right. Thank you, Mayor. Yes, Elysia. What a lovely name. Gu Xiaomu mused aloud. Su Ran was uncertain whether Gu Xiaomu was feigning ignorance or genuinely oblivious, as Elysia was clearly not a local name. Yet Gu Xiaomu seemed entirely unaware. Hey. Did you hear that, my little assistant? Someone's having a birthday. Hurry and prepare a birthday banquet before tomorrow night. We need a large pink cake. It appeared Gu Xiaomu was shouting at her assistant. Su Ran awkwardly lowered the call volume. All right, little Su, I've made arrangements. You must come. Of course. La. What flaws could a lovely girl possibly have? Gu Xiaomu mused, perhaps inadvertently. With a gentle smile, Su Ran revealed her awareness of numerous matters. Why the amusement? Gu Xiaomu inquired, having detected Su Ran's laughter. I possess considerable intelligence. Do not presume I am oblivious. Very well, then, Your Honor. Is there anything further? Su Ran, thoroughly amused by her antics, sought to redirect the conversation. Yes, the matter of that small city. Their audacity to disregard even me is truly outrageous. Little Su, you must venture there and impart upon them a lesson. Gu Xiaomu declared indignantly. Indeed, I shall, Su Ran replied placatingly. Their actions are utterly reprehensible. Not only do they subject their citizens to detrimental genetic modifications, but they also heartlessly compel them to toil relentlessly. Such inhumanity is beyond comprehension. Gu Xiaomu expressed her vehement disapproval of Lintong City's practices. Indeed, such behavior is utterly intolerable. Precisely. Little Su, you must enlighten them on the essence of humanity. Farewell, little Su, and do remember, I expect to see you and your sisters tomorrow evening. Gu Xiaomu concluded the call. Su Ran replaced the receiver and turned to find Su Momo and Alicia peering inquisitively from the doorway, having evidently eavesdropped for quite some time. Su Ran offered an awkward smile. Brother, with which young lady were you conversing? Su Momo demanded, her gaze fixed intently upon Su Ran. Chapter 13. Salty O. It appears that Ran has other close female friends. A smirk danced upon Alicia's face. Sigh, let us see for ourselves. Su Ran helplessly presented her phone to the two. Oh, it is the mayor, then there is no issue. Su Momo chuckled innocently as she returned the phone to Su Ran, realizing that it was her brother discussing work matters. The mayor? Could it be that the leader of this city is a woman? Alicia overheard the previous conversation. Despite Su Ran lowering the volume, she could still hear. She did not anticipate that the leader of such a city would be a charming young woman. A stark contrast indeed. Yes, she has prepared a birthday celebration in your honor, Su Ran affirmed. I heard that. So please extend my gratitude to her. I was quite skeptical at first. Elysia's face radiated with joy. This city is truly wonderful. What? She is throwing a birthday party for Elysia? Sumomo, having missed the earlier conversation, exclaimed in wide-eyed astonishment. Is there any doubt regarding what the mayor said? Su Ran shrugged, circumventing Su Momo as she exited the room. Well, that is simply splendid. Su Momo stood frozen, bemused. She had never interacted with individuals in high society, believing that those in elevated positions were often aloof and conceited. Yet, here was a mayor who took the time to host a birthday celebration for another. You lack experience. I have already informed you that coming to Muzhou for your studies would be enlightening, Su Ran remarked while she picked food from the dishes at the dining table. Su Momo had lived in Yuanzhou all her life and had only just arrived in Muzhou for university this year. Ahaha. Indeed, this place is quite fascinating. After all, even the mayor is so intriguing. Su Momo scratched her head at the door, smiling sheepishly. She primarily perceived Muzhou as chaotic. Yes, it is truly an interesting locale. Elysia echoed with a smile beside Su Ran. However, she was also aware that this place possesses both its merits and flaws. Beauty is merely a fade. Su Ran picked up a piece of meat, wrinkling her brow as she turned to Su Momo to complain. Who taught you to use so much salt? It was Elysia who added it. Su Momo, just pulling out her chair from under the table, could only smile awkwardly at Su Ran's words, knowing full well that when they cooked together, Elysia's generous spoonful of salt would indeed make it salty. Oh dear, I apologize. I shall be more mindful next time, Elysia quipped playfully, batting her eyelashes. Su Ran sighed in resignation. By the way, Ran, are you going on a business trip elsewhere? Elysia suddenly inquired, observing the two as they dined. Yes, I will be leaving the day after tomorrow. It is merely a trivial matter, Su Ran replied casually. Huh? Then what will I do when you are gone? Su Momo's expression shifted, her trepidation evident. She was afraid to venture out alone, given the dangerous individuals on the streets. Just go wherever you need. Who would dare to harm you? Su Ran shook her head, aware that Su Momo was more fearful than anyone. All right, Su Momo nodded pitifully. She truly could not manage without Su Ran in this city. Without her brother, she would have to rely on another within her own being for assistance. Oh, right, Elysia can stay with me, right? Su Momo recalled another person. Then you should ask her. Su Ran gestured towards Elysia. Thus, Su Momo looked at Elysia with hopeful anticipation. I wish to accompany Ran, Elysia replied. Uttering the words Su Momo dreaded to hear. Su Momo felt as though the sky had fallen. Please, Elysia. Chapter 14. The captain, I simply wish to see what other cities are like. This world must be vast. Elysia explained with a smile. Well, all right. Su Momo sighed, wishing for Elysia to explore and enjoy this world a little longer. Love requires the joy of those you cherish. Elysia merely played with her chopsticks, as she found the food excessively salty. The Su siblings finished their meal. Su Ran went to look up the information needed for her business trip, while Elysia and Su Momo snuggled together in bed playing on their phones. Look, many people are cosplaying as little Elysia. Su Momo showed Elysia the cosplay video she had saved, which she found remarkably accurate. Wow, I didn't realize so many people like me, Elysia exclaimed, astonished by the videos. For little Elysia was indeed beautiful and adorable. Su Momo gently stroked Elysia's fluffy pink hair. So, I'm essentially a virtual character, am I? Elysia had already sensed this reality. Ah, no, you have always existed in everyone's hearts, haven't you? Su Momo refrained from using harsh truths that might hurt Elysia. That's fine then. Elysia smiled faintly, feeling content that many people adored her. She was aware that she did not belong to this world. All right, little Elysia, let's take a bath. Su Momo pulled Elysia off the bed, eager to hold her little Elysia and fall asleep. Otherwise, if they waited until Su Ran was asleep, Elysia would cease to exist. After chatting for a while longer, Su Momo fell asleep holding little Elysia close. Being with someone you cherish makes sleep so much sweeter. Elysia smiled softly, gently shifting out of Su Momo's embrace, placing a pillow in her arms before leaving the room. Elysia walked into Su Ran's room, discovering him standing by the floor-to-ceiling window with his unsheathed cold blade, his back turned to her, emanating an intimidating aura. Curious about Su Ran's activities, Elysia approached him unafraid and took his hand to caress it. "Captain, may I call you that?" Elysia smiled as she met his gaze. "Of course," he replied. His bridge still bore the name Sierra, as Su Momo had closely resembled Sierra in her childhood. The siblings shared unusual psychological traits. Su Ran could manifest his imagination into reality, while Su Momo possessed a dual personality. "What were you thinking just now?" Elysia inquired. "The management of our neighboring autonomous region is utterly incompetent, and the more I think about it, the angrier I become," Su Ran responded. "Having just reviewed the information regarding Lintong City, a place scarcely fit for human habitation. What specifically has you so upset?" Elysia asked. Her curiosity piqued as she rubbed Su Ran's hand. "Look at the computer." Su Ran gestured to his still-lit screen. Elysia released his hand and seated herself before the computer, perusing the details about the other city, her expression growing increasingly frosty. Over 200 years ago, a wealthy family purchased a vast expanse of desert from the territory of Mu Prefecture and began constructing a steel jungle and tall sand barriers upon the barren land. Thus, Lintong City was born. For a long time, Lintong City was quite a comfortable place, until a new mayor named Tong Wu took office over 30 years ago. He aggressively developed heavy industry in the desert, achieving self-sufficiency in industrial resources within a mere decade. Then he sought to enhance the efficiency and enthusiasm of the citizens, embarking on a misguided path. Initially, he aimed to genetically modify the populace to make them more resilient, an endeavor that proved exceedingly difficult. Consequently, he resolved to remove their pain and fatigue sensations directly, believing that such modifications would inevitably increase productivity, as those transformed would no longer feel pain or exhaustion. Thus, the citizens of Lintong City underwent modifications, losing their ability to feel pain. Calamities soon followed. Pain serves as a vital warning signal from the body. Without it, individuals could not even recognize when their lives were in peril. As a result, the citizens began to die en masse, with the population plummeting by 20. Instead of seeking remedies, the mayor relentlessly exploited these precarious citizens. A high-tech product capable of detecting bodily dangers became a necessity for Lintong citizens. The mayor, having discovered a lucrative opportunity, monopolized this technology and sold it World Chapter 15. "Forever fond of me, is there truly no way to assist those people there?" Alicia implored with a pitiful expression. "I regret to say that a peaceful resolution to this matter can only be achieved through international negotiations, and I can only represent the state of Mu. I am powerless," Su Ran replied with a wry smile. "Then, what about resolving it through force?" Alicia brandished her staff, revealing her earnest desire to save the people of Tongzhou. "There is no need for that. If a war were to erupt, the people of Tongzhou would suffer even more." Su Ran awkwardly chuckled as he seized her staff, fearing she might cast an unexpected spell. Indeed, Alicia sat dejectedly on the edge of the bed. Although this world no longer harbored the threat of collapse, it remained rife with helplessness. "Well, let's not dwell on such matters. These are beyond the influence of ordinary individuals. At least in the City of Night, it suffices for you to find joy. Does it not?" Su Ran returned the staff to her and went to take a shower. Alicia sat on the bed, lost in thought for quite some time. She pondered many things before finally smiling and murmuring to herself, "It is enough to be just a cheerful, ordinary person." She cast her worries aside. "Did you miss me?" Alicia lay on her side and waved at him. "MHM." Su Ran could only lie at the edge of the bed. Alicia turned her phone screen towards Su Ran. "All right." Su Ran nodded awkwardly. Alicia set the phone aside and tugged Su Ran closer to her. "There's no pillow where you're sleeping. Come a little closer." Su Ran had no choice but to share a pillow with her, their faces drawing near. Yet Alicia was completely unembarrassed, gazing at Su Ran with a beaming smile. "Can you remember me more intensely? That way, I want to have to disappear." "I do not know if I can do that," Su Ran replied, staring at the ceiling, shaking his head. "Oh, it must be because you do not like me enough yet. Come, turn your face this way. Yes, just look at me like that." Alicia gently turned Su Ran's face towards her, her warm hands cradling his face, their eyes locked within a mere 10 centimeters of distance. Su Ran initially remained calm, yet the irresistible allure of her twinkling blue-pink eyes was captivating. Coupled with her tender gesture, Alicia's hands lingered on Su Ran's face. He began to panic, realizing that he might truly be falling for her. Alicia noticed the flicker of anxiety in his gaze and smiled. Have you started to like me now? Alas, I am doomed. Su Ran averted his gaze, resignedly acknowledging that he had succumbed to Alicia's charm. Is there anything wrong with liking me? This way, we both like each other. Alicia gently patted his face. Very well, I shall see if you will still disappear. Su Ran closed his eyes, attempting to clear his mind. Done. Su Ran opened his eyes to find Alicia still beside him, smiling brightly at him. Exactly. As long as you like me enough, you shall never forget me. And I shall never disappear. Alicia wrapped her arms around Su Ran's. Su Ran found himself at a loss for words. He had initially believed that this girl would vanish in a few days. Yet now, it seemed she could not disappear, eternally existing by his side. Chapter 16. Another day. How did you come up with this idea? Suranin Kwayev. It's quite simple. As long as you hold me in your heart, I will always exist, Alicia replied with a smile, planting a gentle kiss on Su Ran's cheek. 666. Su Ran closed his eyes, contemplating the essence of life. He felt utterly doomed, having genuinely developed feelings for a fictional character. Yet perhaps it was not entirely abnormal to feel such emotions. Good night, Captain. Alicia's words triggered the command to extinguish the lights, plunging the room into darkness. Are you planning to hold me like this while you sleep? Su Ran turned to gaze into Alicia's luminous eyes, which glowed faintly in the dimness. Because I like you so much, Alicia said, closing her eyes and wrapping her arms around Su Ran's arm, her cheek resting on his shoulder. Alicia knew he was certainly not a superficial person. She was more than willing to be with him. Moreover, Su Ran provided her with a sense of security, as he was the one who had created her. They shared a profound connection. Embracing him felt akin to holding another version of herself, rendering her fears non-existent. Sigh. Su Ran exhaled softly, closing his eyes to savor the warmth radiating from Alicia. How comforting. Before long, he drifted into a dreamless slumber. Su Momo awoke to find herself clutching a pillow, hastily springing from her bed to search the entire room for her little Alicia. To her dismay, there was no sign of her. In a frenzy, Su Momo dashed into Su Ran's room, stunned to discover her brother peacefully sleeping alongside Alicia. A wave of relief washed over her. Her greatest fear was Alicia vanishing unexpectedly. She took another day off. Quietly, she climbed onto Su Ran's bed, snuggling under the covers beside Alicia to continue her slumber. Su Ran opened his eyes to find the situation much like the previous day. Two girls once again nestled in his bed. However, today it was not his sister clinging to him. Instead, it was Alicia. Su Ran shifted slightly, causing Alicia to awaken. Good morning. Did you miss me last night? I truly longed for little Alicia. Ah, Momo is here too. Alicia finally noticed the presence behind her. Because I missed Alicia, Su Momo replied earnestly. Su Ran quietly withdrew from the scene, contemplating whether he should go to work today, as Alicia would no longer disappear, making it unnecessary to stay with her. Well then, I shall leave. After all, the birthday banquet is not until the evening. He donned a casual white jacket paired with black trousers, a departure from his usual understated attire. Su Momo and Alicia engaged in conversation on the bed. Will little Alicia remain by brother's side tonight? Su Momo asked seriously. Yes, I can now exist perpetually, so you need not worry about me anymore, Alicia replied. Really? But why? Su Momo was puzzled as to why Alicia would not vanish, with Su Ran's mind shutting down. Because he will always remember me now, no matter when. Alicia gently caressed Su Momo's face. Ah, so brother has developed feelings for Alicia as well, Su Momo realized. It became clear to her. It was hard not to be fond of the charming Alicia. Indeed, he is a gentle soul. Despite appearing somewhat aloof, he is quite endearing. Alicia recalled the previous night when Su Ran stood coldly with a knife by the floor-to-ceiling window. When she approached him, his expression had suddenly transformed. Chapter 17. Twin souls indeed. My brother is quite the foolish yet kind-hearted individual. Su Momo nodded. Oh, in what way is he foolish? Asked Alicia. Her curiosity piqued as she regarded Su Ran as reliable. He frequently falls prey to emotional manipulation and financial deceit by various women. Su Momo said, reflecting on her strong reaction upon witnessing Su Ran seemingly engaged in a phone call with another girl the previous night. Su Ran had lost millions over time, always willing to lavish money upon women. Yet few in Mu province possess genuine goodwill. For instance, just yesterday, he didn't even blink an eye before purchasing several bottles of wine worth thousands for Alicia. I see. Ha ha. He truly is an endearing person, Alicia chuckled, covering her mouth, affirming his charm. However, my brother's only flaw lies here. He possesses considerable talent, far surpassing the mediocrity of those in our family. Those individuals would surely struggle to make a name for themselves in Mu province. While my brother enjoys significant recognition here, Su Momo lamented, defending her brother's honor. It seems Ran has gone to work. Aren't you attending school today, Momo? Alicia inquired, having heard the front door shut. Well, it doesn't matter. I still have plenty of credits left. How about we observe my brother at work? Su Momo awkwardly shifted the topic. That sounds splendid. I would love to see him in action. Alicia expressed her keen interest in Su Ran. Then let's step out for breakfast first, Su Momo suggested, a hint of purple shimmering in her eyes. There was an aura about her that seemed unusual, yet Alicia instinctively felt she was an ordinary person. You. Alicia hesitated, wanting to ask something but refrained. What is it, little Alicia? Su Momo grasped Alicia's hand and turned to inquire. Nothing. Let's go have breakfast. Alicia smiled, shaking her head. The two girls left the house, their fingers intertwined. They dined on noodles at a small shop downstairs. The patrons refrained from discussing the two unusually charming girls, not daring to stir trouble. Alicia emanated a formidable presence, reminiscent of a level 5 spirit master. Yet her aura was elusive, inscrutable. As they strolled down the bustling street, people had already commenced their daily endeavors. The air filled with the sound of individuals engaging in their pursuits. Do you happen to know where Ran is at the moment? Alicia elegantly stepped aside to avoid a falling shell casing. Let me check. Su Momo closed her eyes. Alicia furrowed her brow slightly. Who are you asking? Moments later, Su Momo opened her eyes, a trace of purple gleaming within them, pointing towards a direction obscured by tall buildings. 5.3 kilometers. My brother is at the outer vicinity of Bale Shopping Mall on Wangshi Road in the 3rd ring. She articulated Su Ran's precise location with uncanny clarity. At that moment, Su Ran had just resolved an incident involving a shattered glass window at the mall when he inexplicably sneezed. How did you know that? Alicia asked incredulously, her smile widening. Well. Su Momo pondered how to explain when suddenly she seemed to be possessed. Alicia's smile froze in place. The Su Momo before her had transformed, her eyes entirely violet, an icy smile gracing her lips as she fixed her gaze on Alicia. You are? Alicia inquired calmly, having anticipated that Su Momo was no ordinary individual. The aura surrounding her now was far more terrifying than Su Ran's. I have no name, she replied coldly, her voice ethereal. Shall I assign you a name then? Alicia suggested warmly, reaching out to touch her. However, the figure abruptly became insubstantial, retreating a centimeter, prompting Alicia to halt her hand mid-motion, slightly unnerving. To be concise, I have but one question. How are you capable of moving freely? She inquired, disregarding Alicia's presence. Because I simply am who I am. And you? Alicia struggled to comprehend her words. I'm also me, but why? Cough, little Alicia. You weren't frightened just now, were you? Su Momo chuckled awkwardly, waving at Alicia. There is another person within you, Alicia remarked, astonished by the revelation. Chapter 18. Ink and Calamity. Her name is Su Qinbu, a dear friend who has grown up alongside me. I apologize for not having informed Ailey sooner. Su Momo chuckled awkwardly, scratching her head in explanation. I see. Didn't Tishi claim she had no name? Ailey Xia inquired. Haha, she is quite stubborn. Reluctant to acknowledge that name, so, Qinbu, should I interpret her as another version of you, or is she indeed someone entirely different? Ailey Xia pondered, recalling an old acquaintance who possessed a dual personality. She passed away long ago. Her amnesiac soul remains within my body. Su Momo's expression turned sorrowful. 10 years ago, Su Qinbu perished due to a family catastrophe. Su Momo, unable to accept Qinbu's death, wept uncontrollably, while Su Ran, in a fit of rage, threatened the elders of the Su family with a knife to compel them to intervene. The elders had no choice but to expend a significant amount of their own cultivation to mend Qianbu's fractured soul, subsequently placing it within Su Momo, allowing the two souls, once separated by death, to eternally dwell together on the edge of the afterlife. Thus, the matter of Su Momo's dual personality arose. I understand now. It seems Momo has her own story to tell. Alicia comfortingly patted Su Momo's head. So, she was a departed soul. Her personality is somewhat eccentric. I fear she may say unkind things to you, which is why I refrained from telling Ali. Su Momo murmured softly, lowering her gaze. What is the harm? Let her come out and play. She must have been cooped up for many days. Alicia smiled gently. Thank you, Ali. Su Momo expressed her gratitude, feeling a sense of relief, when suddenly she was overtaken. Her appearance filled the surrounding space with an aura of death. Greetings, Sister Qianbu. Alicia took her hand. Su Qianbu cast a cold glance at Alicia with her pale purple eyes, somewhat displeased. I have told her countless times. I do not require this name. Shall I venture a guess? Do you wish for a new name? Alicia surprisingly discerned the unspoken desire Su Qianbu had harbored for years. How did you? Su Qianbu's icy visage revealed a flicker of astonishment. Did I guess correctly? Alicia chuckled, playfully ruffling Su Qianbu's face. Who would you like to bestow a cute name upon you? Alicia asked. Broter Su Qianbu replied timidly. Is it Ran Ran? So you favor him more, then? Alicia tilted her head in inquiry. Yes, he is wonderful even with her memory lost. Su Qianbu still held him dear in her heart. Very well, let us seek him out. Alicia smiled with resignation. In an instant, Su Qianbu vanished, transforming into a wisp of black mist, effortlessly passing through the walls of the adjacent building. Alicia was taken aback. Just how powerful is she? Can she still die? Alicia mounted her staff, soaring over the building in pursuit of the elusive black mist within the steel jungle. Moments later, Alicia discovered that the black mist Su Qianbu had transformed into locked onto a flying car high above. The mist vanished like a ghost, only to reappear suddenly before the vehicle. Su Qianbu materialized, plunging a knife emanating dark energy through the car's engine from above, causing it to come to an abrupt halt, leaving only the anti-gravity engine maintaining its levitation. What is she doing? Alicia paused her flight, observing for a moment. Seconds later, Su Ran arrived, riding the flying knife. It appears Su Qianbu is assisting Su Ran with his work. Alicia chuckled, flying towards him. Su Ran reached the intercepted vehicle, shattering the window with a punch and slapping an electronic citation onto the driver's face. The driver could only smile helplessly, pulling out his phone to pay the 20,000 repair fee to Night City. Next time you flee, it won't merely be a fine. All right. Officer Su with the vehicle rendered useless. Its occupants could only open the doors and awkwardly step onto their weapons, taking flight in embarrassment. Su Ran furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Su Momo. He recognized this was Su Qianbu. What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be pursuing them? Su Qianbu's cold expression broke into a rare smile. Alas, that's because it isn't yet necessary to act decisively. Su Ran sighed, rubbing his forehead. Those individuals will inevitably stop to pay their fines. They will soon realize they cannot escape the pursuit of a fifth-level spirit master. However, they have already wasted much of your time, and they must be punished. Su Qianbu pouted. Su Ran, though resigned, had just finished speaking when Alicia leaned over. It seems Ran Ran is quite serious about his work. Alicia teased him with a mischievous smile. They all fled. Su Ran shrugged, landing atop a nearby skyscraper, with the other two following him to the rooftop's edge. What do you need from me? Su Qianbu desires a new name. Su Ran looked at her skeptically, only to find her smiling in affirmation. Why didn't you mention this sooner? No wonder you've always seemed unhappy. Su Ran affectionately ruffled Su Qianbu's hair, which shimmered with a purple aura. Su Qianbu remained silent, contentedly nuzzling against Su Ran's hand. Su Ran gazed out at the cityscape, while Alicia eagerly anticipated what name he might conjure. Calamity. Su Ran casually proposed a single character, but its meaning is thank you, brother. Su Ju smiled. Embracing Suran. Alicia speculated on the nature of their relationship. They must be cousins, indeed. Chapter 19. Brother Jia, all right, Brother Jia, bring Mo out, Su Ran said, pushing Su Jia away with a sense of resignation. Upon hearing this peculiar nickname, Alicia chuckled softly, reminiscing about how her brother still affectionately referred to her in such a manner. Su Jia's expression darkened abruptly. He had always been called brother by Su Ran, and now, with this new moniker, it seemed even more endearing. It's because I'm afraid of you, Su Ran replied, shaking her head. With a cold demeanor, Su Jia summoned a shadow that gradually solidified into the original form of Su Mo. The latter scratched her head and smiled at Su Jia, who immediately enveloped her in an embrace. The two girls, resembling twins, pressed their faces together, the only distinctions being their eye and hair colors. While their faces mirrored each other perfectly, Alicia's eyes lit up. So, she possessed such a remarkable ability for duplication. Indeed, Night City was brimming with extraordinary individuals. Foolish Mo, Su Jia remarked unexpectedly. You never mentioned wanting a new name. Who could fathom your thoughts? Su Mo chuckled bitterly, patting Su Jia's back, still perplexed by her eccentric friend's disposition. I wish I could understand. Su Jia released her hold on Su Mo and pointed at Alicia, who tilted her head and smiled at them. Well, it's because little Alicia is very clever. Su Mo replied awkwardly. So, does that imply that Mo thinks she's rather dim? Su Jia teased. Don't say that. Despite being accustomed to such banter, Su Mo felt a tinge of embarrassment, especially with others present. Have you made any progress? How long can your duplicate last? Suran Ingwured of Suya. Yes, indeed. I've learned a great deal from my brother. Now I can maintain a duplicate indefinitely, Su Jia replied sweetly, flashing a bright smile at Su Ran. Su Mo, upon hearing Su Jia's words, wore an expression of disbelief. What could I possibly have that as worth your learning? Su Ran was puzzled. This cousin had mastered her swordplay by the age of 10, leaving Su Ran with little to teach her now. Control of the spiritual energy used for maintaining the duplicate, Su Jia replied with a cheerful glance toward Alicia. Alicia felt an inexplicable chill as Su Jia suddenly smiled at her. No wonder Su Ran claimed to be afraid of this little girl. I cannot control Miss Alicia. She uses as much spiritual energy as she desires. Su Ran shook her head at Su Jia. Just 2 days prior, her spiritual energy had been completely drained. Nonetheless, it was my brother who inspired me. Since Mo doesn't need spiritual energy, why not refrain from allocating it? For now, it suffices to merely sustain the existence of the duplicate, Su Jia asserted with a confident smile, having quietly observed Su Ran and Alicia to arrive at this conclusion. That is splendid. You two can cosplay as Sierra now, Su Ran remarked with a playful tone, eliciting laughter from Alicia. Does that mean we can always be together? Su Mo still seemed incredulous. Not awful, Suya, pinchet su momosche. How wonderful. Su momo etlimed aset embrace suyetikli. Indeed, these past few days have been joyous for Su Mo. First, she had encountered the living embodiment of little Alicia, and now she could spend time with her old friends. Chapter 20. The old captain, Su Ran, had no time to engage in idle chatter with him. If my brother needs assistance, I can arrive in mere seconds. Su Jia nodded at Su Ran, then took Su Momo's hand, and together they vanished into the void. This left Alexia and Su Ran atop a platform several hundred meters high. No wonder you are so modest. It seems you're always in the company of someone extraordinary. Alexia chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Indeed, she has transcended life and death. Even before her demise, I was never her match. How old is she? Alexia inquired, gazing at Su Ran. They were the same age, both 22, but Jieji's existence had been frozen at the age of 12. Su Ran gazed calmly at the overcast azure sky. Alexia pondered, stroking her chin. She had never asked Su Ran about his age, and when they first met, there was no age information on his profile card. How old is the captain? Alexia asked. Why don't you take a guess? Su Ran replied with a mysterious smile. Isn't it a bit childish for a big boy like you to be shy? Alexia teased, playfully pinching Su Ran's cheek. 25? Alexia guessed. unable to discern any signs of age on his face, which felt smooth and soft to the touch. Far from it, Su Ran smirked mischievously. 30? Alexia questioned, beginning to doubt whether Su Ran was being truthful. Still quite a bit off. 40? Not even close. Upon hearing that number, the smile on Su Ran's face faded. He felt the weight of age. Oh dear, you're one of those uncle figures? Alexia burst into laughter, having assumed Su Ran was merely a youthful man in his early 20s. Indeed, as you suspect, I am nearing 50. Su Ran leaned against the railing of the platform, looking up to the sky with a sense of relief. Ha ha, truly the old captain. Alexia clung to Su Ran's arm, laughing heartily. It's not so bad. When compared to ordinary people, I do feel quite old, but in Night City, the average lifespan is around 150 years. I might live for 5 or 6 centuries, so in that light, I am still relatively young. Su Ran explained further. In Night City, even the sheriffs typically had to possess at least a century of experience to hold their posts. That is true. After all, the captain is no ordinary person. To live for so many years. 5 or 6 centuries is no small feat with a captain continue to like me for 500 years. Alexia asked, blinking her eyes playfully. Perhaps, came Su Ran's response. Let us make a pact. It's already recorded, Alexia said, producing a phone from Su Ran's coat at some point. After unlocking it with her fingerprint, she opened the recorder. With a smile, Alexia pressed play, and their previous conversation echoed again. Su Ran could only smile wryly in response. I'll get you a phone later. No, I want this on the captainess, Alexia said, hugging the phone to her chest and winking mischievously. Suit yourself. Su Ran shrugged, feeling little turmoil within. Suddenly, Alexia leaned in and pecked Su Ran on the cheek. Thank you, Captain. Su Ran was taken aback momentarily, but then smiled helplessly. Chapter 21. Memories of the Su family, by the way. How did that little Jie die? Wasn't she incredibly formidable in her childhood? Alicia inquired, perplexed by the circumstances surrounding the matter. Can you guess why she was so extraordinary as a child? Su Ran retorted. Talent, or perhaps the influence of her surroundings, Alicia deduced, demonstrating her intelligence. Both factors were at play. Her innate talent was indeed astonishing, Su Ran sighed. Nevertheless, my cousin's experiences were profoundly tragic. My family set their sights on her, hailing from a once prominent, but now disgraced lineage. They intended to mold Su Jie into a terrifying monster, seeking to restore the family's former glory by inundating her with an excessive amount of spiritual energy from a young age. That is why she was able to overpower me, an elder, at merely 10 years old. However, one day, Su Jie could no longer withstand the overwhelming influx of spiritual energy and perished in a catastrophic explosion. Su Ran's lips curled into a cold smile. Truly inhumane. To subject a girl to such a fate, Alicia shook her head in sorrow and indignation. Why do they look down upon the captain? Alicia asked helplessly. Because I differ from the other clan members. For instance, Su Jie possesses the ability to manipulate others' souls, integrating them into her avatars for collaborative combat. Su Ran elucidated. The Su family's pride lay in their mastery of soul manipulation. As for me, I can only inexplicably conjure peculiar phenomena, which has led to my disdain among the clan members, Su Ran admitted with a bitter smile. Humph, the captain is indeed formidable. Her very existence in this world is remarkable, Alicia retorted, puffing her cheeks in defiance. Yet they are simply that foolish. There is no remedy for it. A friend within the clan informed me that several elders had already begun plotting violent deification. If I had not fled swiftly, I would have met the same explosive fate upon their discovery of my abilities. Su Ran reflected, grateful for her past decision to leave. Yet, she harbored regrets for not having the fortitude to rescue Su Jie from the pressures of their kin. Had she brought her along to live with her earlier, how could such a tragedy have occurred? Alicia could only lament for Su Ran and her sisters. It is but a chapter of the past. Now, Jie is barely clinging to existence. She remains in this world as a spiritual entity, residing within Mo's body, Su Ran stated calmly. Such tales are abundant, Alicia mused. Do you not possess a more compelling narrative, the original lawgiver? Alicia smiled at Su Ran, tilting her head playfully. Su Ran chuckled in response. Conversing with her was indeed a delightful experience. Chapter 22. Encountering the governor. Well then, the idle chatter must come to an end. Captain, let us return to our diligent endeavors. Elysia nodded obediently, having gleaned the information she sought, and chose not to further intrude upon Su-Ran. Yes, there is a meeting at 9 o'clock. We can set off for the city hall now. There's no longer a need for Su-Ran to undertake tasks outside. Oh, may I also accompany you to such a place? Elysia inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity about the city's elite. Certainly, the mayor holds you in high regard, so it will be no trouble at all. Su-Ran nodded, speculating that the mayor must also be an enthusiast of the secondary dimension. Otherwise, how would she know Elysia? Is that truly the case? It seems I am quite popular indeed. Elysia teased, playfully poking her cheek with a smile. It is simply because you are exceedingly adorable. Su-Ran replied dismissively, rising into the air atop the sheath of his sword. Elysia chuckled, following suit as she leapt into the sky. The two soared towards the second ring road. The city hall could only be constructed outside of the Mushin district, as the old buildings there were unsuitable for office use. They descended before a building of moderate height, where a large advertisement screen displayed a message. Elysia smiled upon reading it. Welcome Miss Elysia to the City of Night. We sincerely wish Miss Elysia a happy birthday. Who could be so thoughtful as to announce this on a public screen? Elysia asked. This is the City Hall, now known as the Federal Building of the City of Night. It is likely the mayor who had you featured. She possesses the highest authority. Su-Ran chuckled, surprised by the mayor's whimsical gesture. It effectively serves as a city-wide announcement, drawing the attention of passers-by who curiously gazed up at today as federal proclamation. Astonished to discover it was in celebration of someone's birthday. Many recognized the enchanting figure beside them, the very subject of the announcement. Miss Elysia, greetings. A man in traditional attire approached with an air of dignity, having recognized Elysia from a screen, accompanied by a similarly clad, poised woman. Hello, greetings to you as well. Elysia replied cheerfully. Su-Ran, upon seeing him, immediately bowed. Governor Qin, good day. There's no need for such formality. I am well acquainted with you. The renowned executive officer of the City of Night, Qin Kong responded with an elegant smile. Governor? Elysia, slightly bewildered, inquired with curiosity. Indeed, I hail from you.You, and I am here today at the invitation of the City of Night for a meeting. Qin Kong nodded, revealing his position as the governor of you.You. What a fortuitous encounter with such an esteemed individual. Elysia expressed her admiration with a slight bow towards Qin Kong. Are you also arriving just now, Governor? Su-Ran asked. Indeed, it seems we are quite fated, Qin Kong replied with a smile. Then let us proceed. After you, Governor. Su-Ran yeshchertkirtiesli. Qin Kong nodded, leading the woman beside him into the building, while Elysia and Su-Ran followed at a distance. What is the relationship between you.You and our Muxhu? Elysia inquired of Su-Ran, feeling quite pleased to identify herself as a citizen of Muxhu, as she had grown fond of the city. We are the twin states, having maintained a harmonious relationship since ancient times. Twin states? Do you.You and Muxhu share the same governance? Elysia asked, intrigued by the notion of you.You being as liberated as Muxhu. No, you.You operates under a unified system with a well-established legal framework. We, on the other hand, are a federal city-state, with many subordinate cities not yet part of the Federation. Our societal order relies primarily on the maintenance by the security forces, Su-Ran elaborated, clarifying the distinctions between the two states. Oh, that is quite a significant disparity. But why are they referred to as the twin states? Elysia nodded and continued her inquiry. Because both states have historically served as cultural and economic centers of the 9 states, geographically situated close to one another. You.You is known as the City of Order, while Muxhu is celebrated as the City of Freedom. Despite their starkly contrasting societal landscapes, they have coexisted harmoniously, thus earning the title of twin states. How fascinating! What enables our amicable coexistence? Our region is rich in talent, while there's boasts a favorable social environment, facilitating continuous economic and resource exchange that complements one another. Muxhu is indeed a hub of exceptional individuals, and the abstract nature of their society often cultivates forward-thinking talents. Conversely, you.You.'s overly conservative development strategy can stifle creativity. I understand now. Thank you for your insightful guidance. Captain Elysia expressed her gratitude with a warm smile. Chapter 23. Paradise. Alicia followed. Sue ran into the subtly decorated town hall. Good day, Commander Sue. A young woman behind the counter greeted. Sue ran warmly. Her name was Verker. Where's the mayor at present? Sue Ran inquired calmly, nodding slightly. She should be in her office. Ah, you must be Miss Alicia, right? Verker exclaimed, noticing the pink-clad Alicia and rushing out from behind the counter, her face alight with surprise. Yes, that's me. Hello. Alicia responded with an elegant smile. I'm Verker. It's a pleasure to meet you, Alicia. By the way, may we take a photo together? Verker pronounced her English name, her expression brimming with anticipation as she gazed at Alicia. Of course. Verker joyfully retrieved her phone, and the two young women struck a cheerful pose for the camera. Sue Ran discreetly stepped out of the frame. Oh, come on, Commander Sue. I remember we haven't taken a photo together yet. Let's do it. Verker turned to Sue Ran. The camera captured the smiles of the three. Alicia and Sir both looked stunning. Verker remarked, admiring the photo. You look lovely as well, Sue Ran humbly replied. You are all so adorable. Alicia chimed in with a smile. Ha! All right, follow me. The mayor surely has much to discuss with both of you. Verker put her phone away and began to walk. Alicia nodded and followed suit, eager to meet the intriguing young mayor. Miss Alicia is a new guest in Night City. Could you share your thoughts on this city? Verker asked. Well, it feels quite free. The people here seem to live comfortably and at ease, Alicia responded somewhat conservatively. There is no need to hold back, Miss Alicia. As you said, this is a city of freedom and relaxation, Verker replied with a knowing smile. All right, to be honest, I feel it can be a bit too casual at times. Alicia finally expressed her true feelings, though she was still somewhat puzzled by Verker's intentions. Precisely, that's just it. There's no need for excessive concern here. Verker nodded approvingly. Miss Alicia, you must have just met Governor Qin, correct? Yes. Good. Let us start from the very beginning. Millennia ago, our ancestors established the first human settlements, you.You and mu.You, on this very land beneath our feet. Their initial wish was to transform this land into a place where people could thrive and find peace. Back then, people were displaced across the 9 provinces, suffering at the hands of the demonic clans. It seemed Verker aimed to enhance Alicia's impression of the city. Alicia nodded, captivated by the story. Placing the people first has been the unchanging principle of you.You and mu.You for millennia. We fulfill the same dream in different ways, Verker spoke passionately. Alicia listened intently, while Sue Ran remained indifferent. Through our efforts over the years, you.You has maintained equitable rules for harmonious coexistence, while mu.You promotes a free-spirited lifestyle. Though the systems of the two states stand in opposition, we strive to ensure that the people live happily. The meanings of yuan and mu are inherently contrasting. Miss Alicia, do you believe the people of Night City are happy? Verker asked with a smile. Indeed, everyone seems to be engaged in what they love, Alicia replied, having yet to encounter anyone in the city who appeared disheartened or despondent. Ah, well, Miss Alicia, you have grasped the essence of Night City. It is indeed a paradise, Verker said with a satisfied smile. Alicia paused for a moment, the remnants of her bias against mu.You dissipating with Verker's words. Sue Ran also smiled, recognizing the young secretary's eloquence. Chapter 24. The naive mayor. At this moment, the mayor's office stood with its door ajar. Gu Xiaomu lounged on the sofa, her smooth legs swinging playfully as she leisurely reviewed documents on her tablet. Any passerby would scarcely guess that this carefree girl was the mayor. Qin Kong entered and, upon seeing Gu Xiaomu in her youthful exuberance, smiled gently before softly knocking on the door. Only then did Gu Xiaomu realize someone was standing at the entrance. In her haste to rise from the sofa, she stumbled and landed unceremoniously on the floor. Qin Kong shook his head in exasperation, swiftly moving to her side and extending a hand. Gu Xiaomu looked up and, upon recognizing Qin Kong, broke into a joyful smile, taking his hand to stand. Xiao Qin, you're here. Indeed, Mayor Gu, Qin Kong replied politely. Should I still address you as governor? She queried, a hint of displeasure in her tone. I merely wish for you to remember your current position, Qin Kong countered, shaking his head. The new mayor of Moose State left him feeling helpless. Her navet had not only tarnished Moose State's reputation, but also dragged Yuan State into the fray, making them a frequent target of international ridicule. At international conferences, Qin Kong found it embarrassing to acknowledge Gu Xiaomu. "All right, let us discuss serious matters," Gu Xiaomu said, releasing Qin Kong's hand and adopting a more serious demeanor. "Is the matter at hand the birthday banquet this evening?" Qin Kong smiled lightly, teasing, "That is indeed a serious matter. No laughing?" Gu Xiaomu playfully admonished him. "Well, the guests from another world are certainly intriguing. I happened to encounter her on my way here," Qin Kong remarked, referring to Alicia. "She has arrived, hasn't she? She's quite adorable, wouldn't you agree?" Gu Xiaomu asked eagerly. "Indeed, she is exceptionally beautiful," Qin Kong acknowledged, almost as if she belongs to another realm. "Exactly. She is a significant figure. Perhaps she could represent Night City in the future," Gu Xiaomu said with satisfaction. "You are already representing Night City, and perhaps the impression you leave on others is indelible," Qin Kong humorously retorted. "That matters little, as long as others remember it as a beautiful city, akin to my own beauty," Gu Xiaomu winked charmingly. Qin Kong shook his head silently, recognizing that the reality was far from her whimsical notions. "Now, let us address the mess left behind by your predecessors," he said, having come to discuss serious matters. "It truly is a mess. I cannot fathom why the former mayor sold off so much land," Gu Xiaomu sighed. "Originally, Moose State encompassed over 1,000,000 square kilometers, yet over the past millennium, successive mayors had sold off half of that territory, allowing various families or factions to establish their own cities upon it. Now, only 50,000 square kilometers remained under the true jurisdiction of Moose State, while the affiliated cities existed merely in name, functioning autonomously. Actually, selling it was not entirely problematic. Much of the land was barren or mountainous and of little practical value. The cost of transforming it was exorbitant, so it was wiser to let others reclaim it. Qin Kong explained, "It is simply that you have failed to manage those cities. You are the rightful owners, yet the agreements allowed them such lax control over the land." Qin Kong had a keen understanding of these matters, having served as governor of Yuan State for over 200 years. He had witnessed Moose State neglect its sold-off territories. Gu Xiaomu expressed her dissatisfaction, having inherited a nearly rebellious situation upon her ascension. "Let them stir up trouble for now. Once their antics wear thin on the citizens of Night City, they will acquiesce," Qin Kong chuckled. Moose State remained a formidable territory, primarily due to its residents, many of whom were skilled and possessed a fierce demeanor, ready to engage in combat at the slightest provocation, often overpowering dozens of ordinary outsiders. "Indeed, if my citizens collectively unleashed their fury, I shudder to think of the chaos that would ensue," Gu Xiaomu gasped. Although she possessed a degree of strength herself as a secondary spirit master, she was still far outmatched by the local populace. "And you have allies as well." Qin Kong smiled elegantly, albeit awkwardly, feeling as though he was comforting a child. "Yes, we are the finest of allies," Gu Xiaomu proclaimed cheerfully. Qin Kong found himself at a loss for words, perplexed by her innocence. After centuries of existence, he had never felt so powerless in the presence of a young girl. "Take your time. You will eventually find a way to pacify those arrogant families and factions," he finally managed to say. "Should we resort to violence?" Gu Xiaomu inquired. "Not at this juncture. Our primary objective is to liberate those who are oppressed. Resorting to violence may lead to war, which would only worsen their plight. Subjecting them to conscription and increased taxation," Qin Kong advised, shaking his head, his counsel sound. Many of the residents in those affiliated cities were longtime inhabitants of Moose State, having relocated for a new life, only to find themselves oppressed after generations. Moose State had never mistreated its residents. It was absurd that the smaller cities dare to do so. Indeed, Gu Xiaomu nodded vacantly, unsure if she truly comprehended the situation. "Additionally, my dear ally, I must advise you to refrain from unnecessary interactions with the governor of Shi State," Qin Kong cautioned, his greatest concern lying here. That duplicitous woman had nearly swindled Gu Xiaomu into relinquishing Moose State's funds for a cache of arms. Moose State had no need for arms. A single law enforcement officer wielding a knife could match the combat prowess of an entire platoon. Moreover, should the need arise, they could easily procure assistance from Yuan state. Understood. She's indeed a great deceiver, Gu Xiaomu murmured. And you are truly a fool. I have reiterated countless times that your most reliable ally will always be Yuan state. Qin Kong could no longer contain his frustration. From now on, among those individuals, I will only trust you, Gu Xiaomu admitted like a child, cautiously recognizing her error. Qin Kong struggled to maintain his composure. Their interactions felt more akin to a parental guidance session than diplomatic discourse between states. A cold woman leaning against the door outside, overhearing the absurd exchange, could only shake her head in resignation. Since Gu Xiaomu's appointment, Mu State had undergone considerable transformation, yet it had undeniably become a more beautiful place. Chapter 25. Guests all right. That's enough. Other guests have arrived, Qin Kong remarked, having heard the footsteps of Su Ran and Alicia, accompanied by the sound of another woman's high heels. Who could it be? Gu Xiaomu, curious, stepped outside and discovered a woman standing by the door, Qin Kong's assistant. Feeling a bit awkward, she greeted her, "Hello, Miss Chu." "Hello, Mayor Gu," Chu Li replied calmly, nodding at Gu Xiaomu. Gu Xiaomu lingered at the door, peering for a while, but seeing no one. Was Qin Kong misleading her? Chu Li, perceiving Gu Xiaomu's thoughts, said lightly, "In 10 seconds, they will appear around the corner of the corridor." Gu Xiaomu nodded, slightly embarrassed. The two individuals from Yuanzhou were indeed experts, able to discern the faintest footsteps, while she could hear nothing at all. After 10 seconds, sure enough, figures emerged. It was a secretary, followed by an executive officer and a pink-haired fairy. Gu Xiaomu immediately greeted them enthusiastically. "Xiao Su, Xiao Fu, and Xiao AI." Fu Kan nodded at the mayor. Su Ran sighed, a bit awkwardly. Alicia, curious about the little girl, waved at her nonetheless. "This is the mayor," Su Ran introduced. "Huh? So adorable." Alicia laughed, genuinely surprised that the mayor was indeed a young girl. It seems the mayor just finished her conversation with Governor Qin and came out to welcome Ms. Alicia and Officer Su. Fu Ka remarked with a smile. "How warm-hearted," Alicia exclaimed. "Ha, only our mayor would be like this," Fu Ka chimed in, reflecting on her near century as a secretary, during which she had witnessed 4 mayors, with Gu Xiaomu being the most approachable. The three approached Gu Xiaomu, who promptly took out her phone to snap a picture with Alicia. "And Xiao AI, let us connect on Instagram. If you need anything, the mayor is delighted to assist you." Gu Xiaomu winked at Alicia, retrieving her personal QR code from her phone. "Thank you for your care, Mayor." Alicia smiled as she took her phone from her pocket, unlocking it with her fingerprint to scan the pink social media app's code. "Oh dear, it seems we've already added each other," Alicia noted, glancing at the notification on the screen. "It's Officer Su's little white brick." Gu Xiaomu noticed that Alicia was holding Su Ran's small white phone. "Does Xiao AI fancy such a delicate phone?" Gu Xiaomu inquired. "The mayor truly understands me," Alicia marveled, realizing that her desire for Su Ran's phone stemmed from its compactness. "Fu Ka, go fetch a device for Xiao AI as a gift," Gu Xiaomu instructed. "Certainly, Mayor." Fu Ka nodded and turned to leave. Just in time for a change, Su Ran chuckled. "So this will be a gift for her. Let us consider it part of Officer SR's year-end bonus," Gu Xiaomu said with a mischievous smile. Su Ran's smile faded at that moment. Observing the shift in Su Ran's expression, Alicia chuckled. "All right, I was just joking. You can have it. After all, we must appreciate Xiao Su's contributions to Night City over the years," Gu Xiaomu said sweetly. "Come in and chat," she invited, stepping into her spacious office. Alicia followed closely, particularly fond of such delightful girls. Su Ran paused by the door. "Greetings, Ms. Chu." She nodded towards Chu Li, who stood at the entrance. "Has the Su family taken any actions in recent months?" Su Ran inquired, smiling as she broached the subject of the notorious family. "The public holds a particularly negative view of them. Consequently, Old Qin issued a decree last month prohibiting the deprivation and control of other souls. Even mutual consent cannot permit such actions. This decree has also been presented to the United States, which has agreed, thus synchronizing it worldwide. Places like Mu Province and Jia Province have enacted it as well. Now, that family is on the brink of complete annihilation," Chu Li replied with a cold smile. "The Su family has thrived on the manipulation of other souls. Now, They can no longer even sustain themselves and must vanish completely from the world, she added. That is reassuring. Thank you, Su Ran nodded, feeling that this also alleviated the resentment surrounding her cousin's demise. Manipulating other souls has never been a noble pursuit, and the family's arrogance in their practice is truly lamentable, Chu Li scoffed. They indeed possess an inflated sense of self-importance. Su Ran concurred as she entered the office. Chapter 26. Harassing calls. Miss Alicia, it is a pleasure to see you again. Qin Kong greeted the entering Alicia with a smile. Indeed, we are quite fated to meet. Alicia nodded in acknowledgement. I wonder what Miss Alicia thinks of Night City? Qin Kong expressed his curiosity towards this visitor from another realm. It is a rather fascinating place. Alicia replied with a smile. That is a fair assessment. However, if you're interested in experiencing a truly orderly city, I extend an invitation to Yuan Province. It is quite nearby, merely a half-hour ride on the rail, Qin Kong offered. Hey, stop trying to lure her away. Gu Xiaomu chided Qin Kong with discontent. Ultimately, it is a matter of personal choice for Miss Alicia, Qin Kong stated calmly. Yes, this world is vast, and I shall explore it thoroughly, Alicia affirmed with a nod. Gu Xiaomu picked up her tablet, which she had tossed onto the sofa, and opened a game, grinning foolishly as she held the tablet towards Alicia. On the screen was Alicia depicted as a character on the bridge, donning a festive skin. Oh dear, should I now address you as Captain? Alicia chuckled, somewhat helplessly, contemplating how even the mayor was already acquainted with her. That's perfectly fine. Little Alicia can be addressed however she likes. Gu Xiaomu beamed, then continued. Is little Alicia enjoying her time at little Sue's place? Thank you for your concern. I am indeed very happy. He is quite an adorable person, Alicia replied, winking. That's wonderful. Oh, a call is coming in. Gu Xiaomu nodded reassuringly. Then her phone rang, and she moved to the side to answer it. The office fell into an immediate hush. Miss Tianhua, Gu Xiaomu greeted softly into the phone. At that moment, Su Ran and Qin Kong practically materialized beside Gu Xiaomu, with Su Ran snatching the phone from the mayor's grasp. Hey, wait a minute, Gu Xiaomu sighed, feeling her dignity slipping away. Though Alicia was bewildered by the situation, she found the scene quite amusing. The two men ignored Gu Xiaomu and huddled together to take the call. On the other end was a mature female voice. Su Ran spoke calmly, his words laced with sarcasm. It is the esteemed executive officer. Such remarks can be rather hurtful. Miss Tianhua, it is unfortunate to hear that, came the response, tinged with regret. Should you choose to come, it would surely wound our hearts, Qin Kong added with a playful taunt. Old Yuan is also present, then? Very well. I shan't intrude upon your gathering, Miss Tianhua huffed lightly. Additionally, I must advise you to refrain from meddling in the internal affairs of Mu Province. You are ill-equipped for such endeavors, Su Ran stated calmly. Oh dear, I am but a pitiful soul. I lack the capability to infiltrate the ranks. Moreover, the armed sponsors of those minor provinces have always been Ash. My little Tianhua has had no opportunity to collaborate with them, she lamented, though her knowledge was evidently extensive. Indeed, Su Ran replied nonchalantly. Ah, I wish you all the best in quelling the unrest in those minor provinces. Should you require assistance, I am more than willing to lend a hand, and it would be splendid to see that fool Ash brought down. Otherwise, I would have no place to conduct my business. Furthermore, I wish a happy birthday to your new guest, Miss Alicia. This remark was intended as a means of ingratiating herself with Gu Xiaomu, knowing her fondness for Alicia. However, Su Ran and Qin Kong did not afford her the opportunity to sway Gu Xiaomu, leaving her with only sincere well wishes. After the call ended, Su Ran tossed the phone back to Gu Xiaomu with a smile. In truth, the governor of Shizhou is a remarkably straightforward individual, solely focused on business. It's rather unfortunate that many of her arms dealings have been usurped by an external arms company, which is quite tragic. Hence, she resorted to trying to manipulate Gu Xiaomu. What did Tianhua say? Gu Xiaomu inquired of the two. She wished Miss Alicia a happy birthday. Qin Kong replied with a mysterious smile. Indeed, I am grateful for her kind wishes, Alicia chimed in sweetly, having overheard the conversation. Alicia truly was quite popular. Gu Xiaomu conceded with a resigned nod. Chapter 27. Resolving through force. At this moment, a young girl entered, holding a tablet and a mobile phone box. She glanced around at the door and approached Ms. Alicia, The mayor's assistant, with a worried expression. "A gift for you, Ms. Alicia," she said, handing over the phone box. "Thank you," Alicia replied, examining the pristine white packaging with a smile. "It's nothing, really. Secretary Fu asked me to bring it along for you." The girl gently nodded before walking over to report to Gu Xiaomu. "Xiaomu, everyone has arrived. It seems the 2 representatives from Yuanzhou are already here, along with 2 from Lizhou, 3 from Xinzhou, and 1 each from Qizhou, Suzhou, Guangzhou, Fuzhou, and Shizhou. That encompasses all of the 9 provinces. Is it possible that an unwelcome guest has mingled among us?" Su Ran furrowed her brows. "Yes, Shizhou came uninvited, but there's little we can do about it." Choyan shook her head in resignation. "All right then, let us head to the conference room. Little Alicia should join us too. It will be beneficial for her to gain insight into this world," Gu Xiaomu said, unconcerned, as she took Alicia's hand and led the way. The others followed suit. In the roundtable meeting, the 9 designated seats were filled by representatives from the 9 provinces, with several dozen other attendees seated behind them. Beside Alicia were Su Ran and Cho Yun. Alicia felt a thrill of excitement. It appeared that this was a rather significant assembly. Representatives from the provinces where the native language was Chinese were present, representing the ancient Huaxia civilization. Historically, the 9 provinces had never engaged in territorial invasions against one another. Yet now, various negative forces had jointly encroached upon half of Muzhou's land. Qin Kong directly articulated the theme of the meeting. Is it possible to articulate it in such a manner? Isn't it true that Muzhou has long permitted those family conglomerates to act recklessly upon their territory, which has led to this situation? A representative from Guangzhou remarked with a chuckle. That may be so, but no one expected those smaller cities to audaciously declare independence and aspire to stand on equal footing with us, the established provinces. The representative from Lizhou shook his head. "Indeed, both of your points hold weight. Thus, our purpose today is to strategize on how to eradicate the negative forces deeply rooted in Muzhou's territory." Qin Kong affirmed with a nod. "That will not be easily accomplished. Our citizens still reside in those cities." When Fuming City was newly established, over 20,000 people had already relocated there, and the numbers are expected to double in the future, the representative from Lizhou's side. Qizhou has a total of 150,000 people who have moved to Guicheng. My situation is even worse. Among the several cities, Lintong City is the most atrocious, engaging in genetic modifications that render people less than human. Initially, Suzhou had over 30,000 people relocate there, another representative added. Indeed, our citizens are, to varying degrees, living in those independent cities. It is infuriating. Even should they become independent, as long as they ensure the citizens' stability, that would suffice. Yet, they treat the populace as mere livestock, coercing them to labor, Su Ran noted. Though some of the remarks elicited a hint of humor, Alicia could not find it amusing. These were serious matters. Many lived in dire straits. The representatives stood united in their desire to rescue those suffering. Their actions cannot be deemed worthy of the 9 provinces. And coincidentally, their region is adjacent to Gaoli province, engaged in equally vile actions. Hence, I have requested the United Provinces to classify them as part of the Gaoli jurisdiction. Qin Kong stated with a smile. Gaoli is indeed fortunate, Cho Yin remarked. It can only be said that the 2 are equally at fault. Indeed, they do not deserve to be regarded as people of the 9 provinces. Our primary consideration should be to exert public pressure to compel them to yield, thereby gradually dismantling their control over the cities, Qin Kong suggested. Let us commence with that approach. We shall see what unfolds, the representative from Shizhou interjected. Does Tianhua possess unique insights? Qin Kong inquired with a smile. Nothing particularly insightful. It's simply that as long as that foolish Ash military-industrial group remains intact, those cities will never yield, the Tianhua representative replied, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards the external group. Indeed, Ash has consistently supported that area, supplying them with military resources. Qin Kong nodded. Thus, I believe we should first dismantle Ash in the Middle East. Without their military backing, the cities in Muzhou will surely comply. The representative from Shizhou elaborated. While this notion holds merit, it does carry elements of personal vendetta between Tianhua and Ash, another representative noted. This solution seems plausible. Far more effective than those gentle pressures, someone remarked in agreement. Agreed, another added. I had prepared several proposals, but they are no longer necessary. Indeed, this is quite reliable, Gu Xiaomu interjected for the first time. However, we may incite war in the Middle East, and many citizens there rely on Ash for their livelihoods. They would surely oppose anyone who threatens their means of survival. Qin Kong pointed out the potential drawback. Ash instigated this conflict first. They have long dominated the global arms market with their low prices and now seek to support a city's reckless independence. This is clearly a provocation against us. They deserve whatever consequences follow, the representative from Shizhou stated coldly. Indeed, there should be no reservations. We must take decisive action against them, came the consensus. Very well. Let us finalize this plan. I shall initiate communication with the Ash Group, and if that fails, we shall take action. Representatives, please remain in Muzhou today. Tomorrow, we shall proceed to Lintong City for further negotiations, Qin Kong concluded. As the meeting adjourned, Su Ran asked Alicia, "What are your thoughts?" "We are truly united," Alicia replied with genuine joy. "Indeed, although we are 9 separate provinces, our values and stances align," Su Ran agreed, nodding. "It feels as though those oppressed individuals might find salvation," Alicia said with a cheerful smile. "Hopefully, but at least we are already taking action," Su Ran noted. Ever the pragmatist. "Indeed, it is an endeavor to save humanity," Alicia said, playfully ruffling Su Ran's face with a smile. Chapter 28. The old painter Su Ran stealthily led Alicia out of the municipal building. "Why is the captain in such a hurry?" Alicia inquired with curiosity. "If we don't run now, the mayor will catch me writing the hearing report," Su Ran replied with a mischievous smile. "What a lazy captain. Just as we exited the building, she would almost certainly send a message within 10 seconds. Su Ran gestured for Alicia to take out her phone. Indeed, moments later, a message popped up on the screen. "Little Ailey, have you both left?" Alicia smiled in response. "What a remarkable age of communication we live in." Su Ran nodded with his eyes closed and turned to leave. Alicia remained behind for a moment, admiring the carefree silhouette of this young man. Easygoing, relaxed, humble, and gentle. How delightful. With a smile, Alicia followed him. The carriage was sparsely populated, as the denizens of Night City usually preferred to soar through the skies. This mode of transportation seemed almost superfluous. "What is your understanding of the events occurring in the neighboring autonomous region?" Su Ran asked Alicia, who was seated beside him. That area was meant to be as free-spirited as Night City. However, the city's elite have gradually succumbed to greed, exploiting and oppressing the citizens, Alicia observed keenly. "Initially, we hoped to cultivate several distinct free cities, allowing that region to develop independently. Who could have anticipated it would devolve into such a state?" Su Ran nodded in agreement. "So why hasn't Night City succumbed to such ugliness over the years? It seems quite rare for a place to maintain its integrity for so long." Alicia found this puzzling. "Because the societal structure here has long been established. Historically, the people of this city have never been ordinary. Each individual possesses formidable skills. Even the street vendor selling vegetables could fend off 10 adversaries. Anyone attempting to coerce the citizens would be courting their own demise," Su Ran explained with a smile. "There's no controlling these spirited individuals." "How amusing. Is this the power of the populace in Night City?" Alicia chuckled genuinely. "Indeed, it is a city that prioritizes its citizens, for they are not to be trifled with. Truly fascinating." Upon returning home, Su Jie and Su Momo were engrossed in a game on the sofa. "You're so hopeless. You can't even dodge. Let me take over," Su Jie scolded Su Momo before snatching her phone. "Wah, you must help me complete the abyss," Su Momo lamented. "Two little clowns." Su Ran said nothing and retreated into his own room. "Hi, have you two missed me?" Alicia greeted the two engrossed girls. "I missed you so much, little Ailey." Su Mo leaped from the sofa and threw herself into Alicia's embrace. "That's exactly what I wanted to hear." Su Ran picked up the long-neglected tablet from his desk and placed it on the wireless charging pad. After rummaging through the drawer for a while, he finally found the stylus. Back to my old ways. To ensure that the shapes he conjured from thin air were not overly peculiar, he learned to draw. This skill enabled him to materialize Alicia with precision, as he had a clear image of her in his mind. The tablet powered on, and he began browsing through sketches he had created over a decade ago. Most were sketches of objects, alongside portraits of Su-Mo and Su-Jie. Su-Ran smiled softly. At the age of 10, Su-Jie already bore an intimidating demeanor. The girl in the portrait had a cold expression. Although Su-Jie and Su-Mo initially had quite different appearances, she could now only inhabit Su-Mo's form, rendering the two girls indistinguishable aside from their eye and hair colors. Yet, her personality remained unchanged. The experiences she had endured left indelible psychological scars. Even after her death and loss of memory, she remained the same. Chapter 29. The Good Samaritan in the living room. Su-Jie set down his phone, his expression icy as he interrupted the playful banter between Alicia and Su-Momo. So, I must ask you, what is the reason you are capable of existing independently? Suye muret koldi. Alicia still embracing Su-Momo regarded Suye with curiosity. She sensed that Alicia's soul was tethered to Su-Ran. Yet there seemed to be little connection between them. Even when separated by great distances, Alicia continued to exist in a robust manner. Moreover, Su-Ran was oblivious to Alicia's whereabouts or activities, and Alicia remained unaware of Su-Ran's location. It was as if they were two individuals with no substantial ties. Conversely, Su-Jie and Su-Momo were deeply interconnected, with only one permitted to inhabit the primary body at any given time. For them to coexist, Su-Jie had to create a manifestation, which Su-Momo could then inhabit. You should inquire with your brother about this. However, I can surmise that he must have partitioned the portion of his soul that he deemed unnecessary, and then, based on his impression of me, molded that blank fragment of soul into my being. Clearly, Su-Ran acted in accordance with Alicia's wishes, granting her the freedom to exist as she pleases. Furthermore, he possesses the ability to conjure various forms. Although I have yet to witness it, he must have fabricated my physical form as well. Thus, I came into existence. He is truly an extraordinary individual, and I am immensely grateful to him for bringing me into this world. Alicia smiled at Su-Jie with gratitude. Is that so? Su-Jie mused, lowering his gaze in contemplation. It must indeed be your brother. A smile of admiration graced Su-Jie's lips, as thoughts of Su-Ran always brought her joy. True, my brother may not be the strongest person in the world, but he is undoubtedly the kindest and most dependable one for us. Su-Momo chimed in. The two young girls had spent their childhood in that family, with Su-Momo looked down upon by their kin for lacking any talent for cultivation. Conversely, Su-Jie was pressured by the family elders to cultivate due to her exceptional abilities. Their childhoods were far from joyful. Su-Ran brought a semblance of warmth to their dark pasts. Their parents had never voiced any opposition to the family's treatment of the two girls, merely allowing the family to treat them with malice. The year Su-Jie met her untimely demise, Su-Ran unsheathed the tang, Dao, he seldom drew, wreaking havoc at the funeral and compelling the elders to restore Su-Jie's soul. On that day, Su-Momo felt that Su-Ran was the most reliable person in the world, even though his demeanor during the chaos was frightening. When a convoy of police arrived to apprehend Su-Ran, he produced a certificate, and the officers departed. The SR executor had his own rationale for his actions, which did not require further scrutiny. Indeed, he adhered to his own principles, well known among the populace, and even more so to Su-Momo. Everyone feels the same about Ran. Indeed, my intuition has not misled me. Our feminine instincts are the most accurate, Alicia exclaimed, excitedly embracing the two girls while laughing. The old captain is truly a good person. At that moment, Su-Ran was in his room sketching, distracted by the commotion outside, which caused him to misdraw a line. Chapter 30. The Gaming Addict, by the way. What game were you just playing? Can I join? Alicia inquired as she settled onto the sofa. Let us play something else. Su-Momo replied, opting to abandon the torment of the abyss, instead launching a survival simulation game on her phone. Whatever Momo plays, she is bound to be mediocre at it, Su-Jie remarked with a hint of sarcasm. At least I can manage a little, Momo chuckled awkwardly. But we're all quite lackluster, aren't we? Su Jie quickly followed up with another jab. By the way, do you have any spare devices? Su Jie turned to Alicia with a question. Indeed, here are 2 phones. This is the old captain's, and there's a brand new one still in its packaging, Alicia revealed, pulling 2 devices from her coat pocket. Perfect, that makes 3 phones. We can team up. Wow, did your brother buy this for you? Momo exclaimed, examining the pristine packaging of the new phone. Silently, Su Jie sees Su Ran's phone from Alicia. It's a birthday gift from the esteemed mayor, Alicia said with pride. Indeed, Alicia seems to be quite popular wherever she goes, Momo remarked, marveling as she unwrapped the packaging and activated the phone. However, it appeared that the eSIM card was already linked to Alicia's information, and Momo's face displayed a verification failure. It seems it requires little Alicia's face. Momo returned the phone to Alicia, who gazed at the screen for a moment before discovering that indeed, her face was necessary for the phone to unlock. How sophisticated, Alicia remarked, assessing the small white device. It's likely that the mayor preloaded the verification information, ensuring this new phone remains solely Alicia's and cannot be pilfered by her brother, Momo speculated. In the adjacent room, Su Ran's expression darkened upon hearing this. Alicia chuckled. The mayor truly is considerate. All right, let us move on to the next game. Minecraft, Momo suggested, swiftly tapping the screen to assist Alicia. Pixelated games, how delightful. Alicia laughed at the game's distinctive art style. It's quite entertaining, trust me, Momo insisted earnestly. Of course, I'll definitely trust the little captain, Alicia said, affectionately ruffling Momo's hair. Meanwhile, Su Jie was already engrossed in another game, deftly controlling a character that teleported between its main form and replicas in a dazzling display. As Alicia awaited her download, she curiously observed Su Jie's maneuvers. Back to playing League, I see, Momo noted, recognizing the game Su Jie was engaged in, and she leaned in to watch, just as Alicia had. Jie should really enhance her stats. It's quite amusing, Momo quipped as Su Jie executed a series of actions, only to be met with a black screen, prompting a sigh from her. Alas, it's unavoidable. This character is far too agile. Any higher stats would render it invincible. Momo chuckled lightly. Su Jie, speechless, opted to abandon her progress in the game. Playing idle like this will detract from your brother's account reputation, Momo chided. With a mischievous grin, Su Jie simply shrugged. Alicia joined in the laughter. All right, let us go gather resources in mine, Momo declared, creating a game room and inviting the 2 with a QR code. Alicia is in Steve's skin. Momo couldn't contain her amusement at the default character design. Oh dear, I must change my character first, Alicia responded with a hint of exasperation upon noticing her in-game appearance. Chapter 31. Pixel World. Alicia stumbled upon a peculiar green model in the skin workshop, finding it rather appealing. She downloaded it and entered the game, startling Su Momo in the process. I thought it was a creeper in broad daylight, but it turns out to be little Alicia, Su Momo remarked, realizing that the model was merely a skin used by Alicia. With a chuckle, she playfully nudged Alicia. Oh dear, I thought this model was adorable. Who knew it could be frightening? Alicia was blissfully unaware that the skin she donned resembled a creature. Not at all. Little Alicia has always been quite charming, Su Momo replied, continuing her task of gathering wood. What should I do now? Alicia pondered, staring at the pixelated landscape with a hint of confusion. Cool, let us gather some wood together. Just rotate your view and click there. No, don't click on me. Su Momo attempted to guide Alicia in collecting wood, but Alicia, in a moment of whimsy, struck Su Momo instead, causing her to lose half a heart. Who is this model that the little captain is using? Alicia mused, her gaze fixed on Su Momo's gaming avatar with its dark blue hair. It turned out that Alicia was merely intrigued by Su Momo's skin, unable to recognize who it represented amidst the array of pixels. Oh, this one? It's little Sierra, Su Momo explained with a smile. Oh, Alicia nodded, then maneuvered her joystick to a nearby oak tree, beginning her wood-gathering endeavor. The tree did not topple, but instead hovered in midair. What a realistic physics effect. Alicia chuckled, finding the situation amusing. Su Momo smiled knowingly. While they engaged in conversation, Su Jie had silently ventured far away, already donning an iron armor set in a cavern. Alicia remained focused on her task of gathering wood. Sumomo approached Alicia, tossing her a wooden pickaxe. Alicia curiously picked it up. "Let us go, Alicia. We shall mine some stone." With that, they set off, Alicia keeping pace with Sumomo. This is quite enjoyable. They soon located a nearby cave, and Alicia eagerly mined several blocks of stone. Sumomo tossed her a stone pickaxe and a bundle of torches. In the dimly lit cavern, Alicia placed a torch, exclaiming, "Wow, it's much brighter now." "Indeed. Let us proceed deeper," Sumomo encouraged as she descended further into the shadowy mine, with Alicia trailing closely behind, placing torches along the way. "Look, this is iron ore. We are leaving the Stone Age behind," Sumomo announced, halting beside a cluster of brown stones. "What significant progress," Alicia remarked as she began to mine. Sumomo set up a furnace nearby and added some coal into it. Alicia picked up the iron ore, curiously tapping on the furnace, then suddenly realizing to place the iron ore inside. "This furnace even emits light," Alicia observed with fascination as she gazed at the flickering flames. "Interesting, isn't it?" Sumomo inquired, glancing at her hunger bar, realizing she was feeling a bit peckish. "Alicia, you must be hungry too?" "I'm all right," Alicia replied nonchalantly, though she had lost more hunger from her continuous gathering of wood and stone compared to Sumomo. Sumomo tossed 2 apples to Alicia. "Oh, we have something delicious," Alicia exclaimed joyfully, picking up the apple and munching on it, the sound effects amusingly exaggerated with a crunching noise. "Let us go, Alicia. We've eaten enough. We need to venture out in search of meat," Sumomo noted, her hunger bar dwindling to half. Alicia followed closely behind. Her curiosity piqued as she glanced at what you.You was doing, realizing she had not seen her in-game for a while. Alicia paused momentarily, sensing a disconnect. It seemed they were not playing the same game. you.You had silently traversed to a world brimming with lava. What a skilled player, Alicia thought, while she and Sumomo remained preoccupied with their quest for sustenance. Chapter 32. The Swift Passage of the Great Elbow. It was a lamb. Sumomo swiftly dispatched it with 2 strikes of her iron sword. The lamb dissipated into smoke. Alicia, with a smile, gathered the mutton and wool. Grateful for the lamb's contribution, Sumomo, also smiling, set up a furnace to roast the lamb. Alicia ventured outside, encountering the other block animals, the ox and the pig. She greeted them before recklessly hacking them into raw meat. At last, they were satiated, and the sky was dimming. A multitude of monsters began to emerge. Alicia noticed a green creature resembling herself and curiously approached it. "Alicia, run. It's going to explode." In fact, it was merely 2 creepers snuggling together. Heeding the warning, Alicia turned and fled, but the creature detonated, launching her into the air and leaving her with half a health bar, creating a crater in her wake. It was rather frightening. Now she understood why Sumomo had initially feared her model. Alicia too felt a twinge of fear. The cave was well lit by the torches Alicia had placed, providing a comforting glow. Sumomo crafted 3 white beds and looked over to see what you.You was doing. "Wait, how did you end up in the end?" Sumomo was taken aback. you.You was valiantly confronting the Ender Dragon with his iron sword. Alicia glanced at you.Yu's screen, utterly bewildered. How was he already battling a boss? Sumomo and Alicia set aside their phones to spectate you.You. "He just got knocked into the air," Alicia remarked with interest. "Wow, that was a perfect water landing," Sumomo praised. "You're down half a health bar. Keep going." you.You remained silent, calmly retrieving several beds from his inventory. Alicia, puzzled, wondered if he intended to use them for sleeping. Setting down the beds, you.You caused the boss to lose a significant portion of health with an explosion. "Can this thing explode too?" Alicia chuckled, finding the game's logic amusing. The dragon boss was propelled high into the air, glowing and releasing a plethora of experience orbs. you.You collected a dark dragon egg before jumping into the portal. She huffed, "Hey buddy, you defeated the boss so early. What are Alicia and I supposed to do?" Sumomo sighed. "Mining, of course. I'm still in iron gear, just aiming to gather some diamonds." Sumomo was left speechless, astonished that he had conquered the end while clad in iron armor. "Do you have beds?" teleporting over Suyemuret. Yes. Sumomo nodded helplessly. "Good night, Alicia, Momo." you.You teleported into the cave where the 2 girls were, and immediately laid down on a bed. "Good night," Elysia said, finally noticing Su Jie's game model, which was a red-haired girl. They were a pair of young girls. After lying on the bed for a few seconds, the game characters awoke, indicating it was morning. Su Jie tossed out a collection of peculiar items, likely the spoils from her adventures across 3 worlds. Chapter 33. Leisure moments. The trio continued their descent into the profound depths of the cavern. 2 young girls busied themselves vanquishing monsters, while Elysia, with keen interest, excavated the stones around her. "What is this blue stone?" she wondered aloud. "Wow, Elysia has unearthed a diamond." The 3 of them aimlessly frolicked across the plains. Elysia spotted a distant cluster of trees adorned in pink blossoms. "Cherry blossom trees. We could settle here." As they ventured further, they were greeted by an endless expanse of pink woods, a sight of sheer beauty. They decided to construct their own little abode amidst this enchanting scenery. Time flew by swiftly, and in her room, Su Ran completed her painting, a depiction of Elysia in her exquisite pink traditional attire from the night they first met in this world. It was a cherished memory she preserved. Content with her creation, Su Ran carried her tablet and stepped out of her room, observing the 3 girls laughing and chatting. She curiously approached to watch the game they were engaged in. "Would you like to join us, Captain?" Elysia asked with a playful tilt of her head and a smile. "I'm here," Su Ran replied, settling beside Su Jie as she initiated the game on her tablet. Upon entering the game, Su Ran noticed the character model she had chosen, recognizable by the distinctive spiral gray and white twin tails. It was Bronya. "Brother, just grab whatever you need from the chest." Su Mo chimed in before returning to her house-building endeavors. After a while of aimless wandering in the game, Su Ran felt a lack of purpose and opted to find a river to fish. Elysia crafted her own fishing rod and, following the pixelated Bronya, joined in the fishing activity. "What a relaxing game this is," Su Ran mused as she turned to see Elysia beaming at her. "It must be time to eat," Su Ran suggested. Reluctantly, Su Mo set aside her phone and ventured into the kitchen, followed by Su Jie and Elysia, eager to lend a hand. Suranis Mirkith, hoping these 2 wouldn't turn the meal into a culinary disaster. Though he was currently enjoying a leisurely time, tomorrow would bring serious matters to discuss. He picked up his phone, which had been monopolized, glancing through an avalanche of messages. Indeed, he had much to attend to. The mayor sent him a photograph revealing the preparations for a birthday banquet. The hall was adorned with a red carpet, brimming with flowers and embellished with pink satin ribbons. Elysia would surely delight in such arrangements. Su Ran smiled, reflecting on the dreamlike quality of the past few days. The meal, however, was not overly salted but rather slightly burnt, a predictable outcome, given the slightly awkward smile that lingered on Elysia's face. Su Ran showed Elysia the artwork he had created. "Wow, Captain, you're quite the artist," Elysia exclaimed with delight, cradling the tablet in admiration. "Huh, brother, you started painting again? Let me see." Su Mo rushed over to Elysia's side. The painting depicted Elysia in her traditional attire, utterly beautiful. "Please, brother, if you're going to paint, do create more." "So Montag implot." "After all, the real Elysia is right here," Su Ran replied with a shake of his head. "Indeed, Elysia is beautiful in every way," Su Mo exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Elysia affectionately. Chapter 34. The true essence of the second dimension. Su Ran exchanged a few words with several girls and prepared to head out. "Captain, do not let the other girls outside deceive you," Elysia reminded him. Su Ran smiled awkwardly. It seemed that Su Momo had already divulged some of his matters to Elysia. Su Ran then went to the ancient city in the Mushi district to find the fortune-telling old man. Upon entering the shop, he noticed the old man in the corner, holding his phone and laughing and crying, devoid of the previous day's vigor. It was unclear what he had been through. Su Ran knocked on the wooden door and inquired, "What is the matter, sir?" "Ah, Captain, you've come." "No, tell me, why did you have to harm my Miss Kazuna?" The old man lamented, tears streaming from beneath his sunglasses. Unable to contain himself, Su Ran realized that the old man had indeed begun playing the game himself, and the plot was still in its early stages. It appeared that this old gentleman was destined to become a true aficionado of the second dimension. There was no escaping it. One simply had to grow accustomed to it. Su Ran shook his head, stifling a laugh, knowing that there were many more characters yet to be harmed. Sigh. The old man closed his phone and sat quietly in the corner to regain his composure. It seems my words have come to fruition with your arrival, Captain. The old man resumed his demeanor of omniscience. Yet despite having seen through everything, he remained oblivious to when the game's narrative would unexpectedly deliver another blow. Well, as you wish, she has already become an indelible presence in my heart, Su Ran replied with a wry smile. Indeed, the old man chuckled, having already glimpsed Alicia's visage through Su Ran's essence. He too hoped that such an adorable girl would continue to exist. He knew that Su Ran would inevitably develop feelings for her. Your thoughts are indeed inscrutable, sir, Su Ran mused, acknowledging that had it not been for this fortune-telling old man, he might not have come to like Alicia so swiftly. Would you like to meet her? The old man inquired with a grin. Su Ran shrugged, responding, no need for that. If fate allows, we shall meet naturally. Arranged destinies lack intrigue. The old man shook his head, possessing his own insights about life. Then are you not the one who arranged my encounter with her? Su Ran countered. Not at all. Your meeting has already been sealed. I merely nudged your feelings along a bit, the old man explained unhurriedly. Very well. My apologies for the intrusion, sir, Su Ran nodded, preparing to depart. Wait, Captain, the old man seemed to have more to ask. Rest assured, Miss Kizuna will survive. Su Ran anticipated the old man's concern. That is reassuring, the old man nodded with relief. With a mischievous smile, Su Ran took his leave. She would indeed survive. But who could say if she might not end up in peril once more? Su Ran wandered aimlessly through the streets. Although many recognized him, his elevated status deterred most from greeting him warmly. On the path of advancement, one inevitably sacrifices certain things. At that moment, Alicia appeared before him unexpectedly. Su Ran sighed. Hello, Captain. Are you feeling lonely? Alicia greeted him with a smile and a wave. Did Jigga tell you that? Su Ran disregarded her inquiry, instead posing his own. Su Jia always seemed to understand his position and emotions perfectly. Well, if you're bored, you can come keep me company. I'm quite bored myself, Alicia said, taking Su Ran's hand. Chapter 35. Leisurely work well. Why don't you share what you wish to do? Su Ran said with a hint of exasperation. Let me think for a moment, Alicia replied, releasing Su Ran's hand and folding her arms in contemplation. It seemed she had not given it much thought at all. I had already decided to accompany the captain, yet you lack a clear objective. Alicia playfully poked Su Ran's cheek. In truth, I find myself rather unoccupied. With no pressing tasks at hand, Su Ran shrugged. While it was said that he needed to work, what Night City truly required was merely his name, allowing people to be aware of an executive of great capability patrolling the streets, thereby keeping the unscrupulous elements at bay. I've an idea. Let us visit your workplace, Captain, Alicia exclaimed, taking Su Ran's hand once more and pulling him along. The Public Security Bureau? Olait Surandip. Adjusting the direction Alicia had chosen, which was entirely opposite to their destination. Why doesn't he, the captain, fly? Alicia inquired, her curiosity piqued. Given your notoriety in the city, it would be wise to maintain a low profile, Su Ran advised, shaking his head. This is largely thanks to the poster set up by the mayor, he added with a faint smile. Navigating through the bustling crowd, they arrived at the grand edifice of the Public Security Bureau. A woman in uniform greeted Su Ran before returning to her tasks, her head bowed. Su Ran awkwardly nodded. He had heard such greetings countless times, yet each felt like a subtle mockery. Alicia stifled a laugh. There are other reasons, Su Ran explained. I simply do not enjoy overly serious atmospheres. Alicia curiously surveyed her surroundings. The people here appear to be quite busy, either rapidly typing on keyboards or hastily moving in groups. Indeed, the affairs of Night City were manifold. Their casual attire seemed out of place amidst the solemn atmosphere. Come, I am responsible for a security team. Let us conduct an impromptu inspection of their activities, Su Ran suggested, leading Alicia through the first floor of the building to a vast outdoor training area. Soldiers clad in uniforms were engaged in vigorous combat training, their strikes resonating from the ground to the heavens, the sounds of various weapons clashing, filling the air. Such skilled individuals, Elysia marveled silently. Is the captain also a soldier? She turned to Su-Ran. Not quite. I have not undergone formal training, Su-Ran replied, shaking his head. His abilities have been cultivated through experience in the city, with no formal instruction. Then why do they all refer to you as commander? Elysia asked, intrigued. It is merely a title born from circumstance, Su-Ran said with a soft smile. Why do you remain so modest, Captain? I am complimenting you. You could be a bit prouder and more confident, Elysia pouted, visibly displeased. Such a worrywart, Elysia teased. At that moment, two men spotted Su-Ran and approached them. Commander, Miss Elysia, greetings to you both, one man, bold in demeanor, said, accompanied by another whose elegance was unmistakable. Hello there. Elysia greeted them with a smile. Su-Ran nodded and turned to the man who had just playfully mocked him, saying, So, you found the courage to speak to me like that? Well, perhaps I might have, the man replied awkwardly before drawing his sword and swinging it at Su-Ran. Elysia's eyes widened. The intent behind the strike was unmistakable. Practice more, Su-Ran advised calmly. Understood, Commander, the man said, embarrassed as he scurried off to retrieve his sword. Elysia sighed. It was evident how vast the gap between them was. Feng Qing, where are the others in your team? Su-Ran inquired of the perpetually smiling gentleman. They're quite busy, Su-Ran acknowledged. Is the commander here to show Miss Elysia around? Wu Fengqing asked, nodding at Elysia with a smile. Something like that, Su-Ran replied. Very well. I shall not intrude further, Wu Fengqing stated. We are heading to Lin Tong tomorrow. Would you care to join us? Su-Ran held this young man in high regard. Since the commander has extended such a gracious invitation, I cannot refuse. Just inform me when the time comes, Wu Fengqing replied with an elegant smile. Are both of them students of the captain? Elysia asked. Indeed, though I've taught them little. It's merely a nominal association, Su-Ran replied. What a carefree captain you are, Elysia remarked. Well, there's not much left to explore here. Would you be interested in visiting the shooting range? Su-Ran suggested. That sounds delightful. Can I opt for a bow instead of a gun? I prefer archery, Elysia responded eagerly. That is entirely acceptable. Chapter 36, We Are All Strong. The two individuals arrived at an unoccupied indoor shooting range. In Night City, firearms, such simple yet violent tools, are swiftly mastered by the populace, resulting in a noticeable absence of individuals practicing marksmanship. What they truly need to refine are the profound and intricate martial arts, as well as the potent, ancient, and enigmatic spiritual powers. Many dedicate their entire lives to the pursuit of such knowledge. Su-Ran casually retrieved a rifle from the wall, wielding it with one hand, and the thunderous sound of its automatic fire echoed throughout the range. The noise was indeed deafening. Times have changed, Elysia remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Such violent instruments of death were unheard of in the past. Su-Ran echoed her sentiment. The previous era? Ancient times? Captain, just how old are you? Elysia tilted her head with a laugh, seemingly catching the underlying meaning in Su-Ran's words. Yet, Su-Ran was merely reflecting on the passage of time. Modern firearms have been in existence for over 1,000 years. I am merely lamenting on behalf of the ancients. Su-Ran shook her head. Well, the captain truly enjoys speaking for others. Elysia chuckled, then pondered something. By the way, are there individuals in this world who have lived for thousands of years? Indeed, there are many in the ancient realm of you.You, with the oldest reportedly over 7,000 years old. Here in Night City, however, most are youthful, with the oldest merely a few hundred years. Su-Ran nodded, unfazed by this revelation. Elysia, on the other hand, appeared surprised, her expression shifting slightly in disbelief. Don't joke around. Can humans really exist for so long? Elysia continued to smile, her head still tilted. Those who have achieved such longevity are akin to transcendent beings, typically 6th or 7th tier spiritual masters. If they wish to avoid death, they can continue to exist in this world. Aware of her skepticism, Su-Ran began to search for information on those ancient beings still alive. Look, the oldest one is a woman, aged 7,016, who still appears as a young and beautiful lady. She was once the ruler of the Rakshasa Palace. Elysia's eyes widened, moving closer to the screen in disbelief. 7,000 years? And there are photos? She looks quite good. Black hair and black eyes. I underestimated this world. It seemed evident that this was a realm truly belonging to humanity. Can I meet her? Alicia asked with a resigned smile. There should be a chance. She resides in the neighboring you.You. Perhaps one day you could pay her a visit. She keeps up with the times and is now the founder of a media company. Is it truly possible to meet her? Alicia, who had initially been joking, was now more astonished, her blue eyes wide with intrigue. Individuals of such immense age tend to exhibit one of two extremes, either a lofty arrogance or an approachable demeanor. She belongs to the latter. Su Ran explained with a smile, and she still possesses this vibrant energy. Well, I truly underestimated this world. Alicia sighed, closing her eyes in contemplation. So, will you not showcase your archery skills? All right, I was so astonished I nearly forgot about that. Alicia finally retrieved her bow and arrow, sending a burst of ice toward the target, striking the bullseye. Su Ran sensed a slight depletion of her spiritual energy as a result. By the way, Captain, do you think you could exist for thousands of years? Alicia turned to ask. Who knows? Only 6th or 7th tier beings can sustain such lifespans. Biologically, their existence isn't even recognized as human. Su Ran shrugged. Oh, so what do the 6th and 7th tiers signify? Are they levels of human strength? Alicia had never encountered such classifications before. Su Mo had shared much with her, yet omitted this information, as it was beyond her sphere. Yes, it is a general classification of strength. In ancient times, each level had a specific name. Now, it is merely denoted by numbers. Which tier do you belong to, Captain? Is it quite high? Moderate, really. I'm at the 5th level, just beginning, still within the realm of humanity. And what about me? Alicia asked eagerly, pointing to herself. We are the same. Su Ran replied with a shrug. Yay, I knew it. We are all strong. Alicia exclaimed joyfully, like a child. Su Ran smiled gently. A 5th-tier spiritual master is the limit for the vast majority, surpassing 99. 99 of people. From a 6th tier onward, individuals are no longer considered human, with only a few thousand existing. The 7th tier is reserved for legendary figures. Chapter 37. Elysia expresses understanding what is the current state of technological advancement in this world. Does the existence of metaphysics impede scientific progress? Elysia, while reminiscing about the sensation of drawing a bow, posed these two inquiries. After all, this is a realm capable of producing immortal beings. Perhaps the populace is so engrossed in pursuing eternal life that they neglect the advancement of science. Technology appears to be thriving. Over the course of the past millennium, it has progressed rapidly. We have developed controllable nuclear fusion reactors, interstellar spacecraft, and manageable antimatter engines. Everything one would expect is in place. The times have changed. Firearms have entirely supplanted the practical application of bows and arrows. Are there indeed vessels capable of journeying to other star systems? I never anticipated such advancements. Elysia turned her gaze towards Su Ran, her expression brimming with astonishment. Does this mean we could travel beyond the cosmos? There is no necessity for that. The fastest speed of such vessels is merely 1% of the speed of light, which is still relatively slow within the vastness of space, Su Ran replied, shaking her head. Considering that decades, or even centuries may pass in the cosmos. Many of our friends and relatives on Earth may have long since departed, which deters numerous individuals from engaging in interstellar exploration. Moreover, the world beyond is fraught with complexities, teeming with all manner of strange and formidable beings. Well then, are there indeed monsters on these distant planets? Elysia sighed in frustration before inquiring further. To some extent, yes. At least, we have yet to encounter any communicative species. A spacecraft that embarked on an expedition decades ago recently transmitted a message, but they had already suffered total annihilation nearly a year prior, Su Ran explained, as she scrolled through a news article on her phone. Elysia leaned closer to view the screen, which displayed numerous gruesome images, heavily censored, against a backdrop of space and a battered spacecraft. She gasped in shock. It indeed seems perilous. In truth, conquering the cosmos is not beyond our reach. However, Earth remains in disarray. with discord among its inhabitants. How can we confront external threats? Su Ran sighed. Various conglomerates wreak havoc, and conflicts flare up between states from time to time. So, is Night City considered chaotic, or is it relatively better in this world? Elysia, unable to discern the truth from Su Momo, turned to Su Ran, who was well informed on the matter. From multiple perspectives, one must consider several factors. First, the social order in Night City is undeniably chaotic. There is no disputing that. Second, the economic distribution is quite equitable. Everyone possesses a modicum of wealth, far superior to cities dominated by affluent conglomerates. Third, Night City respects each resident, which is considerably better than other cities that practice racial discrimination. Fourth, the populace of Night City is largely united against external threats. Although conflicts do arise between gangs and individuals, these are minor skirmishes. Moreover, our city's management has not engaged in infighting, which is a marked improvement over cities plagued by political strife. It is a challenging city to evaluate. It has failed to address some critical issues, yet excels in others. Su Ran expounded at length. Elysia gazed with wide blue eyes, nodding thoughtfully. She required a moment to ponder. Why is the economic distribution so equitable? Elysia resumed her questioning. In this unfamiliar world, she could only seek information from others. The citizens here detest those who achieve wealth without effort. The bloated landlord conglomerates have largely been eradicated by the populace, thus allowing for a more just economy. Su Ran chuckled. Truly, the spirit of the people is fierce. They confront injustice head-on. I see. However, if the captain were to become any lazier, she might resemble those individuals, Elysia teased, blinking innocently. Not quite. Every few days. There are always tasks assigned to me, Su Ran replied with a hint of exasperation. When busy, she is busier than anyone, yet during her leisure, she experiences an equal degree of idleness. Haha, I believe I understand now. Night City has sacrificed order for the sake of nurturing a loyal citizenry who yearn for freedom. Despite their constant activity, their foundational values align, and they unite when necessary. Furthermore, Night City genuinely cares for its citizens. Thus, the perceived chaos is merely a facade, masking a city where mutual respect and cooperation flourish. Elysia smiled, having comprehended Night City entirely. It truly is a paradise. I am pleased with your capacity for understanding. Su Ran remarked, her expression one of solace. She had shared numerous insights about Night City with Su Momo, who had shown little comprehension. Yet Elysia grasped it immediately. Indeed, am I not exceptionally clever? Elysia beamed with anticipation. Yes, that aspect is undoubtedly as you claim, Su Ran conceded. Huh, what do you mean by that aspect? I'm a most perfect young lady, you know. Elysia discerned the underlying implication in Su Ran's words. Chapter 38. The twin seas. Let us leave. There's nothing entertaining here. Suddenly, Su Ran thought of an intriguing place. The twin seas. Since Elysia had already gained an understanding of this world, Su Ran wished to delve deeper into her choices. Where are we going? Elysia inquired with dissatisfaction, having noticed that her captain often preferred to change the subject. Only time will tell, Su Ran replied as he turned and walked away. After spending over 10 minutes on the subway, they arrived at the outskirts of the City of Night. A river separated the two cities, with you.You City visible on the opposite bank. The riverbank was an endless expanse of black stones, with few people in sight, creating an eerie yet tranquil atmosphere. However, what Elysia perceived was not merely a river. Instead, she beheld an infinite black sea. Apart from the water's surface, there was nothing else, and the breeze carried a bitter, briny essence. Is the edge of the City of Night a sea? Elysia asked. That is your perception. It is merely a river, Su Ran explained, aware that she would see things that were not there. This was the marvel of the twin seas. What does that mean? Please don't speak in riddles. Elysia noticed that aside from sincerely explaining things, he was often dismissive, a consistent pattern. She sensed he had become a rather peculiar individual, one who seemed to relish in complying with and dismissing others while feigning indifference, all the while savoring their reactions. A subtle dissatisfaction flickered across Elysia's face. In silence, Sue Ran retrieved his phone and opened the camera, then handed it to Alicia. Through the viewfinder on the phone screen, she glimpsed the scene invisible to her own eyes, the prosperous city skyscrapers across the river. Yet, to her naked eye, there was only the sea. How strange, she murmured. The twin seas. You have yet to step into this expanse. Hence you cannot see the true form of the shore across. Sue Ran explained with a gentle smile. Have you ventured into the sea, Captain? Is that how you know this? Alicia teased. Indeed, everyone can witness their past selves here. I once saw a sea of blood. Go ahead. You will see your golden courtyard and friends. Sue Ran nodded, guiding Alicia to the water's edge. Alicia paused for a moment, and then playfully asked, Will my shoes and clothes get wet? As expected, she remained concerned about such matters. So, Captain, want you accompany me? Alicia noticed Sue Ran had halted, showing no intention of walking alongside her. After a moment's hesitation and a deep breath, she chose to step onto the water as surface, instantly vanishing from sight. Only Sue Ran remained by the riverbank, smiling. At that moment, a girl in black approached, holding a wooden umbrella and lantern, with a giant scythe floating behind her. Her face was pale. Hey, you just let her enter the twin seas like that? The girl in black complained to Sue Ran. Well, what of it? Sue Ran turned to her with a smile. I remember you, young man. Your surname is Sue. The girl feigned a seniority demeanor. Yes, I remember you too. Miss Gu-Jin, Sue Ran responded, recalling her as the ferryman of the twin seas, over 1,000 years old, who had once guided him out of this realm of afterlife. You are quite polite, unlike many who have forgotten me. Gu-Jin nodded in satisfaction, lowering the lantern that illuminated Sue Ran's face. But isn't she not an important person to you? Your souls are intertwined. Not particularly. She is a free and intriguing spirit. Sue Ran shook his head, eyes closed. I cannot judge. You are much like this city behind us, now called the City of Night, though I often forget this new name. The essence of this city is good, but it is too extreme. You are the same. Your heart is good, yet overly extreme. Gu-Jin sighed. It is not extreme, Sue Ran denied, feeling himself to be an easygoing person, always willing to offer others choices. I'm merely her ferryman. Oh, I see. You brought her into this world. Gu-Jin deduced more intricacies. Indeed. Then you are remarkable. Not cherishing the adorable girl you created. Gu-Jin gasped, admiration creeping into her voice. It is not a matter of lack of care. To truly love someone is to allow them to be free, Sue Ran countered. Remarkable indeed. Your actions may seem illogical, yet your words are profoundly sensible, Gu-Jin conceded, captivated by Sue Ran's reasoning. Just wait. I merely wish to understand her genuine choice, whether she will choose to remain in her past or stay in this world that does not belong to her. This was Sue Ran's objective, so you do not know what choice she will make. Gu-Jin Chapter 39. It's all right. Alicia's consciousness was engulfed by a sudden surge of overwhelming memories. A vast expanse of darkness enveloped her, an endless black sea. As she opened her eyes, the darkness began to brighten, transforming the hue of her surroundings. A dreamlike azure-pink surface mirrored a starry sky, an ethereal cosmos of yore. Alicia surveyed this familiar realm and smiled. She floated in midair, glancing down at her attire, now adorned in a white strapless gown. Her pink hair and white veil swaying gracefully in the stillness. What a wondrous place, she mused. Surely, she had traversed into another dimension, a realm that encompassed all that she cherished. The twin seas, perhaps? How intriguing, she murmured to herself, drifting aimlessly through the infinite expanse, her pink locks cascading elegantly behind her. After several minutes of this serene wandering, the scenery around her abruptly morphed. Inside a chaotic laboratory, screens flickered with projections. Alicia paused, taken aback. Before her stood a familiar figure, a white-haired boy. Kevin, she exclaimed. Do not overreact suddenly, Alicia. What exactly do you intend to do? Kevin furrowed his brow. I merely felt a sudden yearning for you. Alicia scratched her head, her laughter tinged with embarrassment. Kevin shook his head. Alicia recalled her purpose. What I wish to create is a heroic alliance, the last bastion of humanity. How does the 13 fiery heroes sound? Alicia hurriedly exited the laboratory, yet the memories continued to pursue her. At Mebius's workstation, Alicia gazed vacantly at Mebius, who reclined in his chair, staring back at her with a calm demeanor. After prolonged silence, he remarked, "Alicia, you've gained weight." Alicia was uncertain whether to laugh or cry, for she was acutely aware of their ultimate fate. She found herself reluctant to confront her friends. Grayshoe, the little girl sitting before her, holding a paintbrush, turned wordlessly to Alicia. "Let me feel your softness." "Oh, Grayshoe, you are utterly adorable." Alicia laughed heartily, playfully pinching the girl's cheeks. Grayshoe could only offer a futile resistance to Alicia's playful touch. As night fell, the moon shone brightly amidst a sparse array of stars. Alicia stood in a daze atop a spire. "Hello, Alicia." Eden approached her gracefully, holding a golden goblet. "Ah. Hello, Eden." Alicia perked up slightly, waving at the elegant woman. "You seem to harbor some concerns," Eden observed as she stood beside Alicia, her gaze fixed upon the nocturnal landscape. "Did you bring any wine?" "Let's share a drink," Alicia suggested, catching a whiff of a faint alcoholic aroma. "Yes, but not much," Eden replied, producing a golden goblet from seemingly nowhere and offering it to Alicia. Alicia lifted the goblet and drank deeply. "Given your usual manner of speaking, that statement should have concluded with 'if, that's all right.' It ansimidit." "Haha, you truly understand me," Alicia replied, her smile laced with mixed emotions. "Yet, I have never seen you in such a state of confusion." Eden shook her head. "Girls, we all have our moments," Alicia forced a smile. "You seem to be privy to many secrets," Eden remarked nonchalantly. Did Dr. May's meeting conclude?" Alicia attempted to shift the conversation. "It has ended, and you're not implicated." "Well, I'm somewhat indifferent to those matters. My past is indeed shrouded in mystery, and being suspected is merely to be expected." Alicia recounted her previous words. "You did not inquire about Kevin," Eden noted, aware that Alicia typically had more to say. "All right. Did Kevin speak on my behalf?" Alicia asked with an awkward laugh. "He did not utter a word." Eden sipped her wine elegantly. "That's all right. He is simply a shy boy." Alicia forced a smile. "Alicia, although you seem a bit peculiar now, I suspect that should I inquire further, you would retort, with it's normal for girls to have a few little secrets." Eden shook her head. Alicia longed to express many thoughts, but found herself at a loss for words. "Fear not, Alicia. I have always known that you have never betrayed anyone," Eden said with a smile, patting Alicia's shoulder. "Thank you, Eden." Chapter 40, Rebirth and Crossing the World. "My dear Eden, what if I were willing to unveil my secrets?" Alicia mused dreamily. "I would be most eager to listen," Eden replied with a gentle smile, tilting her head towards Alicia. "I ponder, if our world had not crumbled, could humanity have lived joyfully and peacefully?" Alicia, aware of the answer from another realm, still felt compelled to inquire. "Even so, perhaps not," Eden shook her head. "Indeed, humanity is a complex being. In a world rife with ruin and calamity, individuals continue to pursue their own interests, rarely uniting as one. In a more stable environment, people would only become more insatiable," Eden sighed. "Then, what significance do our actions hold?" Alicia forced a smile. "The fate of humanity remains bleak." So you too contemplate such matters of significance," Eden remarked, her smile radiant. "It seems I may have foreseen our fate," Alicia murmured. "Oh, has Apophis granted you such prophetic abilities?" Eden was taken aback. "No, it was merely a dream," Alicia replied, as if she had experienced a 2-day dream in another world, filled with an intriguing city, a genial yet eccentric old captain, and an adorable young captain, all of whom treated her kindly. She found it difficult to distinguish reality from fantasy. Eden attempted to lighten the mood with a jest, prompting a laugh from Alicia. "Ha! Yes, it was merely a dream unworthy of concern." Alicia's smile briefly returned to its usual brightness, yet it was fleeting. She sincerely wished that what she knew was but a dream. However, the thoughts lingered in her mind. She was aware of her and their fate, an ending steeped in despair. Must she confront that ending once more? She possessed courage, having already foreseen and faced that banquet. This time, she had perceived it even earlier, knowing from the outset. Yet, it seemed she dreaded facing it a second time. She longed to alter the conclusion, to unveil a more favorable outcome. Yet, it appeared beyond her reach. Must she once again embrace it? Hey, why do you seem to lack the vivacious spirit you once had? Have you been rendered senseless by the ruined beast? Shinjia lounged casually. Alicia shook her head with a bittersweet smile. It's merely the burdens of a young girl's heart. Huh? Shinjia scoffed. Phyllis, may I borrow your cat for a moment? Alicia sought the comfort of a feline companion once more. Here you go. Phyllis generously placed the cat onto Alicia's lap. She sensed Alicia harbored unspoken troubles, but chose not to pry. The cat is truly adorable, meow. Alicia pressed her face against the soft fur of the cat. Her smile tinged with a hint of sorrow. Would you like me to perform a magic trick? Veilway noticed Alicia's melancholic demeanor. Oh yes. However, could you present something novel? Alicia had seen all her tricks. Well, that's unavoidable. I'll need some time to create something fresh, Veilway replied, spreading her small hands. Mebius, usually stoic, gazed at Alicia in disbelief. Alicia, you have lost weight. This is hardly a matter worth such astonishment. It is to be expected, Alicia smiled. She was indeed becoming increasingly frail. Little Gray, could you draw me another picture? You. Gray paused, her paintbrush still, staring silently at Alicia beside her. She shook her head. You no longer possess the beauty you once had. Such words are rather hurtful. Alicia cupped her face, forcing a smile. Truly, your face lacks the joy it once bore. Gray set down her brush, standing to cradle Alicia's hands in her own. I can depict your past smile, but my brush and colors cannot alter your present visage. Little Gray lacked the art of consolation, yet she spoke the truth. In the prison, what do you wish to know? Apophis asked with eyes closed. I have learned much. I wish to express something else. A faint smile graced Alicia's face. What if I had intended to betray everyone from the very beginning? Apophis remained silent for a long while. You are lying. It seems you do not acknowledge the role I play as a charming antagonist, Alicia sighed. If it were true, then you play your part exceedingly well. Very well. You have your prophecies, and I have my methods. In 10 days, all shall be revealed. Hua, your homeland. The people there. Alicia recalled those she had encountered in another world, the people of the divine land. Those who pursue the great path of heaven and earth. Indeed, you understand me well. They are all wonderful. For how could one aspire to such ideals without a heart aligned with righteousness? Truly, it aligns with my thoughts. Alicia smiled. Ultimately, she chose to confront the banquet and the encroachment. She welcomed her fate with the same Code Chapter 41. Serpent, what transpired was rather simple. A peculiar smile graced the face concealed beneath the extraditionist's mask as he unsheathed the long knife from behind him, shaking off the decayed scabbard. Holding the glimmering blade, he turned his back to Alicia. Why? Alicia did not wish to continue the battle. Because you are strong, courageous, and wise. A worthy opponent, the extraditionist remarked. Though he was flattering her, Alicia felt no joy in his words. The black void around them gradually morphed into a sea of blood, the air thick with the stench of iron. Disliking such a stifling atmosphere, Alicia transformed it into her ocean of past stars. 666. The extraditionist gazed up at the dreamlike sea that no longer belonged to him, sighing. Humanity, you could choose not to confront me. Alicia floated in her domain, smiling down at him. Heh! The extraditionist adjusted his tattered straw hat and turned to gaze up at the immaculate figure in the sky. A ragged swordsman faced off against a pure and flawless maiden. What do you think of us humans? What kind of beings are we? Well, that is a term laden with both praise and blame. We are self-assured, ignorant, feeble, yet we are also brave, ridiculous, pitiful, and worthy of lament. In essence, perhaps we are simply adorable. He nodded in acknowledgement while slowly approaching Alicia. Alicia felt that his manner of speaking resembled someone she knew, but she had no time to ponder. Adorable humans, since you possess such profound self-awareness, why choose to confront me? Because I wish to test myself. In an instant, the extraditionist vanished into the air, delivering a horizontal strike toward Alicia. She gently deflected the blade with her staff, yet was still sent flying far away. Do not blame me for playing the villain. You will be hurt. Alicia began to gather a sphere of magic. Since you acknowledge that, I have encountered many villains, and you are the most beautiful among them. The extraditionist praised her while mercilessly slashing through the space toward Alicia. Alicia gracefully evaded the icy blades, as if dancing, while the large spheres of magic she conjured trailed pink behind her, pursuing the extraditionist. The extraditionist casually sliced through the magical spheres, continuing to appear beside Alicia like a specter, attacking without relent. You have praised me. I shall not truly retaliate. However, human, I must commend you as well. You are quite formidable. Alicia, while dodging the cold blade, smiled. Countless blades of energy and magical spheres erupted from her staff toward the extraditionist. Yet, he chose to largely ignore these attacks, only blocking when absolutely necessary. Neither had truly harmed the other. Beyond the twin seas, Su Ran and Gu Jin waited by the riverbank as the sun began to set. Are you still waiting for her? Gu Jin tossed aside her umbrella and stretched lazily. Why the rush? She seems to be in a fight. Su Ran checked the time on her phone, unperturbed. Is she fighting with you? Gu Jin inquired with curiosity. That would be typical. That madman is capable of anything, Su Ran replied, exasperated. How can you say that? Isn't he just a reflection of you? We met in the sea last week. He has become a competent extraditionist, Gu Jin said, feeling weary. She folded her umbrella and sat on it, propped against the stony beach. Competent? Does that mean he insists on fighting someone before he can bring them out? Su Ran challenged. During that encounter, he fought with his past self fiercely before allowing me to leave. Well, at least he genuinely possesses the ability to bring someone out, does he not? Gu Jin rested her chin on her hand, releasing her lantern, while embracing her black scythe, gazing at the calm river surface. Then I suppose I was correct. He will take her away from the twin seas. Su Ran shifted the topic. That still depends on whether that little pink-haired girl wishes to leave. Otherwise, how could he possibly care? He's far stranger than you. Gu Jin mused. By the way, are you not afraid of him doing anything excessive to the little pink-haired girl? Gu Jin suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Perhaps, but he would likely choose to target me instead. Su Ran shook her head. Regardless of which it was, he would not resort to unnecessary violence against an innocent girl. What do you mean by targeting you? Gu Jin inquired, intrigued. Severing my connection with her, Su Ran replied. Oh, your souls are intertwined. He truly could engage in such a twisted pastime, cutting you both apart. Gu Jin chuckled maliciously. Did you ever consider the consequences of such actions? Gu Jin suddenly ceased her laughter, realizing that Su Ran had likely anticipated these events long before. As I desired, Su Ran smiled, realizing he could no longer perceive Alicia's actions. He was not yet capable of severing his own soul, so he thought of letting that more violent version of himself handle it. Ah, have you truly severed your bond with the little pink-haired girl? Gu Jin's face was filled with astonishment. She had underestimated this young man, who concealed his intentions so deeply. Indeed, her soul is truly free now. Has it not affected you at all? No impact. Perhaps I still possess ample mental capacity, Su Ran chuckled, no longer needing to maintain Alicia's existence. He could now conjure many things from thin air. He created a handful of white flowers and presented them to Gu Jin. Ah, thank you for the flowers. Oh, by the way, can you now create other people as well? Gu Jin asked. One intriguing idea. Let me try. Su Ran smiled. Suddenly, a girl with green hair appeared beside him, watching Su Ran and Gu Jin with keen interest. Oh no, it's Mebius. Su Ran instinctively gripped the tang dao at his back. Gu Jin stood up, twirling her scythe in her hand. Wait, why are you afraid of someone you created yourself? Gu Jin questioned, perplexed. Ah, you two need not fear. Mebius approached Su Ran with a smile. I seem to have arrived in another world. May I borrow the two of you to study and familiarize myself with this realm? Su Ran thought to himself, lamenting the creature he had brought forth, and drew his blade to block Mebius's advance. Mebius simply grabbed the blade with her hand, her blood flowing over the edge and dripping onto the stones. I will be very gentle. Mebius appeared to feel no pain, casually brushing the blade aside, continuing to smile as she approached Su Ran. Shaking his head, Su Ran struck down the serpent with a single blow. Mebius lay in two halves upon the stony beach, a smile still adorning her face. You just killed her? Gu Jin stared at Su Ran in bewilderment, unable to comprehend his actions. You created a being and then immediately ended her life? Perhaps she needed death to attain calmness. Do not worry. She will revive on her own. Su Ran sheathed his sword, turning away from the fragments of the serpent on the ground. Alicia and the ferryman grappled for a long while, her reluctant to harm him. She sensed a similar reluctance in him, perhaps a mere desire for a friendly spar. Resigned, she feigned an opening, which the ferryman exploited with uncanny speed, his blade halting mere inches from her face. In response, Alicia dislodged his mask and straw hat with her staff, the tip resting against his face. They remained thus, suspended in the air, weapons poised, gazes locked. Alicia's pink eyes widened. The face beneath the mask, it was him. Though marred by scars, his gentle smile remained. "Captain," she uttered, her voice trembling. Despite her confusion as to why he would draw his blade against her, she cast aside her staff, yearning to embrace him. But his blade flashed, cleaving through the space above her pink hair, severing something unseen. He sheathed his sword, his purpose seemingly fulfilled. "Captain, you've truly aged." Alicia chuckled, caressing his weathered, scarred face. "I am not him. I regret to inform you," he replied, turning away. "Then you are?" "Sue." "Neither. I am long deceased." The ferryman boarded a small wooden boat. Alicia followed, stepping onto the deck. He stood at the prow, clad in tattered garb, his sheathed blade at his side, silently guiding the vessel across the crimson sea. "Is he a past incarnation of Sue from this world?" "Do not remember me," the ferryman said, as if reading her thoughts. "I was born into a bloody era and perished within it, unable to alter its course. You are different. You accomplished something worthy of remembrance." The ferryman spoke calmly, having witnessed her memories. "Thank you for your kind words. I shall remember you. What did you endure?" "Ah." The ferryman paused, lost in thought. "Perhaps I should begin with the origin of this sea. This is a realm of memories, where one can find those that have faded. Millennia ago, during the Three Realms War, a dragon, determined to save humanity, betrayed the heavens and fought alongside humans, ultimately perishing with the demon lord. Upon her death, she left behind this sea. Even now, her fragmented selves likely weep for the whole. Born together, yet unable to die together, hence the name Twin Seas. So, this world has its own tales to tell?" Alicia mused, unfamiliar with this particular story. "Indeed, every world holds stories worth remembering, yours included. If you seek to learn more, venture to the sea's source. There, you will find her words to humanity, akin to your own, stirring sentiments of hope, of progress. Though my memory fails me. Like you, she sacrificed all for the sake of humanity. I respect your choices, and I shall remember you. I, too, perished in that war, merely one among countless ordinary souls. We achieved little. That is not true. You strived to change reality, did you not?" "You accomplished much," Alicia countered, recognizing the source of his scars, the blood shed in defense of his home. "You possess a silver tongue," the ferryman remarked, "but spare your words for others. I am but a memory, adrift upon this ethereal sea, a mere observer, devoid of purpose." He bent down, plucking a flower from the crimson waters. "A lycoris." Alicia gazed at the scarlet bloom. When she looked up, he was gone. "Captain?" Alicia cried, frantically searching the desolate crimson sea for the familiar figure. Instead, she saw her companions. Deliverance, discipline, gold, spiral, decimation, wisdom, transience, radiance, infinity, stars, Elysium, dream. They stood upon the sea, waving farewell or perhaps in welcome. Alicia's boat continued its slow journey toward the edge of the sea. As she neared her departure, she wept, her tears falling upon the lycoris. A familiar voice echoed through the space. "If you truly wish to remember me, then remember as you leave this sea of oblivion." Ferryman. "Sue, I am not the one you seek. I was born here millennia ago and died millennia ago. But perhaps you encountered a different version of me in your world. Farewell, traveler from another world." Silence descended upon the crimson sea. She desperately repeated something in her mind, striving to remember. But in an instant, something was lost. Her eyes glazed over. She departed the Twin Seas. Night had fallen. She stood upon the water, not far from the riverbank. The city's lights illuminated the surface. On the shore stood her captain and Mobius? She glanced at her hand, clutching a lycoris, now withered. Blooming for a millennium, withering for a millennium. She seemed to have forgotten something, unaware of why she held the flower. On the bank, Mobius. resurrected and reduced in size by Sue, stood beside him like a child. "Hey, Labrat, why is she here too?" Mobius grumbled at the sight of the pink-haired girl. "She arrived before you." Chapter 43. The story has yet to diminish. Alicia recalled her experiences within that realm of memories. Yet she seemed to have forgotten how she had emerged from it. Clutching a withered flower, she joyfully rushed towards Sue-Ran. Sue-Ran shook his head and sidestepped Alicia's embrace, but he took the flower from her hand. Bias frowned from his side. "Who gave you this?" Sue-Ran inquired calmly. "This, I don't know," Alicia replied, gazing at the dead flower, her mind a blank regarding its origins. "Heh, I know who it is from," Sue-Ran stated. "It is a flower he gifted. I bloom in the place where we first met, awaiting decay. Wow, this flower is truly beautiful." "Thank you, Captain." "For the flower," Alicia exclaimed, happily accepting the flower and tucking the stem into her pink hair. She was expressing gratitude, both to him and for him, as they were all ferrying her along. "Hey, Alicia, you." Bias began, her voice tinged with dissatisfaction, but before she could finish, Alicia pulled her into a tight embrace. Bias, now considerably smaller, found it difficult to breathe as she was enveloped by Alicia's embrace. "Oh, little Bias, how adorable you are. Let me hold you," Alicia said, squeezing Bias tightly. She was delighted that the captain had also brought her a little snake. "Amp." Bias fell silent, her vision engulfed in soft darkness. "It seems we haven't seen each other in quite some time. Did you miss me?" Alicia relayed Chapter 44. Serpent and Mouse and Bias gazed up at the suffocating jungle of steel skyscrapers. Standing beneath these colossal technological marvels, one could not help but feel insignificantly small. In the nighttime ambience, the cold neon lights cascaded in waves, reflecting in her pastel green vertical pupils, rendering her momentarily motionless. "What is it, Bias? Are you also intrigued by this world? A cyberpunk realm, perhaps?" After a fleeting moment of confusion, a playful smile danced across Bias's face. Yet, unbeknownst to her, the charm and allure that once graced her features had all but vanished. She was merely attempting to smile mischievously. Having been abruptly severed and revived in the form of a child, her visage now bore only a hint of youthful innocence. "Ah, Bias, your laughter is truly adorable," Alicia exclaimed, unable to resist playfully squeezing Bias's cheeks. However, it seemed that Bias would not be smiling again anytime soon, as her delicate face was nearly squished beyond recognition. "But you describe cyberpunk so well. I never anticipated such eloquence from you," Alicia remarked, releasing her hold and taking a moment to admire the dreamlike cyberpunk world around them. Saran, having overheard their exchange, began to observe the once familiar scenery with newfound appreciation. For reasons unknown, the figure in her line of sight gradually morphed into a tattered, long-haired swordsman. She found herself momentarily lost in thought. "What is that sword of his?" Bias inquired of Alicia, eager to understand what could possibly have the power to dispatch her with a single blow. "I cannot say for certain," Alicia replied, shaking her head. "The captain has yet to wield that sword against anyone." "Never? What a jest!" Bias felt anger bubbling within her. "Is it merely a tool for my demise? Ah, have you witnessed the captain in combat?" Alicia's expression, Chapter 45. The maid serpent, Sue-Ran, shook her head, relieved that he had not conjured up Bias first. Otherwise, she could hardly fathom what mischief she might unleash. Accompanied by two girls who were playfully tugging at each other, Sue-Ran boarded the subway. "Could you please stop touching me?" Bias complained. "What's wrong with holding hands? Are you shy?" Alicia chuckled. Bias chose to remain silent. "Come on. The more you touch, the more you'll get used to it," Alicia said, gently rubbing Bias's cheek. "What date is it today?" Bias shifted the topic. "November 11th. Can you guess what day it is?" "You surely remember," Alicia said, her face brimming with anticipation. "Ah, just an unfortunate day where I encountered you again," Bias replied, shaking her head. "Bias, you could certainly express something more endearing," Alicia teased, pinching her cheek. "How long have you been here?" "I've spent 2 delightful days here," she replied. "Are they all strangers?" "Not at all. They're you, they're me, and our captain who knows us best. Then it's permissible." Bias mused, contemplating the freedom she might enjoy in this world where no one recognized her. What can you do? Just don't engage in any mischief, Elysia warned. The flower on your head carries a rather ominous meaning, Mybius remarked, plucking the spider lily from Elysia's hair. But it was a gift from the captain, Elysia protested. As long as you like it, Mybius returned the flower. What is his name? Mybius inquired, her curiosity piqued. His surname is Sue, came the answer. Ha! This little white mouse is not as indecisive as you might think, Mybius remarked, struggling to connect the two individuals. After all, this person was known for her tendency to resort to violence without hesitation. Sue Ran stood across the carriage, arms crossed, wearing a smile. Please don't judge her so harshly, he replied. Meanwhile, at home, Su-ju was at a loss for words as he tried to comfort his weeping sister, Su-momo, who will fill the void left by Elysia. She sobbed, kneeling before the sofa, her face buried in a maid outfit she had prepared as a gift. It had seemed that gift would never reach her. Brother always acts with profound intent, Su-ju replied, shaking his head. Moreover, he offered her choice, unlike you, who only considers yourself. Brother respects everyone's subjective choices. Perhaps she prefers to remain in her own world. Su-momo had no retort, contemplating that Elysia might indeed dislike this world that had no bearing on her life. Perhaps that's just it. Maybe she chose to leave on her own, and brother respects that decision. Su-ju understood Sue Ran better than anyone, which was why Sue Ran feared her sister. Wah! Su-momo continued to cry. Elysia, meanwhile, was dragging the reluctant Mybius into the elevator. Had it not been for Mybius's reluctance, Elysia would have preferred to carry her. Sue Ran trailed behind them quietly, wishing to remain an observer. Beep. The door recognized Elysia's face and opened automatically. Did you miss me, little captain? Elysia entered the familiar abode, reciting her customary greeting. Elysia, 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 Elysia. Su-momo bounded toward the door, throwing herself into familiar arms. I knew you would miss me dearly, Elysia said, affectionately patting Su-momo's head. Mybius drifted silently into the room, her gaze locking with Su-ju's with keen interest. You seem rather unalive, Mybius noted, observing the girl's peculiar demeanor. Children may remain silent, but when they do speak, it should be pleasing to the ear, Su-ju replied coldly. Mybius's expression shifted slightly, acknowledging her current childlike appearance. Oh dear, Elysia, is this not the set of dresses you stuffed into my wardrobe? Mybius exclaimed, spotting the maid outfit on the sofa. Elysia then tugged Su-momo toward Mybius. Haha, did the little captain prepare this for me? Elysia beamed. Yes, but wait. Mybius began. Su-momo, now holding a smaller dress, emerged from her room. Elysia's eyes lit up as she snatched the dress from Su-momo with a mischievous grin, approaching Mybius once more. Hey, what are you planning? Mybius sensed trouble in Elysia's smile. Let us wear matching dresses, Elysia exclaimed, grasping both of Mybius's hands. Mybius's expression darkened. Sue Ran and Su-ju stood together by the floor-to-ceiling window, silently gazing at the city skyline. It appeared that in this household, they were the only ones maintaining their composure. Brother, are you not tired? What is the matter? You have brought these two living beings into existence. Not particularly. That's good. Elysia emerged, dragging a begrudging Mybius, both adorned in white maid dresses. Chapter 46. Sue, the Sweetheart Fairy and the Sweetheart Serpent. Mybius stood before the floor-length mirror at the corner of the room, appraising her reflection. The size of the little dress suited her diminutive form perfectly. Once, she had stumbled upon this maid outfit in her wardrobe, but at that time, she had merely scoffed at it. Yet now, she found herself compelled to don the attire. A delicate blush crept across her pale visage. She felt too embarrassed to face anyone in such a petite and charming appearance. Mybius, small and fragrant. Before Elysia could fully appreciate her own appearance, she gleefully pinched Mybius's cheeks. Su-momo heard the commotion and wandered over to glance at the two girls, offering a silly grin before meandering away. How delightful! Sue Ran rummaged through the array of blades she had casually procured from a weapons merchant, counting 19 remaining, though in truth they were all quite similar. Mybius chose to retreat into Sue Ran's room, shutting the door behind her. Sue Ran turned to regard the somewhat disheveled maid, flashing her a smile. Sue, Bias adjusted her hair and began to speak. Why the change in address? Su-Ran was perplexed. Close your eyes and see, Bias said with an amused smile as she approached. Su-Ran opted to heed her suggestion and shut his eyes. Very well, now do this, smile. Bias stepped before Su-Ran, rising onto her toes to gently tug at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, aside from your hair now being an inky black, you are still Su. Bias nodded in satisfaction, envisioning the non-existent gray-green hair of the individual before her. She was confident in her memory. The boy smiling with closed eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to the one she recalled. Is there any basis for that? Su-Ran restored his calm demeanor. You are the basis, Bias replied with a smile, twirling a strand of her green hair around her finger. Su-Ran silently shook his head, conceding that he might indeed share some traits with that character, yet they had little in common. What do you wish to convey? I have nothing to convey. You don't think I have ulterior motives, do you? Bias chuckled softly, covering her mouth. You could try dyeing your hair gray-green or perhaps purchase a wig. Trust me, you would be indistinguishable. Her tone bore a hint of seriousness, yet also a semblance of playfulness. Who would have thought Tianhui could evolve into such a personality? I rather like your more straightforward nature. Bias seated herself upon Su-Ran's bed, seeming eager to elaborate further. Su-Ran shook his head in confusion. Let me ponder how to articulate this. Perhaps I could say, alternate dimensional counterpart? Bias mused leisurely. Moreover, in comparison to him, one might say you possess certain qualities but lack others, though he certainly would not easily triumph over me. Empty talk, Su-Ran dismissed. Bias contemplated momentarily. Have you studied medicine? Not at all. Such knowledge cannot save lives, Su-Ran scoffed. Then I would surmise you are undoubtedly a good-natured person. Bias casually uttered a pivotal term, the defining trait of Su. Su-Ran was taken aback. It seems that might actually be the case. Chapter 47, Old Friends, don't you find that I bear a striking resemblance to someone you know? Bias inquired with a playful smile. She thinks I look adorable. Su-Ran replied, somewhat exasperated. Those are certainly her words. Perhaps she has long harbored a suspicion but refrains from voicing it. After all, she knows each of us better than we know ourselves. Are we so familiar? Su-Ran questioned, her astonishment now mingled with confusion. We are 13 in total, Bias said, a youthful grin lighting up her face. This is absurd. Enough of your nonsense. Surely you do not wish for me to cleave you in two again. Bias sighed, shaking her head. It appeared their relationship remained as strained as ever, even with Su's personality having undergone a transformation. Why not ask Alicia? Perhaps her words would carry more weight than mine. You should first vacate this place, Su-Ran stated, opening the door. Surely you cannot detest me this much. I am but a harmless little serpent, Bias protested, displeased. Do refrain from mimicking her speech. It is rather nauseating. Su-Ran recognized that Bias had adopted this manner of speaking from Alicia. Unable to endure further, Su-Ran strode over, grasped Bias by the collar of her maid outfit, and unceremoniously tossed her out of the room. Bias landed on the floor with a thud, just as Alicia happened to witness the scene, bursting into laughter. Indeed, the rapport between these two remained as dismal as ever. Little Bias has been bullied, Alicia remarked as she lifted the fallen girl, only for Bias to wriggle free from her embrace. Su-Ran fixed her gaze on Alicia for a moment. What's wrong, Captain? Do you think I have become more attractive? Alicia teased, although she perceived a hint of bewilderment in Su-Ran's expression. Did Bias's loose tongue utter something inappropriate to you, Captain? Alicia approached and pinched Su-Ran's cheek. Who do you think I resemble? Su-Ran asked, her eyes locked onto Alicia's cerulean irises. The grand peacock from the paradise. Alicia no longer concealed her thoughts. 666. Su-Ran could only express her astonishment. Was that truly the case? Captain, do you wish for me to address you differently? In my name, I can simply call you Su, you know. That is unnecessary, Su-Ran replied with a shake of her head. Not to worry, just be yourself. After all, we are all good friends, are we not? Alicia took Su-Ran's hand. In that moment, she felt she had found the answer. For in this world, Su truly existed, and they had already encountered one another. Upon their first meeting, she recognized him instantly, and through their subsequent interactions, she confirmed that he was indeed a good-hearted soul. She merely wished to spare Su Ran any incredulity, hence she avoided using his surname, referring to him as Ran. Su Ran, perplexed, pondered the implications. He had perished in this world a millennium ago. Logically, he was a native of this realm. Yet now he found himself as an alternate version of a character from a game he had once played. Well, it matters not. It seems there is nothing amiss. No wonder Elysia held such unwavering faith in him. After all, they were old friends. Wait a moment. Su Ran contemplated further. Could his sister also be an alternate version? Elfea? Chapter 48. The stars remained. There was no time for contemplation. The mayor had already sent a message to Su Ran. Xiao Su, hurry and bring Xiao Ai Li over. Su Ran called out to Su Mo, who was still frantically taking photos, and to Su Jie, who was lost in thought by the window. Su Mo lowered her head to send a dynamic post, featuring a warm image of Ai Li holding hands with both Mei by Wu Si and Su Ran, showcasing three old friends transcending dimensions. Sister Mei by Wu Si is also attending Ai Li's birthday party. This little snake seems a bit small. Why doesn't Su Good dress up in a full cosplay outfit? A wig would suffice. Su really doesn't dare stand next to Mei by Wu Si. Consistent with historical records, Ai Li is the mediator. It feels a bit like reconciling two people who just had a quarrel. Waiting for the mayor to start the live stream. Happy birthday, Ai Li. On Su Ran's flying car, Mei by Wu Si occupied the passenger seat, while Ai Li and her two younger sisters sat in the back. Ai Li gazed up at the starry sky above the enchanting cityscape. The cool breeze lifting her pink bangs, a smile blossoming on her face. The stars remain. Everything goes on. Perhaps there's a chance for them to reunite in this world. A different world, yet under the same starry sky. Now, there are Xiao Ai Li and the little snake, along with the transformed Su. The once 13 heroes the car halted in front of the municipal building. A carpet adorned the entrance, flanked by 2 rows of flower baskets, with white satin ribbons hanging at the door. Su ran, trailing his flowing black coat. Prepared to stride into the hall when Ai Li tugged at his hand. She discovered Ai Li's smile was exquisitely beautiful. Thank you, Su. No need. Su Ran replied with a subtle smile before striding into the hall. Ai Li pulled along the sullen Mei by Wu Si. Mei by Wu Si could not fathom that such a grand birthday celebration was being held. How could she face anyone in her current state? Still so small and dressed in maid outfit? A lowly maid, truly unbeatable. As Ai Li stepped into the hall, 2 celebratory cannon shots echoed, showering colorful confetti from above. Happy birthday, Ai Li. The mayor of the night city, Gu Xiaomu, emerged from the side with a beaming face, holding a cannon in her hands. Beside her stood the mayor's secretary, Cho Yun, who also held a cannon. Miss Ai Li, we wish you a wonderful birthday. This was perhaps the greatest tribute the city could offer to Ai Li. Thank you all. Ai Li expressed her gratitude with a nod towards the 2. Mei by Wu Si closed her eyes, intending to pretend she did not exist. And Miss Mei by Wu Si, Gu Xiaomu recognized her. Hello. Mei by Wu Si greeted her with a look of exasperation. Miss Ai Li, we meet again. Governor Yuan Zhou was also waiting for Ai Li. What a coincidence. Governor Qin oily nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, happy birthday. Qin Kong smiled elegantly. Thank you, Governor. A red-haired woman approached, linking her arm with Ai Li. This must be our first meeting, right? The woman blinked flirtatiously at Ai Li. Indeed, I am Ai Li. You're truly beautiful. Well, happy birthday, Ai Li. You have a way with compliments. Do introduce yourself. I am the founder of Tianhua Tower and also the governor of Shizhou. You may call me Miss Tianhua. Tianhua wore a lively, fiery smile. Another governor, Ai Li mused. However, it seemed that the relationship between Shizhou and Muzhou was not particularly amicable. Chapter 49. Senior, it seems that Miss Tianhua is indeed an uninvited guest. Miss Tianhua cheerfully links arms with Alexia as they walk. Come, we have prepared a more formal outfit for you. Hurry and change. Is it a gown? Alexia's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Mybius wore an expression of relief, wondering if she would finally be spared from the maid's outfit. Do you have something for me? Apologies, but it seems no one mentioned you. Tianhua assessed the petite Mybius and shook her head. Along the way, many people warmly greeted Alexia. Although most did not know her personally, they recognized that this pink-haired girl was of great significance to the mayor. Su Ran had seemingly disappeared, but Su Momo and Su Jia remained close to Alexia. Su Jia was aware that Su Ran had likely gone on a date with another girl. On the top floor of the city hall, Su Ran leaned against the wall. Beside her stood a young girl. Miss Yindaren, you have come as well. Well, I am the predecessor of the current mayor. I have the right to partake in a meal. Gu Jin had shed her traditional attire for a dress, appearing as an ordinary youthful girl. The predecessor refers to someone from countless generations ago? Su Ran asked with a smile. This Yindaren is over 1,000 years old. Hey, say something nice. Gu Jin's expression was taut. Senior miss, I would like to ask a question. Then hurry and ask, young one. Gu Jin appeared impatient. Do you believe in the concept of parallel worlds? How can one not? The world is vast and full of wonders. Such a grand heavenly realm still exists, as does the demon realm, albeit with little left there. Gu Jin spoke in a tone befitting her seniority. What if I said that people from another world might also exist here? What do you mean? Are you referring to their personalities, appearances, or abilities? Gu Jin queried, puzzled. Perhaps all are the same, perhaps all are different. Su Ran was uncertain how to articulate her thoughts. Some are, some aren't. If you believe, then they exist. Gu Jin nodded, then asked, have you not yet figured out your relationship with your past life? No, I have understood that long ago. However, it seems that in another entirely unrelated world, I still have yet to live fully. With time, you'll become accustomed to it. Every peculiar event is part of life. Gu Jin interrupted Su Ran, her thoughts shifting to Alexia's cake. Su Ran could only change the subject. It matters not. Perhaps we are fated to be apart. She should be somewhere living a normal life, working like everyone else. Gu Jin shook her head, recalling how her twin sister had perished in the war among the three realms a millennium ago. Yet she remained unfazed, as even if they were to meet again, she would not wish to intrude upon another's tranquil existence. You truly are quite carefree, Su Ran expressed her admiration. In any world, there is nothing that cannot be let go. Time will fade all wounds, Gu Jin sighed. All is void, is it not? Su Ran, at her age, grasped some meaning behind that phrase. Not entirely. There are some things whose significance persists through time, Gu Jin countered, casually gesturing toward the starry sky above. For instance, how much do we truly understand of this vast sea of stars above us? At least, you and I have yet to explore it. Are you interested in the cosmos, senior? But alas, Su Ran expressed surprise that someone of her age would still be intrigued by such matters. Yet, the current conflicts among humanity do not permit us to venture into the outer world, Gu Jin continued, though she usually spent her days aiding others by the twin seas. She was well aware of the prevailing global dynamics. Indeed, the end of one troubled era marks the beginning of an even worse one, Su Ran concurred. Quite so. These cursed days. Youth is a blessing. You still have the spirit to address the discord among the states. Gu Jin knew that Su Ran was set to embark on peace talks with a neighboring autonomous region the following day. One must endeavor within their capabilities. Su Ran humbly stated, I believe it would be prudent for you to upgrade your weapon. It would facilitate smoother negotiations. Gu Jin hoped that these young individuals could adeptly manage political affairs. Thank you for the advice, but do you believe that motley crew is worth such an effort? Su Ran dismissed the autonomous region, with its mere centuries of history. Things seemed grim. Gu Jin feigned a thoughtful gesture, though she lacked any pressionability. Why do you say that? Surang questioned, perplexed. Are you not aware of the extent to which current technology can alter humanity? The reason we do not encounter those inhuman monstrosities in our twin states is that we reject such entities, however, beyond our borders. Gu Jin chuckled lightly. Those hybrid armors? They hardly seem worth worrying over. Su Ran thought such things lacked the capability to contend with him. Times have changed, young one. That was over a decade ago. Now, there are antimatter engines and such, which seem to exist solely for warfare. Su Ran recognized that the advancement of technology often birthed greater conflict. Regardless, tread carefully. If you were to fall, that little pink-haired girl would be left utterly alone. Gu Jin advised. Understood. Thank you, senior. Su Ran bowed gently to Gu Jin. You are quite thoughtful, young one, seeking wisdom from a senior such as myself, who stands apart from the world. Gu Jin smiled with satisfaction. As an outsider, she perceived the world with greater clarity. Without external threats, the world remained mired in corruption. Chapter 50. The savior Tianhua led Alicia into a dressing room. It was quite extraordinary to find such a place within the city hall. Perhaps it was a whimsical indulgence of the mayor. Tianhua opened the adjacent wardrobe, revealing a magnificent white gown with a trailing train. Alicia's eyes sparkled. Was this exquisite dress custom-made for her by Miss Tianhua? Maibius wore a face full of jealousy, while Su Jie remained calm, and Su Momo expressed surprise, imagining how adorable Alicia would look in this attire. Thank you, Miss Tianhua. By the way, what is your true name? I would love to hear it, Alicia inquired eagerly. Jigu came to reply with a smile. You may not have heard of this surname. It is an ancient lineage. Jigu chuckled as she retrieved the gown from the wardrobe and handed it to Alicia. Come, try it on. It will surely look splendid on you. Praise me only after I wear it. That would make me even happier, Alicia exclaimed, hurrying into the changing room. Jigu then turned her gaze to the remaining 3 young ladies. Do any of you require assistance with makeup? There are quite a few supplies for this governor's event. No. Thank you. Su Jie and Maibius simultaneously shook their heads. We appreciate your concern, Miss Tianhua, but we must decline. Su Momo added gracefully, feeling unworthy of such luxurious attention. Then let us await Miss Alicia. Jigu smiled. What a splendid feast it was. Many distinguished guests had already taken their seats. Su Ran spotted a familiar figure, the psychologist, Old Zhang, who had visited their home on that fateful day. He was the earliest witness to Alicia's emergence. With a mischievous grin, Su Ran approached and playfully removed the black wig from Zhang's head, revealing his natural white hair. Still cosplaying as a person from JoJo, are we? Su Ran teased, toying with the fluffy wig. The doctor turned, his blue eyes piercingly cold as he glared at Su Ran. Though a mixed-race individual, his appearance bore more resemblance to an Englishman, prompting many patients to converse with him in English. My dear Zhang, Kai Katerina, why not dye your hair? Are you reluctant to part with your white locks? Su Ran returned the wig to him. Zhang Kai silently tucked the wig away and casually inquired, My dear Mr. Su, has your Alicia not arrived yet? She's likely busy with makeup. Do you remember her name? Suran Sat Bezdezvang Ki Intriguet. As a most ludicrous product of a lifetime spent in medicine, how could I forget her? Zhang Kai replied, exasperated. Doctor, it seems you have fallen to the level of merely a psychiatrist. Do you still have the audacity to discuss your identity? Su Ran chuckled. Nowadays, surgeries are performed by robots. I've long been supplanted by machines, Zhang Kai lamented. Could you possibly say something pleasant? Zhang Kai's expression was taut. Practicing medicine cannot save your world. You should come work under me sooner, with your talents. It is a disgrace to be reduced to such a position. What shall we call it? Barefoot doctor, ha ha ha. Su Ran relished teasing the woeful doctor. Perhaps I should indeed consider it. Zhang Kai sighed, grasping his white hair in resignation. Well, I'm contemplating offering you the position of assistant to the SR executive of Night City, Su Ran said with a wicked grin. Let us discuss that later. I dislike the idea of others looking at me with fear in their eyes. Zhang Kai shook his head. Where are you thinking of running off to now? In Night City, who fears whom? I should be making way for those individuals, Su Ran remarked, knowing Zhang Kai feared the apprehension of outsiders. A wretched doctor, always thinking of others. In a few days, there will be on Chapter 51. The persecution of the serpent Alicia, adorned in her flowing white gown, greeted passers-by with exuberance. As she made her entrance, the hall was alive with lively music. Truly enchanting. I wish she would venture outside to create her own sky. She deserves a life of her own. Su Ran chuckled softly. Has she drained your family's resources, or do you simply dislike her? Zhao Qianbu expressed his displeasure at Su Ran's attitude, bemused that such a lovely young lady seemed to be undervalued by her. Not at all. We are merely friends. Su Ran replied with a shrug. Zhao Qianbu and Zhang Kai fell silent, unable to comment on Su Ran's peculiar nature, which was indeed odd, yet seemingly devoid of deceit. Well, it appears she is approaching you, so a rough man, shall not intrude further. Zhao Tianbu opted to leave the table. Zhang Kai remained beside Su Ran, having had a fleeting acquaintance with Alicia. A radiant smile adorned Alicia's face as she gracefully approached Su Ran. "Su, may I invite you to dance?" Alicia placed one hand gently on her chest while extending the other towards Su Ran. Nearby tables erupted in encouragement. "Dance, you too. Surely, Officer Su is not shy. Don't let little Alicia down," chimed in the enthusiastic voice of the onlooker, Ku Xiaomu. The hall was filled with voices urging Su Ran to join in. Zhang Kai shook his head, his white hair swaying slightly. Su Ran furrowed her brow in contemplation before decisively pulling the somewhat sullen Mobius closer. Mobius was hoisted by her collar, akin to a kitten, rolling her eyes in silent protest. Laughter erupted from the crowd. "Why not, little Mobius? It seems we've never danced together." Alicia surmised Su Ran's intentions and, with a smile, took Mobius's hand. Mobius, at a loss for words, muttered, "That's because I don't know how," but Alicia, who was quite adept at dancing, had already led Mobius into the rhythm. Though Mobius's discontent was likely obscured from view, Su Ran understood that she probably wished to find a corner to hide. Having shrunk considerably, she was now clad in a maid's dress, and now had to perform before so many spectators the audience began to quietly appreciate the elegant and composed dance of the two young ladies. Zhang Kai admired the performance before turning to Su Ran. "You remain remarkably composed. I might have embarrassed myself in your place." "Well, she delights in teasing others." Su Ran replied with a gentle smile. "It seems she genuinely wishes to dance. Then let the more skilled dancer accompany her." Zhang Kai could only admire Su Ran's thoughtful nature. As the dance concluded, Mobius hurriedly fled the scene, prompting applause throughout the hall. Alicia, elegantly lifting her gown, expressed her gratitude to the audience. "Thank you all for your support." Chapter 52. Happy birthday, Alicia. Gu Xiaomu instructed someone to bring forth a grand pink cake. A magnificent six-tiered creation. That will suffice," Alicia nodded in approval. This day marked perhaps the darkest moment of Mobius's existence, as she found herself compelled to attend to various tasks amidst the throng. With a sullen expression, Mobius silently assisted several girls in placing 17 candles atop the cake. With a flick of his hand, Jigu ignited each candle, plunging the room into darkness. Before the cake, Alicia stood, the warm glow of the candles illuminating her face, revealing a visage of pure sanctity. Sumomo, standing beside her, gazed in awe at Alicia's beauty, a foolish grin adorning her features. Alicia closed her eyes, hands clasped in prayer, and began to make her wish. "I hope everyone finds happiness." Upon opening her eyes, Gu Xiaomu sprang up to crown her with a golden tiara. "Happy birthday, Alicia! Happy birthday! Happy birthday!" The chorus of well wishes filled the room. Su Ran merely smiled softly from her seat, her silence speaking volumes of her joy for Alicia. Alicia's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, as if she had never before experienced such an outpouring of affection. The world felt so wonderful. Alicia beamed at the gathering, nodding in gratitude. "Thank you, everyone." Alicia seated herself beside Su Ran, offering her a plate of cake. She playfully poked Su Ran's cheek. "Hey, Su, I didn't hear your cheers for me earlier." Happy birthday," Su Ran replied softly. "That's more like it." Alicia's smile radiated beauty. The once empty table soon filled with notable figures. The Su sisters Mobius, Gu Xiaomu, Cho Yun, Qin Kong, Chu Li, and Jigu, each remarkable in their own right. "Miss Alicia, it's a pleasure to see you again," Zhang Kai greeted her. "Ah, you seem somewhat familiar," Alicia mused, recognizing his face. "Like Kevin?" "Indeed. We met that day. I was the psychologist," Zhang Kai nodded. "All right," Alicia acknowledged, momentarily lost in thought. He did appear different today, his hair transformed to a striking white. "Eat some cake, Alicia," Su Momo urged, offering a piece laden with cream and fruit near Alicia's lips. "Thank you, Captain." Alicia smiled as she accepted the cake and began to savor it. "I'm honored to partake in Miss Alicia's birthday celebration. May our relationship continue to flourish," Jigu remarked with a smile. Qin Kong shrugged at this, while Gu Xiaomu chuckled awkwardly. Truth be told, Jigu, the host of Shizhou, seemed out of place here. Yet, Her unabashed enthusiasm was palpable, and she had indeed put forth considerable effort for this gathering. Outside, fireworks erupted, accompanied by faint sounds of celebration. What a delightful assembly of individuals! This camaraderie stemmed from the most genuine of old Shijo folk. Traditional instruments filled the air, the melodious notes of the sheng and guqin resonating throughout the venue. Su Ran produced a brush and paper from seemingly nowhere, inscribing the words, "In a city veiled by mist and rain, none can compare to the beauty of your smile." Alicia was genuinely amused, covering her mouth as laughter escaped her. The table collectively sighed in agreement, for the description was indeed apartment. Her laughter was enchanting. Miss Alicia, happy birthday. Chapter 53. The Weeping Serpent. This birthday celebration concluded with a perfect flourish. Elise seemed reluctant to leave this intriguing world. Su Ran escorted a group of girls to the Twilight District, where everyone donned exquisite ancient attire. Dressed in a flowing white ensemble, the little serpent, made by Wu Si, found herself being playfully squeezed by Elise, for her cuteness was simply irresistible. Made by Wu Si's delicate features were softened by Elise's affectionate gestures, and she hesitated to remain small, fearing she would become a mere toy for Elise. Su Ran, as Made by Wu Si wisely suggested, truly should have let his hair grow long, as he was remarkably suited to traditional garb, resembling an elegant and carefree swordsman. The autumn breeze stirred the fallen leaves, lifting the hem of his black ancient robe. In a fine blade shop, Su Ran acquired a superior sword, parting with a significant sum. As he unsheathed the blade to admire its craftsmanship, Made by Wu Si instinctively recoiled. "This is a splendid sword," Elise teased with a smile. But Made by Wu Si remained silent. On a quaint bridge nestled between two buildings, the five friends gazed upon the eternally luminous ancient city of night, its warm yellow lantern light casting a gentle glow upon them. Su Jie and Su Mo stood together, lost in thought. Although they had witnessed such scenery in the ancient city of Yuan, the charm of the Twilight City's antiquity felt markedly different, more ethereal, more free-spirited. Such was the allure of the City of Night. Made by Wu Si could only express admiration. Like Elise once did, she believed this was an exceptionally modern cyberpunk metropolis. It had also emanated the essence of a time-worn city, an intriguing world, a fascinating city. Made by Wu Si smiled faintly. Elise leaned her head against Su Ran's shoulder, her face illuminated by lantern light, radiating happiness. Su Ran subtly shifted away, seeking distance from her alliance. Elise, however, quietly leaned back into him, resting her head once more on his shoulder. They gradually drifted a good 10 meters apart. The remaining trio glanced at one another, surprised by the distance the two had created. Upon returning home, Su Mo delightedly flipped through her collection of photographs of Elise, contemplating which ones to share on social media. Su Jie stood by the window, lost in a trance, while Su Ran and Made by Wu Si engaged in yet another dispute. In Su Ran's room, Made by Wu Si exclaimed, "Why must I sleep on the floor?" Her pink-green eyes glared fiercely. "I've already prepared a room for Elise. And since you don't wish to share with her, the floor is your only option." Su Ran shrugged. "Let her sleep with those sisters." Made by Wu Si shouted, "Is your relationship with Elise not so great?" Su Ran chuckled lightly. "That's not entirely true. It's just." Made by Wu Si's expression fell. She wanted to convey that she had grown weary of Elise's incessant touching. But Su Ran interjected, "If your bond is so strong, then go seek her out." He turned back to his computer to continue his tasks. Wah wah. Made by Wu Si's demeanor seemed to mirror her physically diminutive form, becoming increasingly juvenile. She began to sob, clutching Su Ran's pillow and rolling about on his bed, overwhelmed by her grievances. "What do you truly want?" Su Ran asked, growing impatient. "We could share the bed, you know." Made by Wu Si sat on the bed, clutching the pillow with a pitiful expression. Unable to bear it any longer, Su Ran approached the bed, intending to lift Made by Wu Si and toss her out. Just then, Elise entered, sweeping the little Made by Wu Si away in her arms. "Come along, little Made by Wu Si. Let us enjoy a warm bath," she said. "Wah, ah." Made by Wu Si's cries faded into the distance, along with her apprehensions of what Elise might do next. Sue Ran smiled softly, reflecting on the day's delightful events. Chapter 54. How deeply I adore you, don't. Who authorized you to touch me? Exclamations of bashful delight echoed from the bathroom. In a disheveled state, Mebius emerged from the bathroom, hastily wrapped in a towel. She darted into the room Sue Mo had prepared for her and Alicia, promptly locking the door behind her. Alicia, unperturbed, leisurely donned her pajamas and gently knocked on the secured door. Receiving no response, she offered a wry smile and resigned herself to sharing a space with Sue Ran. Sue, Alicia began, tilting her head towards Sue Ran, who was engrossed in typing. His fingers continued their frenetic dance across the keyboard. Has she commandeered the room? Ah, merely a maiden's caprice. I shall indulge her, he replied. Alicia closed the door and collapsed onto the bed, inhaling the lingering scent of Mebius on the covers. Will Mebius not fade away? She inquired. Alicia will endure, for Sue Ran has indelibly etched her into his memory. As for Mebius, Sue Ran likely wishes for her to simply vanish. She has already perished once, severed from me, yet she has resurrected herself. Therefore, she shall likely persist independently, Sue Ran elucidated. He had not anticipated this turn of events, but it seemed plausible. To die once is to be absolved from Sue Ran's influence. That is indeed fortuitous, Alicia chuckled, envisioning the perpetual presence of an endearing serpent for her amusement. Sue Ran remained silent, aware that Alicia, too, now existed independently, the memory construct having severed the bonds between their souls. Alicia knelt by the bedside, leaning forward and grasping Sue Ran's shoulders. You must have encountered me, Sue Ran stated calmly. Nay, that iteration of myself was a memory construct capable of traversing the sea of memories unhindered, he clarified. Ah, a former version of you? Alicia surmised. Recognizing that the present Mebius was also a memory construct, her original self long since lost. Sue Ran elucidated, yet these sacrifices are considerable for ordinary individuals. The twin seas offer solace and tranquility for the common person, while for adepts, they serve as a crucible for tempering the mind. How curious. But why do I recall reliving those events? I distinctly remember encountering those cherished companions, Alicia mused. That is because you are an anomaly in this world, rendering many rules inapplicable to you. Sue Ran chuckled softly. Alicia was never meant to exist, yet Sue Ran painstakingly brought her into being, and his former self aided in her continued existence. I surmise your motive lies in gauging the depth of my affection for you. Alicia playfully pinched Sue Ran's cheek. Believe what you will, Sue Ran replied with a helpless smile. In essence, Sue Ran sought to ascertain whether Alicia would choose to remain by his side, or, from Alicia's perspective, to discern the extent of her love for him. In truth, Sue Ran had not considered this angle. He merely desired for Alicia to make her own choice. Chapter 55. Good night. It is time to bid farewell for the night. Is there anything you wish to convey to me? Alicia nestled into her blankets, her words laced with a hint of turning off the lights, leaving only a few beams of neon light streaming in from outside. May you have a restful sleep, Sue Ran replied, having nothing more to say. Thank you for your kind wishes, but do remember to retire early as well. Alicia closed her eyes. Also, please refrain from teasing me while I slumber. It would upset me, Alicia added as she turned slightly, leaving half of the pillow for Sue Ran. Sue Ran smiled gently and continued typing on the virtual keyboard before her. Alicia, her face pressed against the quilt, drifted off into slumber. After much deliberation, Sue Ran finally drafted a preliminary plan for their actions the next day and sent it to her negotiation team. They were set to depart at dawn. Rising from her chair, Sue Ran stretched languidly and approached the bedside, gazing with interest at Alicia's somewhat endearing sleeping visage. The girl's cheeks bore a light flush, framed by a serene expression, and her long eyelashes quivered gently with each steady breath. Strands of her fluffy pink hair cascaded down to the pillow, with a few rebellious locks amusingly caught between her lips. After a while, Alicia seemed to sense the absence of company and awakened. She turned to find no one beside her and sat up, realizing that Sue Ran had likely fallen asleep in her chair. My dear Sue, have you exhausted yourself to such an extent? Alicia pouted in discontent before descending from the bed to lift the already slumbering Su-Ran onto the bed. Tucking Su-Ran snugly into the covers, Alicia herself squeezed in beside her. She turned her face towards Su-Ran, gently caressing her cheek, smiling with her eyes closed. "Good night, Su." Su-Ran awoke early, her eyes fluttering open to discover something resting upon her face. It was Elisha's small hand still resting there. With a sigh, Su-Ran turned his head, causing Elisha's hand to drop onto the pillow. After a moment's reflection, he pondered the situation. How remarkable that Alicia had awakened in the night to carry him to bed. Could she not sleep without someone beside her? As he contemplated, Alicia suddenly sprang from beneath the covers, her hands framing Su-Ran's face, effectively pinning him down from above. Su-Ran could only look up at her in silent exasperation. Her cascade of pink hair fell over him, tickling his face. Yet, Alicia wore her characteristic smile. "Good morning, Su. Did I make an appearance in your dreams last night?" With a resigned smile, Su-Ran gently pushed her face away. "Such a greeting is suited for my sister. She would certainly be delighted. I, however, only feel a sense of embarrassment." With that, Su-Ran threw back the covers and rose from the bed. "Have you grown indifferent towards me?" Alicia feigned a look of sorrow. "Perhaps the term like could more aptly describe my admiration for you," Su-Ran replied, unwilling to elaborate further. "Umph. You could at least indulge me a little. Smile more joyfully. Say a cheerful good morning, and I would be delighted as well," Alicia huffed, crossing her arms and pouting. Chapter 56. The Serpent's Slumber. Su-Ran smiled gently at Hua Wuyan, the flower of remembrance. "By the way, this flower wound tea happened to be a gift from Su's memory, would it?" Alicia inquired. "It should be from him," Su-Ran nodded. "Do you possess his memories?" "Yes, those memories from the past have contributed greatly to my growth." "Oh, what did you do in your previous life?" "I'm very curious," she said eagerly. "I did nothing. Despite my utmost efforts, I could not save this world," Su-Ran replied casually, fastening her sword. It was time to depart. "Do not say that. At least you have tried," Alicia comforted her depthly. Su-Ran pushed open the door to Su-Mo's room, where Su-Mo was peacefully sleeping in the embrace of Su-Jia. Jia did not require sleep. She merely wished to keep Su-Mo company. "Jia, remember to take her to school," Su-Ran reminded. "Understood," Su-Jia replied, her violet eyes opening slightly. Alicia gently knocked on the door of Moebius's room. Moebius, with a blank expression, opened the door and floated out. "Good morning." Alicia greeted her with a tilted head. "Morning." Moebius sighed, her countenance appearing rather poor, dark circles adorning her eyes. She had attempted to escape from this place the previous night, only to find the door required facial recognition to open, and she was not on the trusted list. As she contemplated breaking a window to flee, something suddenly emerged from the darkness, nearly startling her to death. It was Su-Jia, who had coldly stared at Moebius in silence for a long moment. Moebius was rendered speechless by the eerie presence of this being, uncertain of whether it was alive or dead. Was Su-Jia the guardian spirit of this household? Even in the dead of night, she remained vigilant against Moebius. Moebius lay in bed for about an hour, contemplating her next escape. In this household, no one was to be trifled with. That pink-haired girl, the one who could slice her in an instant, Su. And then there was the ghostly guardian spirit. None of them were truly human. Moebius floated past Alicia and into the living room, where she noticed the guardian spirit again lost in thought by the floor-to-ceiling window. With a sigh, Moebius drifted closer to Su-Jia, both of them gazing blankly at the morning landscape of the cybernetic city outside. Su-Jia turned to glance at her. "Hello, I'm not well," Moebius replied weakly. "You have ample time at your disposal. Why waste it during the night?" Su-Jia remarked, her words somewhat perplexing. "Isn't your time also squandered at night?" Moebius retorted through clenched teeth. If it weren't for this guardian spirit, she would not have spent the entire night awake. For spiritual beings, time holds no significance, Su-Jia calmly explained. "You are also infinite." A hint of joy flickered across Moebius's face. It was inevitable. Su-Jia shook her head. How intriguing. Moebius softly clapped her hands. This individual had managed to exist in a state of immortality merely by retaining her soul in a spiritual form. In contrast, Mybius still possessed her physical body. It seemed she had yet to embrace enough madness. Chapter 57. Sue and Kevin. Sue ran, freshened up briefly, and was ready to depart. "Sue, are we going on a business trip?" Alicia exclaimed, raising one hand in excitement. "Yes," Sue Ran nodded, then turned her gaze to the floating figure of Mybius by the window. Alicia followed suit, looking at the small green snake. Mybius sensed the unfriendly stares and could only lower her head with a helpless smile, silently drifting closer to Alicia. "Let us go, Mybius. I'll take you out to have some fun." Alicia took Mybius's small hand. "It hardly counts as fun," Sue Ran remarked as she opened the door. Their destination set for the Lingdong Autonomous Region. Upon reaching the ground floor, a car was already waiting for them. "Kevin," Alicia instinctively called out to the white-haired man in the vehicle. This exclamation left Sue Ran, Mybius, and Zhang Kai momentarily stunned. Yet Alicia maintained a beaming smile. "I'm sorry, Miss Alicia, but that is not my name." Zhang Kai awkwardly scratched his head of white hair. "You may refer to him as Miss Carter. Or Old Zhang." Sue Ran corrected Alicia's mistake. "Oh, you have such an adorable name. Miss Carter. Hello." Alicia approached Zhang Kai, greeting him with a cheerful expression. "That's my surname." "And why, miss?" Zhang Kai exclaimed, exasperated. "Because the name Katerina sounds distinctly feminine," Sue Ran teased while opening the car door, inviting Alicia and Mybius inside. "That's my surname." Zhang Kai slammed his hand on the steering wheel in frustration. "ISN to your surname, Zhang?" Sue Ran took the passenger seat, continuing to poke fun at Zhang Kai. Alicia giggled in the back seat. The rapport between Sue and Kevin remained as strong as ever. "Zhang. That's merely the phonetic translation of my name. Jankel. I'm English, and my name and surname are distinct." Zhang Kai insisted. "Remember my name, Jan Kai Katerina." Although his name should have been translated as Jan Kai, it appeared that people from you.You prefer to call him otherwise. "All right, Miss Carter. I shall remember." Sue Ran grinned mischievously. Zhang Kai took a deep breath, calming himself. He was reluctant to argue with her, knowing he could not win, and thus started the vehicle, which began to move along the road. Sue Ran inquired. Zhang Kai typically hesitated to accompany Sue Ran on her escapades, perhaps feeling it was time to engage in something more meaningful. Yet, Zhang Kai wavered. "You should have long since taken up your sword to save your world. Come on, repeat those melodramatic lines you used to say," Sue Ran jested. Their conversation was always filled with playful banter. "Alas, I must save the world." Zhang Kai found it hard to keep a straight face. Alicia burst into laughter at his words, finding the boy's antics delightfully absurd. Mybius confirmed that he was indeed the same melodramatic leader she once knew. How amusing. Hearing Alicia's laughter only made Zhang Kai feel more embarrassed. He could only lower his head, helplessly covering his forehead. "Watch the road, or perhaps you should activate autopilot. What if you accidentally make Miss Mybius a bit smaller again?" Sue Ran playfully punched Zhang Kai's head, prompting him to drive more attentively. Mybius, upon hearing this, became irate, resting her head on Alicia's shoulder. Alicia couldn't stop smiling. Being with Kevin made Sue much more entertaining than usual, filled with jokes and laughter. Chapter 58. Lin Tong. Zhang Kai's vehicle could not soar through the skies. It could merely skim the ground, as he lacked the funds to acquire a luxury car. Once a doctor displaced by robots, he found himself in a state of disarray. Slightly older than Sue Ran, nearing 70, he dedicated himself to the field of medicine, aspiring to realize his dream of rescuing this tumultuous world. He envisioned a future where medicine could ensure a stable existence for all, allowing humanity to set aside their disputes. He chose to study in Mu Prefecture, the most peculiar region in the world, teeming with freedom and passion, where talent flourished. Here, he encountered Zhao Tianbu, who was then a mere rookie, sharing a common goal of saving the world, albeit through differing paths. He also met Sue Ran, who was at that time a wandering artist in Mu Prefecture, only to later emerge as a high-ranking executive. Meanwhile, Zhang Kai remained in obscurity, yet he resolved to follow in the footsteps of his two old friends on a new journey of salvation. Zhang Kai drove his car to the airport, where a private jet awaited the representatives of the entire 9 prefectures, set to embark for negotiations in the Lin Tong autonomous region. Look, Mobius, it's an airplane, exclaimed Ali Shia, pointing at the aircraft like an exuberant child. You may embarrass yourself, but do not involve me, Mobius sighed. The four former friends entered the cabin, where a dozen individuals clad in formal attire had already taken their seats. In contrast, Mobius donned a set of white casual wear from Sumomo, and Ali Shia was similarly attired. Su Ran appeared in black trousers and a trench coat, while Zhang Kai sported a youthful blue pattern jacket. They felt somewhat out of place, yet it mattered little, as this journey would likely involve confrontation, making formal attire impractical for action. Oh, isn't that Commander Su? A woman, familiar to Su Ran, turned to speak. Chu Li, a venerable woman of at least a century, possessed a character from ancient times, a singular character, Hua. She represented the Yuan prefecture, adorned in a distinctive black traditional garment. You arrived quite early, Grand Lady Chu. As the aircraft's door closed, it gradually accelerated into the skies. Wow, Mobius, look how high we are. Ali Shia pressed her face and hands against the window, marveling at the receding ground below. Do not call my name. I do not know you, Mobius lamented. Other representatives in the cabin exchanged glances upon hearing Ali Shia's endearing yet Navi manner of speaking. The Night City did not nurture ordinary individuals. Each was a master of their craft, eccentric in their own right. The foolish mayor of Night City alone illustrated the extraordinary nature of this metropolis. The aircraft sped swiftly, and within 10 minutes, Ali Shia beheld a barren desert from beneath the clouds. The most significant mountain range of Mu Prefecture, Mount Mu, stood as a barrier against the encroachment of this desolate expanse into the mainland. To the south lay fertile land, while the north was an endless sea of sand. Mu Prefecture had sold off much of this arid territory, which became governed by various family conglomerates, leaving the southern lands to the Night City. After several more minutes, Ali Shia spotted a city in the distance beyond the desert. A grand sand barrier surrounded this city, which was none other than Lin Tong, standing resolutely amidst the sands. Chapter 59. The Era of Mechanical Ascension. At this moment, a familiar figure emerged from the rear of the cabin, greeting Su Ran. It was Wu Fengqing, Su Ran's student, the elegant young man from that day. He had accepted Su Ran's invitation to participate in this operation. Apologies, Commander Su. I felt nauseous the moment I boarded the plane and have been in the restroom until now. I only just felt well enough to come out. Wu Fengqing offered an awkward smile. Not at all, Su Ran replied, unaware that he was also prone to motion sickness, and smiled helplessly. Hello again. Elysia waved at the familiar young man. Ah, Miss Elysia. Wu Fengqing nodded weakly in her direction. The aircraft swooped down, skimming into an airport runway situated in the desert outside the city. Upon disembarking, they were immediately met with the arid atmosphere of the desert and an ominous-looking military presence. Soldiers brandishing rifles, accompanied by several imposing mechs. It seemed they had been awaiting this aircraft's arrival for quite some time. Did you see their uniforms? The blue insignia indicates they belong to an external arms group known as Ash. If necessary, they won't hesitate to kill, Su Ran explained, gesturing toward the intimidating soldiers while introducing Elysia and Mobius. Kill? Have they committed some heinous acts? Elysia inquired. They monopolized the market of you.You with their low-priced weaponry. Miss Tianhua, you must have a fondness for her, right? Su Ran remarked. Indeed, she is both beautiful and eloquent, Elysia replied, clearly admiring the red-haired woman who had gifted her exquisite clothing and thoughtfully done her makeup. Well, she is also in the arms trade, and her business has been entirely usurped by this foreign company. Furthermore, this company has contracted private military services, providing military support to smaller cities like Lintong, effectively bolstering their independence, Su Ran elucidated. Oh, it seems this company is indeed engaged in nefarious dealings. Elysia nodded in agreement. How dare they bully my sister Tianhua? I will show no mercy, Elysia declared fiercely. With that, Su Ran took the lead alongside Chu Li, their presence exuding the most formidable authority. They were high-ranking figures from Muzhou and Yuanzhou, with the others trailing behind them. They approached the military group, halting 20 meters away. Commander, and Lord Chu, you both. A blue-uniformed officer began, but Chu Li interrupted. I have no interest in hearing the words of those who betrayed you.You, Chu stated coldly, eyes closed. The officer's expression turned awkward. Given the current situation, joining the Ash group could indeed be viewed as a betrayal of you.You, as they were plotting to establish an independent zone within you.You, gradually infiltrating the region. Then there is nothing left to discuss. You're not welcome here. This is an independent state and does not require you.You's interference, another female officer interjected. Ah, miss, is that something a you.You citizen would say? If I may inquire, to which state do you belong? Su Ran feigned regret, mocking her. I am from Tongzhou, the female officer replied, unfazed. Yet the next moment, her head rolled to the ground. The onlookers scarcely perceived when Su Ran had drawn his blade. Her head, severed with a clean cut, fell, while her headless body stood for a brief moment before collapsing. Since you have AC Alicia, keep a distance, darling. These contraptions could ruthlessly unravel your genetic structure, leaving you riddled with imperfections, Mobius cautioned, turning toward Alicia. Alicia obediently floated further away. Mobius then stepped away from the wreckage. Madness. Utterly fearless? To install a nuclear reactor so close to the human form, using it as a relentless power source for the mech. How does one even begin to counteract the devastating effects of nuclear radiation on the human body? Mobius mused, stroking her chin in contemplation. Presumably, the bone marrow responsible for hematopoiesis has been directly replaced with artificial blood-generating machinery. And the brain, it's likely no longer a human brain. Instead, perhaps a chip, bearing the consciousness of a human mind. Absolutely insane, this cyberpunk world. Dr. Mobius, it seems you find this quite intriguing, Su Ran remarked, approaching Mobius. Su, please refrain from interrupting my train of thought for the moment. Mobius responded, a wide, delighted smile spreading across her face. The prosthetic fusion armor you're working on isn't even the most outlandish. At least it still possesses blood. Su Ran noticed the mech that Mobius had pushed aside, a large pool of blood seeping out. Are there any without blood? A hint of surprise flickered across Mobius's face. Yes, some are simply a human brain piloting the mech. Su Ran chuckled. Fascinating, utterly depraved, but I'm rather fond of it, Mobius nodded. Alicia, however, sighed, trapped within a metallic shell. Can they still be considered human? Tragic. Chapter 60. The pitiful city. What revelations had Mobius encountered in such a maddening era? Perhaps it was not just the mechas. These ordinary soldiers had long since transformed beyond recognition. As Mobius glided over a mass of corpses, it became evident that the wounds exposing bone glimmered with a chilling metallic hue. One entire arm, both flesh and bone, was an intricate steel prosthetic, equipped with ominous black cannon barrels. Humanity. Was it truly evolving in such a manner? Mobius chuckled to himself. Abandoning flesh. Perhaps the entirety of one's being would become a metallic skeleton. At least, I cannot endorse such a transformation. Zhang Kai spoke up. A person should not be salvaged by a mere assemblage of cold machinery. At the very least, they aspire to gain strength through this means. Their objectives have been fulfilled. Su Ran respected each individual's choice. Zhang Kai could only sigh, acknowledging Su Ran's truth. This was indeed a choice made by the people themselves. Excluding the you.You region, mechanical augmentation had already become prevalent elsewhere. Is your homeland not the same? Su Ran inquired with a smile. Zhang Kai nodded. There seems to be no alternative. It appears only the people of you.You are generally resistant to this abandonment of flesh in favor of evolution. Let us proceed into the city, each to investigate the circumstances here. I refuse to believe Lin Tong would dare to act against us. Su Ran, shouldering the scabbard, turned and flew toward the nearest Grand City gate. The others followed suit, splitting into smaller groups as they headed toward different gates. After a moment of hesitation, Elysia joined Su Ran. The four of them arrived together at the city gate. The military guards made no objections, allowing them entry, for they could not possibly impede their passage. Mechanical ascension could never rival the elevation of the flesh. One relies on external forces, while the other draws upon inner strength. Upon entering the city, Elysia felt as though she had stepped into a new world, her eyes wide with astonishment. This place bore no resemblance to the overwhelming technological marvels of the Night City. Instead, It was a landscape of dusty, oil-stained tin shanties, where aimless pedestrians wandered in tattered garments, their eyes devoid of life. Beneath the rags of some, metal prosthetics, caked in grime, were revealed rather than skin. A group of workers with metallic arms dragged a cart laden with metal bricks, their gaze fixed blankly ahead. These workers were smeared with filth, while the cart behind them glimmered under the sunlight. The inhabitants here were even less clean than the rough metallic road beneath their feet. Zhang, Gui, accustomed to such oppressive scenes, lamented the paradox of a technologically advanced era wherein the underprivileged continued to suffer. The wealth belonged to the city, not to the people. Elysia, with a sorrowful expression, tugged at Su Ran's sleeve, yearning to inquire about something. If our night city does not achieve a just economic distribution, it may end up like this. Su Ran anticipated her question. Zhang Kai nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the very existence of the night city was a miracle, governed by the most irrational of rules, yet the most reasonable social hierarchy. This autonomous region, however, could not replicate such a balance. The disparity between rich and poor was starkly pronounced here. Indeed, Miss Elysia, you shall uncover even more of the world's lament, Zhang Kai remarked. Elysia silently nodded in acknowledgement. Su Ran observed the backs of the workers for a moment, sensing an ominous premonition. As expected, one individual suddenly collapsed, the cart he'd been dragging mercilessly rolling over him. They continued their work, burdened with the labor of their deceased comrade. Perhaps the death of a person was insignificant. What mattered was the iron bricks they needed to transport. No one paid heed to the fallen worker, each preoccupied with their own tasks. Elysia found herself at a loss for words, while Mobius watched with cold detachment. Zhang Kai rushed over, crouching beside the worker to conduct an examination. Producing a medical toolkit from seemingly nowhere, he began attempting to revive the man. Cardiac resuscitation, ineffective. Defibrillation, ineffective. This appeared to be a young man who had succumbed to exhaustion from work. Cardiac arrest, all vital signs absent. His efforts yielded no results. Zhang Kai sighed. How fragile life is, Mobius remarked lightly. He was merely an ordinary individual. Why would this happen? Elysia murmured. Look at the heavy dark circles under his eyes. He may have gone days without sleep. Su Ran replied with a rueful smile. Yes, such sudden deaths occur frequently here, and the reactions of others reveal their desensitization to it. He added, You, however, possess a kind heart. I would not bother myself, Su Ran teased. Let us not dwell on this. If he lies here, he may be crushed. Quickly, use your authority as an officer to access the resident records and find out where he lived, Zhang Kai replied, exasperated. Very well, Miss Carter, Su Ran responded. Taking out her phone. Chapter 61. Elysia's anger. Wait a moment. Miss Carter, it seems you have overlooked the fact that the individuals here possess their own dossier information. Mobius chuckled softly, turning to observe the passers-by. Each person bore several openings akin to a mobile card slot on the side of their neck, presumably for connecting chips or interfaces that facilitate communication with the brain. Oh, I must admit, I had indeed forgotten, Zhang Kai remarked, recalling that in certain affluent and progressive regions, even the most destitute individuals had such extensions implanted. Su Ran activated the card, and a floating projection interface emerged. Another foreigner, originally from Texas. How unfortunate for him to endure such suffering in this place, she lamented. Perhaps he can no longer escape. Over 20 years ago, an outrageous regulation was enacted here that mandates the confiscation of all real estate for those who sever ties with the local registry, leading to a catastrophic decline in the second-hand housing market. Zhang Kai's words carried a hint of sorrow. That makes sense. He indeed owns a property here, with only a year remaining on his mortgage. He also has an adopted daughter, making it impossible for him to leave. Su Ran nodded in agreement. Only one daughter. What will become of that little girl? Elysia observed with greater scrutiny than Su Ran, contemplating this pressing issue. The child's sole father had passed away. Who would provide for her? Upon entering the city, they were met with a tragic tale. A father had taken out a loan to purchase a home, mere moments from clearing it. Yet he suddenly succumbed, leaving a helpless little girl to fend for herself. She is merely 10 years old. Elysia's expression reflected her profound sympathy as she accessed the girl's information. There is nothing to be done. Zhang Kai shared her compassion, albeit resigned. Esseni Chapter 62. How to paint the world. The four departed from the dilapidated surroundings of the 11th ring, akin to a slum. The 10th ring displayed a marginally improved urban visage, yet the structures remained predominantly lowly, constructed from crude iron sheets, inhabited by a throng of citizens who resembled mere specters. However, the streets were devoid of dust, and the distant inner city began to emerge, revealing a panorama of magnificent skyscrapers. The disparity between the city's exterior and interior was stark, unlike the Night City, where every corner was adorned with meticulously crafted edifices. Alicia began to lament the virtues of the Night City, despite its incessant gunfire. She embraced the bemused Mobius as they descended to the ground. The streets were lined with a uniform species of tree, the Polonia. Nearby, a shop was broadcasting an announcement. The group paused, listening intently to the transmission. Excellent. I trust that a multitude of indescribable smiles adorns your faces, my dear friends. Now, the exhilarating moment has arrived. As of midnight last night, our illustrious Tongzhou has recorded an additional 5,666 deaths in a single day, at least a fortuitous number. Wouldn't you agree? Alicia could only sigh in silence. The loss of life was staggering. Perhaps some among the listeners had lost loved ones. Yet they were urged not to dwell in excessive sorrow. Next, let us celebrate a fortunate soul. This gentleman has drawn the number 5,666 yesterday and secured the grand prize of 4,444,000 in the death lottery. Damn it, Zhang Kai cursed vehemently. After listening for so long, he had expected a public service announcement, only to discover they were treating the daily death toll as lottery numbers. This city has truly gone mad. Perhaps for the people, this is one of the few amusements left in this city, remarked Su Ran with a smile. Mobius chuckled in agreement. Yet, Alicia found no humor in the situation. Why not buy a ticket, Miss Carter? You might wake up tomorrow as a wealthy individual. Su Ran suggested, patting Zhang Kai on the shoulder. Zhang Kai huffed in irritation. Let us move on. Spare us your dark humor. Su Ran then turned into an alleyway, with the others following suit. Ascending 3 flights of stairs without an elevator, they arrived at a wooden door adorned with a half-peeled couplet. The door's lock flashed a red light, indicating a failed facial recognition attempt. There was no need to knock. The door itself was a summons for the occupant to identify themselves. Su Ran smiled as he awaited the door's opening. Moments later, a narrow gap appeared, revealing an adorable blue-haired girl peeking out, her small face smeared with paint. Mobius and Alicia were momentarily taken aback. Graysure? Su Ran recognized her, maintaining a cheerful demeanor. Brother? Sister? Are you here to see Daddy? The little blue-haired girl inquired languidly. No, we are here for you, Miss Gwen, Su Ran replied, crouching to meet her gaze. You know my name? The little girl pondered, curiously scrutinizing Su Ran. What does your brother do for work? I'm a police officer, here to investigate the living conditions of ordinary citizens. Su Ran presented his Night City identification. Police officer? That term sounds somewhat unfamiliar, the little girl remarked, a hint of confusion in her eyes. In Lin Tong City, the security forces scarcely resembled true police. They served only the affluent. Have you heard of the Night City? I'm a police officer there, he continued. I think I've heard Daddy mention it. It's a big city, right? Well then, brother and sister, please come inside. Gwen smiled, believing them not to be malicious. The little girl opened the door wider, and Zhang Kai shrugged, conceding that Su Ran's identity was indeed advantageous wherever they went. Chapter 63. The girl's smile. 4 individuals entered a somewhat disheveled room. The living area was sparsely furnished, containing only a table and 2 small stools, alongside an easel and stool by the window, while a multitude of items lay heaped in the corners. The walls were adorned with numerous peculiar paintings. Su Ran cast a glance and quickly deciphered the meanings behind the artworks. Elysia and Mobius squeezed together against the wall, vying for a better view of the paintings. Their contrasting hair colors, a vibrant pink and a striking green, colliding. Step aside, this is my gray shoe, Mobius stated coolly. Why is it always yours? You are so selfish, Mobius. Elysia retorted, refusing to yield. However, As Mybius comprehended the painting before her, she abruptly ceased her dispute with the pink-haired girl. The artwork depicted a colossal blood-red flower, yet within its petals lay a grim array of finely stacked corpses. Next, there was a portrayal of a seemingly cheerful young boy, contrasted sharply by another painting nearby, which depicted the boy's polished metallic skeleton. The subsequent piece was even more striking, a woman's visage, half flesh and half metal. Elysia stood in stunned silence. What surreal creations has Gracia conjured? These paintings reflect reality, Zhang Kai lamented. The harsh reality of this wretched city. Su Ran recognized the figure depicted. It was that of the deceased father. Miss Gwen, how long have you known this gentleman? Brother, he seems to know so much. He is my father, my second one. It has been about 5 years, the young girl murmured, her gaze fixed on a canvas. What about the first? Suranin Kuwayev. He and my mother left early. The girl replied, her innocent face betraying no emotion. They died suddenly, didn't they? Su Ran surmised. She understood that in this place, sudden deaths were commonplace. Her own biological parents had met their end in such a manner. Yes, brother, he was dark and gloomy, yet very clever. Conversing with him was effortless. Do you not feel sorrow about this? This feeling cannot change anything. She calmly shook her head. Su Ran smiled, realizing that the girl had grown numb to the concept of death. I believe your painting has flaws, Su Ran remarked, scrutinizing the portrait. Do you think so too, brother? The girl concurred, feeling that her depiction of her father lacked authenticity. Taking the brush from the girl's hand, Su Ran dipped it in black and added a ring of dark circles around the eyes, capturing the weary visage of a father. Have you ever met my father? The girl asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Yes, he has passed away, Su Ran replied, producing the identity card she had taken from that father. The girl fell silent. Suddenly, Mybius embraced Elysia, weeping silently. Why must the world treat Gracia so cruelly? All right, small Mybius, at least you can still care for her, can't you? Elysia gently patted Mybius's head. Did he also die suddenly? The girl gazed at Su Ran with her bewildered purple eyes. Yes, Su Ran nodded with a smile. Thank you. After a brief moment of confusion, the girl revealed a smile tinged with relief. I haven't seen my father for 2 days. A group of people took him away. Reflecting on it, this was bound to be the outcome. The girl stood, gazing out at the azure sky, smiling. Debt collectors, I presume? Su Ran's expression darkened, the smile vanishing, for she realized that the smile adorning the girl's face mirrored her own. A smile learned swiftly, capable of confronting myriad circumstances, tender yet hollow, exuding a chill while appearing warm. Perhaps this was the smile of one accustomed to the harshness of life. Maybe at this moment, the little girl had matured significantly. Yes, father owed a great deal of money. He promised to provide me with a home. The girl turned, regarding Su Ran with her own smile. Chapter 64. Little Gwen's tears. Gwen could sense that the smile on her brother's face was not one of feigned insincerity. He was a genuine police officer from another city. Unlike the local officers who had never shown her or her father a kind demeanor, as they were solely devoted to serving the affluent. A few days prior, those menacing officers had come to take her father away, claiming he owed a month's worth of mortgage payments. They forcibly dragged him off to work. It had been 2 days since she last saw him. Perhaps he had been toiling away without rest. Thus, he too might succumb to the same fate as so many others before him. Gwen understood that this was a city steeped in death. Those around her were cursed by an invisible malediction, falling one after another. Relatives, friends, until only she remained, a mere 10 years old. Officer, are you here to save us? Gwen asked slowly. No, Miss Gwen, although I wish I could, Su Ran replied, shaking her head in denial halfway through her sentence. But Zhang Kai abruptly pushed Su Ran aside. Yes, we are here to save this place, he declared passionately. Suran Saith, knowing that this brash young man loved to boast in front of others, even though she herself did not dare to claim such certainty. At the banquet the previous night, Su Ran's grandiose statements before Zhang Kai had merely been empty bravado. She was acutely aware of the daunting challenges that lay ahead. Yes, yes, little sister. We will rescue you and this city together. Please believe in us, Elysia chimed in, crouching down in front of Gwen. I don't want to. I don't want anyone else to die for me. Gwen shook her head. Her biological parents had perished because of her, and now her adoptive father faced the same fate, all for the sake of providing her with a home. She did not wish for these unfamiliar siblings to suffer because of her. She felt she was a harbinger of misfortune. Please don't say that. Trust us. We are strong. We won't perish. Elysia gently cupped Gwen's face in her hands. No need. Gwen calmly removed Elysia's hands, revealing a somewhat hollow smile she had learned from Suran. She simply did not wish to rely on anyone any longer. Moebius remained silent. This little girl, so familiar to her, had grown remarkably resilient due to the upheaval in her life. All right, little sister, don't speak in anger. You are still young. It is impossible not to depend on others. Elysia said softly, stroking Gwen's blue hair. If possible, just go save this city. Don't worry about me, Gwen replied, slightly irritated by Elysia's touch, distancing herself. That's a human I can consume, Suran sighed, covering her forehead, bemused by the impulsiveness of Zhang Kai, who was nearly 20 years her senior. Gwen gazed silently at Zhang Kai's retreating figure for a long while. Look at how confident that brother is, little sister. Do you still not believe in us? Elysia asked, puffing out her cheeks and reaching out to Gwen again. Gwen darted behind Suran for refuge. So, you prefer him, do you? Elysia teased jealously. At least he won't touch you inappropriately. Peeking out from behind Suran, Gwen retorted, Elysia, mind your hands. Moebius chuckled mockingly, finally voicing what she had long wanted to say. Oh, Sue, let me borrow your appearance for a moment. Then little Gray will surely like me. I can't simply create an infection. Suran shrugged, exasperated. Gwen ignored her. Perhaps you have something you.You, Chapter 65. The Weeping Serpent, what brings you here? Asked Elysia with a smile. We're looking for Miss Gwen. We need her to step outside, a leading man replied coldly. The Ash Group's security team. Suran glanced at the imposing figures of the door. They were indeed the ones who had taken her father away. A look of hatred flashed across Gwen's small face. Suran guided Gwen toward the door. And you are? The uniformed man directed his icy demeanor at Suran. With a gentle smile, Suran produced his executive certificate. The expressions of the group shifted simultaneously upon seeing the document. Have we encountered a formidable opponent? Sir, we are here to notify Miss Gwen about certain matters. Please do not take offense. The man who had spoken earlier quickly softened his tone. Go ahead. I am listening, Suran stated, standing protectively in front of Gwen, who glared coldly at the men opposite her. Thank you for your cooperation. Miss Gwen's only relative was declared deceased at 8:03 this morning by the 11th Hospital of Tongzhou. We express our sorrow for this loss. Due to a shortage of medical resources, the body has already been cremated. Miss Gwen can collect the ashes and the deceased's belongings from the 11th Hospital of Tongzhou. Indeed, they went straight to cremation without consulting the family. Claiming a resource shortage, they simply did not wish to provide a resting place for these impoverished individuals. I understand, but I do not wish to hear the word Tongzhou again, Suran replied coldly. Very well. Then we shall refer to it as Lintong City, the uniformed man said, sweating profusely as he quickly changed his words. Furthermore, the deceased had an outstanding mortgage of over 200,000, which has now fallen upon Miss Gwen. We hope she can repay this debt punctually, the man continued, but was interrupted. Isn't she just a 10-year-old child? Why should she bear this burden? Her parent is gone, and surviving is already a challenge. Can't there be some leniency, a waiver of this debt? Elysia could no longer remain silent. Gwen's expression softened slightly as she looked at Elysia, grateful for her support. We are merely here to deliver the notification. I am powerless to alter these circumstances. The uniformed man shook his head in resignation. At that moment, Elysia felt that Sue was exceptionally impressive. That's rather difficult to say. The uniformed man hesitated. I will personally call your superior. Suran casually pulled out his phone. The uniformed man felt as if the sky had fallen. Encountering this figure, he could not even handle the trivial matter of notifying about the debt, and he feared for months of his salary, as well as his companions. With a grim expression, he recited a series of numbers. Suran leaned against the wall, waiting for the call to connect. Hello? Who is this? I'm quite busy, the voice on the other end answered. Suran handed the phone to the uniformed man, prompting him to explain the situation. Lord Tong, it's me. The uniformed man took the phone, looking utterly embarrassed. You? What's going on? Why are you using a you.You number? Are you seeking death? The tone on the other end was unfriendly. It seemed they had completely designated you.You as an enemy. This number belongs to Executive Sue. Silence ensued on the other end of the line. Sue Ran, Elysia, and Mebius all chuckled softly. What is it that the executive desires? This task has been requested to waive the debt, Executive Sue. The uniformed man said with a sorrowful expression. Then waive it, and also your salary is waived, came the curt response, and the call was abruptly terminated. Without uttering a word, the group turned and descended the stairs, their faces maintaining a solemn demeanor. Brother, that was amazing, Gwen tugged at Sue Ran's jacket. She had never encountered debt collectors who were so agreeable. Perhaps if Sue Ran had arrived a few days earlier, her father would not have perished from exhaustion. Yet if her father had not died, Sue Ran and Elysia would not have traced the deceased information to find her. Everything seemed to be dictated by fate. I told you we are formidable. Can you now believe us? Elysia beamed at Gwen. Can I ask you for a few things, sister? Elysia had her own requests, contingent on Gwen's ability to comply. Sure, if I can manage, Gwen replied. How about a cuter name? Can I call you Gracia? Elysia seemed to have planned this well in advance. Yes, Gracia. I am now Gracia, Gwen nodded innocently. Also, come with us, brother and sister. I will take care of little Gracia. Elysia's intentions were clear. Gwen fell silent. This house was nearly bought at the cost of her father's life. It seemed she was reluctant to leave. Was it that she was attached to this place? Mebius, who had been silent, finally spoke. Gwen nodded. On the path of growth. One must often abandon many things, Mebius smiled. Will you choose to remain in this lifeless city, or leave this sorrowful place behind? Come, Gracia, take my hand and embark on a new journey of evolution. Mebius bent down and extended a hand to Gwen, appearing sincerely cheerful at that moment. After a long silence, Gwen grasped Mebius's hand. Yes, Aunt. Mebius's smile faltered instantly. Why are you still calling me that? Didn't we just enter a new world? Elysia chuckled, clearly amused at the situation. Can I call you sister? Mebius's face wore a pleading expression. Aunt, you look quite old. Your dark circles are quite pronounced, Gwen noted. Disregarding Mebius's request, Mebius cradled her face, suddenly bursting into a fit of laughter, her expression twisted with emotion. Is this fate? Last night, she had fought all night against a guardian spirit known as the Thief Brother, leaving her weary and dark-eyed. And now, she faced her retribution. For being exhausted, she was called Aunt by Gwen. She could have been a sister. Mebius laughed and then wept, her face contorting with emotion. Is Aunt unhappy? Gwen inquired, her concern evident. Sue Ran and Elysia remained silent, merely stifling their laughter. Chapter 66. Sierra will protect everyone after finishing her laughter. Sue Ran felt a twinge of worry. Initially, it was just her and Sue Mo at home, with Gia-Go not counted as a person. Now, 3 more had suddenly joined. Elysia, Mebius, and Gracie. It seemed a single flat would no longer suffice. They would need to move into a villa. Sugu, Sister Elysia, Aunt Mebius, Brother Kevin. And I am Gracie. Remember that. Gracie had gathered the names from their previous conversation. Yes, you got them all right. Little Gracie is quite clever. Elysia praised as she gently patted Gracie's small head. Mebius, however, sat listlessly on the ground, her eyes devoid of life. It appeared that even the serpent was rather fragile. Miss Gracie, there are many matters awaiting my attention in this city. I must take my leave, Sue Ran stated before departing, eager to see what the impulsive white-haired boy was up to. Shall we take little Gracie along? I can carry you, Elysia inquired. Gracie pondered for a moment before choosing to wrap her arms around Mebius's neck from behind, who was still seated on the ground, contemplating the essence of her serpentine existence. Aunt Mebius, may I ride on your back? Gracie gazed into Mebius's vertical pupils. With a smile, Mebius lifted Gracie on her lap, floating off with her. Auntie is amazing, Gracie exclaimed in admiration. Elysia closed the door behind them and followed the two. Downstairs in the alley, Sue Ran was engaged in a phone call. Hello. Miss Katerina, where are you? What are your plans? I've seen dozens of people suddenly perish on the road. I can't take it anymore. According to your plan? Eliminate all military forces here first. I've just reached the fourth ring. The voice of Zhang Kai came through, accompanied by the sound of howling winds. Are you underestimating the situation here? Suran responded, exasperative. Shouldn't you notify the others to gather and eradicate these scoundrels together? Came a fearless reply. Do you have any idea how many innocent lives would be lost in a direct confrontation within the city? Su Ran had no intention of proceeding in such a manner. Zhang Kai fell silent. There's no time. They've already sent someone to intercept me. Suddenly, the sound of bullets whizzing through the air could be heard before Zhang Kai abruptly ended the call. Su Ran, looking speechless, turned to the three girls with varying hair colors. Do you think these are humans? Su Ran spread his hands in inquiry. It seems Kevin hasn't matured yet. He is still that impulsive boy, Alexia chuckled. You should be fine, Moebius remarked dismissively. Sighing, Su Ran covered his face in frustration. He was unable to assist Zhang Kai from such a distance, 50 kilometers at best from the 10th to the 4th ring. He could only summon that individual. Moebius sensed the presence of the ethereal entity again, instinctively clutching Grace Hue and drifting backward. The space beside Su Ran warped momentarily, and suddenly a figure appeared, his sister. Sierra will protect everyone, Su Jie proclaimed as he stood before Su Ran, delivering a casual introduction. Are you really planning to cosplay, Sierra? Where did you learn to wield that scythe? Su Ran was taken aback. By the Quantum Sea, Miss Gu Jin taught me. Su Jie replied with a playful tilt of his head. Su Ran understood, nodding in acknowledgement. As we move towards the city center, we should encounter a white-haired boy in battle. Sierra, please assist him. Yes, Sierra will do her best, Su Jie affirmed before vanishing into the ether to render aid. She truly is a guardian spirit, Moebius marveled. Indeed, one who is always at the ready, Su Ran smiled. Sierra, that name is rather endearing. Why didn't Su give this name to his sister back then? Alexia pondered aloud. It matters not, as long as she is happy. Su Ran gazed into the distant sky, though he could see no signs of conflict. Then let us call her sister Sierra. It sounds much more pleasant than the name Su Luan gave her. Alexia tugged at Su Ran's coat. Chapter 67. The terror of those who transcend life and death on the rooftop of a towering building. Zhang Kai found himself in a precarious position, evading the relentless barrage of bullets raining down upon him. Above, 5 mechanized soldiers, clad in integrated armor and wielding Gatling guns, mercilessly opened fire. The rooftop's sturdy flooring withstood the onslaught, preventing the bullets from penetrating into the building below. Visitor from you.You, you have crossed the line. One of the mechs intoned in a deep mechanical voice. If you retreat beyond the 3rd ring, we will cease our assault. Zhang Kai, however, had no intention of complying. As he maneuvered through the hail of gunfire, he suddenly unleashed a sword energy towards one of the mechs hovering above. In an instant, the mech vanished from its position. A mechanical voice echoed, "Since you have chosen to resist, no mercy will be given." The previously vanished mech reappeared before Zhang Kai, attempting to seize him as he dashed forward. Reacting swiftly, Zhang Kai brought his heavy sword down upon the mechanical hand. Yet, the blade could not penetrate. Instead, the metallic hand gripped his sword firmly. Zhang Kai's blue eyes widened in realization. It was no wonder that Su Ran had warned him not to underestimate the capabilities here. The previous nuclear-powered armor would surely have crumbled under the might of his strike, but this was evidently a suit powered by an antimatter engine, elevating its strength to an entirely new echelon. Indeed, the times had changed. Abandoning his sword, Zhang Kai leaped from the rooftop, seeking an opportunity to deal with these formidable foes. Just as he descended, a girl appeared, catching him in a princess carry. Dumbfounded, Zhang Kai looked up at her. She resembled Su Ran's sister. It's the white-haired brother, target confirmed. Su Jie assessed the man in her arms. Subsequently, she left behind a purple phantom and continued to hold Zhang Kai aloft. Zhang Kai found the situation somewhat absurd, being held by a girl in such a manner. Su Jie rendered herself unselectable, and a shadow darted towards the rooftop. The mech, captivated by the large sword it had pilfered, remained oblivious to the approaching shadow. The shadow silently penetrated the mech's body, causing it to momentarily freeze. It had been marked. 2 figures and 2 massive scythes appeared beside the mech, one a phantom, the other the real you.You. Both sides swung simultaneously, slicing through the air and leaving a trail of purple light. Yet it seemed to inflict no tangible damage upon a mech. Nevertheless, the mech sensed the threat of death. These strikes felt as though they had severed its very soul. In a swift motion, the mech turned, intent on crushing you.You, believing it had found the real entity. Yet, the figure behind was merely a phantom, intangible and elusive. That girl, sister, I don't need to be carried like this, Zhang Kai said awkwardly. Just a moment, brother, you.You replied, absorbed in her task. In the next heartbeat, the mech that you.You had marked erupted in a violent explosion, the antimatter engine igniting a cataclysmic blast that engulfed the remaining 4 mechs in the air. Zhang Kai stared in astonishment at the massive fireball above. How did she accomplish that? He opened his mouth to inquire, only to find that the girl holding him had transformed into a purple phantom, as elusive as a ghost. Amidst the flames, you.You dispatched Chapter 68 Sierra. First, could you provide me with the power rankings of the main characters in this world? The following list is arranged from highest to lowest power. 1. Sierra, currently at the pinnacle of strength, indicating a being beyond human, while the one still alive is merely an ordinary person for the time being. 2. Guess who? 3. Alicia, she seems reluctant to engage unless absolutely necessary. 4. Kevin, yet to become an ancestor, possesses immense potential, though his medical studies have hindered him. 5. Sue, truthfully, he is hesitant to engage in direct combat. In a fight, he resembles a flailing fly. 6. Mybius, poor little snake. 7. you.You, how does one illustrate the world? Let us pause here. Alicia was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the disheveled, white-haired boy and the composed, black-haired girl who had suddenly appeared before her. Within merely a minute, she praised, well, Sierra could actually be even faster. The black-haired girl nodded affirmatively. Even faster. Zhang Kai could hardly fathom just how terrifying his sister truly was. Did she genuinely desire to be called Sierra? Su Ran, accustomed to his sister's formidable prowess, was not particularly surprised and merely inquired of her. Anything is fine, and I feel that Sierra is a more fitting self-reference. Is it not? Anything works for Sierra. Now she referred to herself as Sierra, and Sierra smiled and nodded in agreement. Having spoken, Sierra vanished once more, appearing and disappearing without a trace. In truth, she was quite an adorable girl. Alicia had initially assumed that this other sister was an icy person, likely influenced by her constant companionship with Mo. Su Ran recollected that she had not always been this way. Perhaps she had been affected by Mo's cheerful disposition. Family is truly wonderful, you.You whispered from her perch on Mybius. It's all right. Now we are all part of you.'s family, Alicia reassured her. Oh, by the way, Sue, remember to organize Mybius's profile information, grant her a separate household registration, and make her you.'s grandmother, all right? Alicia leaned closer to Su Ran, speaking softly. Holding back a laugh, Su Ran nodded. Mybius, overhearing their conversation, wore a gloomy expression, while you.' appeared bewildered. I will consider it, Su Ran replied. Mybius was utterly speechless. At a height barely exceeding 1.60 meters, how could she possibly appear aged? She longed to find someone to bully, to vent her frustrations upon. She resolved to closely observe Kevin from this world, seeking an angle from which to approach him. He seemed so immature, easily subjected to ridicule by Sue. Oh, not of the Carter family. What sort of encounter left you in such disarray? Suran checked, patting Zhang Kai on the shoulder. Zhang Kai felt a bit embarrassed to respond, his white hair in disarray. Did you encounter a new model of powered exoskeleton? Suran Benchelages. After all, an older model of mech could not have left Zhang Kai in such a state. Within the 3rd ring, they will intercept and prevent our entry. Zhang Kai nodded in agreement. That's fine. This place won't be rectified overnight. At least it will keep you, the headstrong youth, in check for a while, Su Ran remarked with a smile. Chapter 69. The Dance of Demons. Well then, what shall we do now? Zhang Kai shifted the topic. Let's seek a story. We have indeed discovered a tragedy, a 10-year-old girl whose parents have ascended to the heavens, and whose adoptive father has succumbed to the burdens of debt in quick succession. It is a tale so sorrowful that it defies further lamentation. This girl, at such a tender age, is burdened with a monthly mortgage exceeding 10,000 yuan, Su Ran said with a light laugh. The very existence of this child's experience lays bare the depths of madness within this city. She can undoubtedly enlighten the world about the darkness that pervades here. Su Ran's remarks, delivered with a touch of dark humor, cast a profound silence upon the group. Yet he spoke the truth. Such a pitiable child could ignite global outrage against Hangzhou. Brother Su, do you believe Grace-you is of any use? Grace-you asked, her expression vacant. Indeed, every individual bears significance. Miss Grace-you, please have faith in yourself, Su Ran responded with a nod. By the way, Miss Grace-you, could you enlighten me about the places your father frequented in his lifetime? I wish to understand more. Do you remember the way? Let us proceed. I remember. They traversed through various dimly lit alleys, bearing witness to the diversity of humanity. Tattered and hollow-eyed individuals sat upon the ground, each engaged with their own possessions. A cluster of people huddled around a weathered screen, which displayed unspeakable content, the volume blaring unabashedly, accompanied by disconcerting cries. These individuals seemed to be engrossed in their own crafts or assisting one another in their endeavors. Moebius shielded Grace-you's eyes. Children must not gaze upon such sights. One person sat on the ground, removing their metallic arm and meticulously cleaning it with a soiled cloth, despite the fact that the more they polished, the dirtier it became. Yet, this individual could still be considered relatively normal. Another person knelt, perhaps lost in a hallucinatory state, yearning for more. They gathered black dust from the ground using a card, inhaling it sharply through their nostrils, only to cough twice before springing to their feet, dancing in a fit of fervor. I shall consume, O poet. Su Ran couldn't help but chuckle at the chaotic scene. Zhang Kai wore an expression of discontent, acutely aware that these individuals had been driven mad by the city. Alicia could only manage a rueful smile, pondering the indignity of their existence. They passed by a street artist, who appeared somewhat more composed, as she sprayed patterns upon a wall stained with grime. Sister Lucy, Grace-you spoke up. Ah, little Gwen, exclaimed the girl known as Lucy, halting her work and turning around. Half of her face was obscured by long white bangs, revealing a visage crafted from metal through the gaps in her hair. This must be the woman Grace-you had depicted, a face only partially human. Have you made a new friend, Gwen? Lucy smiled, her half-revealed face scrutinizing the neatly dressed group, who seemed not to belong to this locale. Yes, Gwen is now called Grace-you. These are Grace-you's family. Grace-you replied, poking Moebius's cheek. Grace-you, you all hail from the inner ring? Lucy inquired of Su Ran. No wonder, I wonder how those bees could wander here. Lucy nodded knowingly. How is your father? Lucy appeared aware of Grace-you's father's unfortunate circumstances. Father has already been cremated. Grace-you spoke slowly. What a pity. We had mentioned that his condition was dire, yet he still chose to settle that reckless debt. Lucy shook her head. Father had no choice. Grace-you lowered her gaze. Sigh, do you wish to speak to the old man? Lucy sought to divert the conversation from its heavy nature. Yes. Chapter 70. Pain. Excruciating pain. The walls of the narrow alley were adorned with a myriad of vibrant graffiti. On one of the walls, a blue-haired little girl held hands with her equally blue-haired parents, smiling innocently. It must have been Lucy who painted this for Gwen. Regrettably, that beautiful mural was now beyond sight. They made their way into a small clinic. Upon entering, they encountered a curly-haired old man dressed in a leather vest and jeans, brandishing a spiraled sword glowing with a green hue, shouting towards the heavens, pain. It hurt so much. Above his head floated a tattered green crown, the mark of the ruined king, Vigo. Su Ran couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. There was someone cosplaying as Vigo, indeed a gathering of talents. Old man, don't lose your mind. Your little one has come to see you, Lucy said, covering her face in resignation. Oh, my lovely Miss Gwen, how delightful to see you again. May I touch your head? Vigo exclaimed upon noticing Grace-you, immediately calming down. Uncle Vigo, Gwen is now called Grace-you. Grace-you obediently allowed Vigo to pat her head. How dare you? Vigo suddenly shouted, realizing the girl had changed her name. I, the poet, am hurt. Su Ran replied, amused. Who allowed you to change it? The name Gwen is simply splendid. Vigo glared at Su Ran and scrutinized the unfamiliar faces around him. Alicia attempted to apologize, admitting it was her suggestion. But Vigo seemed to have found a new target. With a sudden shift to a sorrowful demeanor, he approached Su Ran, longing to touch his face. Isolde, why? Why must you? Your Isolde is already gone, Su Ran retorted, stepping back from the man, pressing too closely. Zhang Kai displayed a bewildered expression. Oh. There truly is no normal person here. No. She is the only starlight, watching over my long journey, Vigo murmured to himself. Well, you ought to recognize reality. I am a man, Su Ran insisted, wishing to ground Vigo in the truth. Wow. It seems Su is about to be trimmed. If you were a lovely girl, it would be easier to snuggle, Alicia giggled, covering her mouth. Apologies, the old man just loves to be eccentric, Lucy sighed, feeling powerless against her neurotic guardian. Vigo unleashed a powerful strike towards Su Ran. Rather than drawing his weapon, Su Ran coldly observed Vigo's actions. It appeared something intangible had thwarted Vigo's sword. He was forcefully repelled. Alicia, do you often find this lad not drawing his sword? Zhang Kai inquired. Indeed, it is quite strange, Alicia nodded. At times, he doesn't draw his sword at all. Instead, he conjures invisible blades using his peculiar mental abilities, Zhang Kai clarified. Alicia understood now. No wonder she hadn't seen Su draw his weapon earlier. It was because he had not moved to draw it at all. She had thought him mysterious. It seemed otherwise. The two men inexplicably began to fight in the alley. Vigo summoned a green domain that stretched along the alley walls, soon vanishing into it himself. Su Ran stood firm, using his unseen blade to deflect the green swords that sprang forth from all directions. Isolde, why do you hide from me? Vigo cried out, genuinely matching Su Ran in combat prowess. Alicia could only lament, surrounded by so many skilled individuals. Even the madman possessed great abilities. Isolde, this name? Where did the old man even dredge it up from? Lucy observed with a sigh. He indeed once had a girlfriend. However, that woman had perished long ago in a genetic modification program. After that, the old man had become like this, crying out in pain day after day. Lucy explained the reason behind his madness. Pain. It hurts so much. The unseen figure shouted once more. Such a passionate soul, Alicia reflected. Graysure stared blankly as her uncle and brother clashed before her. Su Ran seemed unable to endure any longer. He finally drew his sword, severing the green sword from Vigo, which fell to the ground. The domain dissipated. Vigo reappeared, kneeling on the ground, his white hair hanging down. With a sigh, Su Ran picked up the long sword and extended it to Vigo. Forever lost, my love. Vigo completed the phrase, gaze upon the ruin. Young man, do you know that this desert was once a vast sea? Lintong City lies within a sea of sand. Vigo rose, appearing more composed, gazing calmly at Su Ran. You possess the power to save this island amidst the ocean. Lintong City is indeed an island. Vigo placed a hand on Su Ran's shoulder, imparting a weighty meaning. Shadow Island is merely the beginning. Su Ran furrowed his brow. Could it be that more cities would succumb to such a fate? Did your soul perish? Su Ran inquired. Yes, she has long since departed from me. I am not a king. I am merely a doctor who could not save her. Vigo shook his head, moving towards Graysure. Graysure, is that your name now? Yes, Uncle Vigo. Please do not be angry, Graysure nodded. These individuals are capable of protecting you. Do not hesitate to follow them and leave this island. Vigo slumped onto a bench, dejected. Hey, does he truly go by Vigo? Su Ran asked Lucy. Over 20 years ago, a peculiar name, Lucy shrugged. Quite interesting, Su Ran smiled. What is it you wish to know, young ones? Are you here to cozy up to her? Vigo asked Zhang Kai. Stories abound. They all touch upon death. Would you care to listen? Vigo inquired. Zhang Kai poured himself a glass of water. Happy to lend an ear. You also study medicine, Vigo noted, observing Zhang Kai's steady hand while pouring. Indeed, Zhang Kai conceded. Studying medicine is futile, young man. It only leaves you helpless as you watch your loved ones perish on your operating table. Vigo shook his head, sorrowfully regarding little Graysure. Sudden death, was it? Zhang Kai asked. Not merely that. She was afflicted with numerous ailments. Cardiac and coronary failures simultaneously, coupled with gastric issues and colon cancer. Her suffering was insurmountable, Vigo seethed. I have witnessed this myself. It is the city's doing, Zhang nodded. Indeed, the removal of pain sensation, touted as a means to relieve suffering, instead leads people to die unaware of their afflictions, leaving their loved ones to bear the pain in the end. Lintong, zero pain. Quite easily resolved yet. Zhang understood. Those chips that can monitor health are capable of sustaining our lives, yet they're monopolized by the island's center, out of reach for the common folk, leaving them to perish in their pursuit of survival, Zhang Kai lamented. Do you know how much those chips are sold for by the island's center? Over 2 million. I could create such a device, Mobius interjected. Useless. Those things are easy to make. I could produce a decent one myself. But if the island's center discovers you are crafting it, your fate is sealed, Vigo scoffed. Monopoly. Only purchasable through Lin Tong City's channels. Truly heartless, Mobius chuckled. For money. Alicia sighed. Does she also lack the sensation of pain? Su Ran inquired, pointing at Gracie. 20 years ago, nearly everyone had already lost their capacity to feel pain, said Fuego. Nowadays, children don't even cry out when receiving injections. It has been a long time since I last experienced pain, Fuego laughed maniacally. Curiously, Alicia pinched Gracie's cheek with force. Does it hurt, Gracie? Gracie, in a daze, replied. I do not know what pain is. Chapter 71. The Resistance Organization Gracie. Alicia gazed at her with a heart full of compassion, only to notice a concealed incision along the side of Greshu's slender neck, cleverly hidden from immediate view. Indeed, she had undergone modifications. Her genes had been altered, and her body had been transformed. Realizing Alicia's scrutiny, Greshu graciously removed her identity chip from her neck. Greshu, she momentarily forgot, needed to change her name. With a flick of her wrist, she activated a projection screen and entered her desired new name. It seemed she had grown accustomed to such practices, finding nothing peculiar about it. Greshu, is there anything else you have? Alicia hesitated, contemplating whether Greshu had also been fitted with a metallic prosthetic. None. She is perfectly healthy, I assure you, boomed Fuego, thumping his chest with confidence. Yes, Uncle Fuego often conducts health checks on Greshu, she nodded, eliciting a sigh of relief from Alicia. Then, Mr. Fuego, what do you propose we do to address the situation here? Suran inquired. Crush them utterly. Fuego responded with a hint of extremity. That seems unnecessary, Su Ran retorted. You perhaps still feel pity for the people here, do you? Fuego chuckled darkly. Su Ran fell silent, realizing that he indeed harbored such sentiments. Mobius and Alicia turned their attention away from Greshu, now focused on the silver-haired man. Do not pity us. We are laughable, Fuego declared with a manic fervor. Lucy remained silent, for the truth was undeniable. On this island there were millions, yet few were willing to rise against oppression. In this regard, the ordinary citizens had become the architects of this desolate isle. They were beyond redemption. Fuego's eyes widened with ferocity, instilling a sense of dread in Alicia. Half of the populace chose to submit to the beasts at the island's core, laboring until their demise, much like Greshu's parents, and half of that half descended into degradation. Have you seen the vagrants on the streets? Do they still resemble human beings? Fuego roared. Ultimately, a mere quarter remain. They have been consigned to the depths of the sea. Fuego's tone softened. Are you suggesting that these individuals, weak and cowardly, do not deserve to live? Zhang Kai asked, lowering his gaze. At the very least, I refuse to let this island break me. I will fight those mechanized beasts to the death. Fuego proclaimed, brandishing his battered sword, suddenly standing before Zhang Kai, locking his green-eyed gaze onto him. What have you been doing all this time? Su Ran questioned. This man undeniably possessed strength. During their recent skirmish, Su Ran had not sensed him exerting his full power, while he himself was drenched in sweat. There must be more to his identity. It was impossible for him to be this formidable without it. I am an executor of the Night City. Come, follow me. I will show you the undercurrents beneath this island, Fuego declared enigmatically, closing the clinic door behind him as he strode into the interior. Lucy sighed, realizing the old man was prepared to reveal his true identity so soon. They were members of an organization opposing the Tong family and the Ash Group, the Smokewalkers. Greshu stared blankly at Fuego's retreating figure, feeling that today he seemed particularly vibrant. In her memories, he had always appeared taciturn, occasionally exclaiming, "It hurts. So much pain." The group followed Fuego's lead. Surprisingly, the clinic concealed an elevator leading underground. They crowded into the lift, descending for what felt like an eternity. After approximately 2 minutes, the doors opened, revealing a depth of 2,000 meters. A dimly lit corridor awaited them, and after several minutes of walking, they found themselves in a vast, technologically advanced underground base. "This is unexpected. Do any of you actually wish to resist?" Su Ran remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "It appears to be a substantial organization," Lucy replied, shaking her head. "What is your overall strength?" Zhang Kai inquired. "Uneven. Some cannot even wield spiritual power. The majority rely on mechanical prosthetics to enhance their abilities, enabling them to contend with the Ash security forces," Lucy lamented. "And you and him?" Su Ran asked. "The old man is a mid-level, 5th-tier spiritual master, while I'm a high-level 3rd tier," Lucy informed. Indeed, this version of Fuego was extraordinarily formidable. Su Ran, merely a beginner at the 5th tier, felt overwhelmed. This group of medical practitioners was increasingly intimidating, with Zhang Kai consistently outshining him, and this clinic-esque physician proving to be even more fearsome. Chapter 72, Brother Dragon. What is your objective? Suranin Koayeth. To rescue this shadow island. Fei Yigu articulated deliberately. "I wish to join you." Zhanke Edklimet fervently. Su Ran felt a sense of embarrassment. Elisha chuckled, clearly pleased that he was indeed inclined to save the world. "Well then, welcome aboard. By the way, may I have the honor of knowing your name?" Lucy was taken aback. It seemed that the inhabitants of Night City were genuinely willing to assist them. Zhanke Katerina. Cater, if I recall correctly, is associated with a knightly family from England, isn't it? Lucy recognized that surname. Indeed. Zhang Kai performed a knightly salute with great flair. Su Ran felt compelled to avert his gaze from this pretentious white-haired youth and began to explore the base on his own. At least he did not endorse this makeshift organization. The place was quite well constructed, equipped with various instruments and training apparatuses. After wandering for a while, a man clad in black ancient attire, adorned with a pair of dragon horns, suddenly appeared before him. The Celestial Dragon Clan. However, he sensed that the bloodline was impure. Su Ran felt an unexpected heaviness descend upon his body. The Celestial Dragon was exerting a gravitational field upon him. The dragon was merely retreating, but had yet to relinquish the pressure he had placed on Su Ran. This was an affront. Su Ran's eyes instantly turned crimson, denoting his fury. What era is this? Does the Dragon Clan still hold any superiority over humanity? Su Ran Beyoveth, drawing his blade in an instant and teleporting to the Dragon Man's side, seizing him by the throat and slamming his head onto a laboratory table, resulting in a thunderous crash that caused the instruments upon it to emit smoke. With one hand pinning the man down, the other held the blade poised above his head. In his past life, he had been betrayed and slain by the Dragon Clan. Although one dragon had sacrificed itself to save the world, it did not negate the antagonism of other dragons towards humanity. Lucy, hearing the commotion, hurried over. Could you two perhaps calm down?" She attempted to mediate, albeit hesitantly. The Dragon Man's gaze remained placid, a smile upon his lips as he regarded Su Ran. Elisha also approached, seemingly taken aback by the sight of Su Ran's anger, particularly with his eyes now glowing red. "What is happening?" Su Ran continued to force the Dragon Man's head downward, the table creaking ominously. "Cough, you are quite strong." The Dragon Man gasped for air. Su Ran regained his composure and released his grip, though the crimson hue in his eyes seemed reluctant to fade. "Sigh, old dragon. What are you thinking?" Lucy gently patted the Dragon Man's back. "He cough. Is he not from a twilight state?" The Celestial Dragon gasped a few times. "He is an official there here to assist us," Lucy sighed. "This has certainly complicated matters." Fei Yigu chuckled as he playfully punched the Celestial Dragon. "Ha ha. You nearly got yourself killed." The Celestial Dragon bore an awkward expression. Zhang Kai approached, placing a hand on Su Ran's shoulder. "Why are you so angry, buddy?" "A presumptuous dragon," Su Ran replied coldly. Perhaps what he despised most were those races that seemed born with an innate superiority. In his former era, the Dragon Clan toyed with humanity at will, Sigh, my apologies. Officer Sue, he was merely curious about you. I hope you won't hold it against him. Lucy rushed to apologize to Sue Ran. No harm done. Are there other members of your organization here? I wish to learn about them. Sue Ran replied, regaining his tranquility. Yes, indeed. Allow me to show you. Lucy awkwardly smiled as she led Sue Ran. Zhang Kai remained behind, intrigued by the dragon man who had nearly met his demise at Sue Ran's hands. You are Brother Dragon, but why does your neck appear to have shrunk? Gray Repair asked innocently. Gray Repair had been exploring the area and had not noticed the sudden altercation. The celestial dragon rubbed his neck, acknowledging that it indeed felt constricted, and awkwardly smiled at Gray Repair. In truth, he held no animosity towards humans. He simply struggled with social interaction. You have horns on your head, Alicia remarked. Her curiosity piqued. Yes, these are dragon horns, the celestial dragon readily admitted. They seem rather endearing, Alicia complimented, cupping her face in delight. Is he also one of you? Zhang Kai inquired, gazing at the flustered dragon man, turning to Fei Yiga. Yes, he's an old hand. No matter how many beatings he endures, he remains unchanged. Just look at him today. Fei Yiga laughed heartily. Mebius floated near the celestial dragon, eyes sparkling with excitement. An unprecedented race. Mr. Dragon, may I collect a vial of your blood? Mebius feigned a gentle and charming demeanor. If you desire. My samples are already in the laboratory. The celestial dragon scratched his head. Thank you. Mebius winked playfully before gliding into a nearby laboratory. Gray Repair felt a pang of hunger. Brother Dragon, can you prepare a meal for me? Gray Repair tugged at the celestial dragon's long robe. Have you changed your name? Then let us go. The celestial dragon straightened his collar and led Gray Repair into a room. Does he have a good relationship with Gray Repair? Alicia asked Fei Yiga. That adorable child. Who could dislike her? Yet we cannot offer her much assistance. All our resources are devoted to the resistance efforts, and all we can provide is a meal. Fei Yiga shuruk. How did your organization come to know her? Alicia felt that it was unlikely for Gray Repair to be associated with these resistance groups. Her biological father perished during one of our missions. We couldn't bear to reveal the truth to her. Fei Yiga's expression grew somber. That former comrade. So that is how it is, Alicia understood. Such a tragic child. If possible, please take her away. She needs a more stable environment to grow up in. Fei Yiga, bearing the shattered king's sword, resolved to find his daughter Lucy. Only Alicia and Zhang Kai remained. Kevin, are you truly planning to stay here? Alicia poked Zhang Kai's cheek. Since joining here allows direct opposition to the city, I shall remain. Zhang Kai's eyes were resolute, as if he were ready to enlist. It seems Sue's intention is to gradually save this place. Alicia mused, stroking her chin. His actions are consistently cautious. Let him be. I have my own path to follow. Zhang Kai stated calmly. Were you not studying medicine? Why do you seem to enjoy causing chaos? Alicia smiled brightly. That is because I understood long ago that a healer can save lives without the necessity of compassion, Zhang Kai replied, eyes closed. Many believe that I'm obligated to save them, yet reality should not be so. The individuals I wish to save are those worthy of salvation. Such a person possesses ideals and convictions. Alicia nodded in agreement. You are still the same, Kevin. Chapter 73. The call from Hua. Lucy's half-mangled visage bore a somewhat terrifying aspect. This, she explained candidly, was the price paid in the struggle against reality. Her countenance had been marred by flames. Once our battle concludes, I shall spend to restore my appearance. For now, such matters are trivial. At that moment, Lucy's concern for her own beauty was overshadowed by the gravity of their situation. Sue Ran nodded, acknowledging that at least they were a group of resolute individuals. As they traversed halfway, a call came through. The ringtone, unbeknownst to him, had been replaced by a voice message from Alicia. Dear Sue, someone is calling you. Do let me know if it's another girl. Otherwise, I might just get upset. A frown crossed Sue Ran's face, and Lucy offered an awkward smile beside him. Hello, Miss Chu. Have you made any discoveries? Sue Ran answered. The little dragon from your home has located an orphanage, came the cold voice of Chu Li. Does that place hold any abnormalities? Sue Ran inquired, nodding as he sensed that Wu Fengqing was in pursuit of evidence alongside Chu Li. Although it appeared to be an orphanage, it was, in fact, a covert experimental base. And then, a sense of foreboding washed over Su-Ran. The children there are devoid of emotions, lacking the capacity for pain, tireless, their minds connected to chips that control their actions, rendering them scarcely different from machines. It seems that soon, all individuals here may undergo a similar transformation. Have you gathered any evidence? And how is Xiao Wu? Su-Ran pressed urgently. The children. The horrors of their transformation played vividly in Su-Ran's mind. Yes, they're laden with metal plates. Even my fists ache upon contact with them, Chuli remarked. A hint of disdain in her tone. That must have been arduous for you. It appears that the little dragon may need some time to recuperate. Also, I just came across news about that knight from your home, the one who recklessly intruded into the inner circle. Is he unharmed? Chuli questioned. My sister saved him. If it weren't for Sheer, that impetuous white-haired lad might have been captured by now. That is fortunate. Have you uncovered any evidence on your end? We found a little girl who has been parentless since birth, and today, her adoptive father has also perished, Su-Ran replied. That is tragic. However, it is fortunate that someone is willing to care for her. If she ends up in that orphanage, she too will become an unfeeling war machine, Chuli lamented. We also discovered an underground resistance organization. Oh, such an organization exists? I had thought the people here had become completely numb. Chuli expressed her surprise. Their discipline remains unclear. We shall observe further. Discipline be damned. As if you were the epitome of order, Commander Su. The existence of such an organization is commendable in itself. Perhaps, have others made any discoveries? They have all been contacted. They traverse the desolate city, and from their tone, it is evident they can no longer endure the cruelty of this place. Are they considering action? Su-Ran sighed. Almost. Once the little dragon recuperates, we old-timers, combined with your organization, should possess sufficient strength to confront the local security forces. There are no absolute guarantees. The outcome remains uncertain. Su-Ran maintained a cautious stance. Summon that armored unit led by Ji-Gu. They have already established a presence in Night City. It would take them merely 20 minutes to arrive, Chuli stated fearlessly. That is indeed promising. It appears Tianhua is quite earnest. In our old Jiuzhou, when have we ever truly clashed? We fight together when necessary and resolve matters collectively. It has always been thus. Very well, Hua. Allow me to explore this place a bit more, Su-Ran consented. Then I wish you a pleasant excursion. Chuli concluded the call. Chapter 74. Black Hole, has Commander Su acknowledged us? Lucy inquired, observing Su-Ran as she concluded her phone call. She silently absorbed the conversation's contents. At least, considering your willingness to resist, you are deserving of respect. Su-Ran nodded in agreement. Su-Ran mused to herself. These individuals appeared unafraid of confrontation. The earlier figure who cosplayed as Fei Go had erupted into madness and engaged her in battle, shouting something about his soul and pain. Moments ago, another Dragon Clan member had provoked her without any trepidation regarding her identity. They truly were a courageous group. Thank you for Commander Su's recognition. Lucy beamed with a half-smile. Very well. Ahead lies the office of one of our elder members, known only by a single letter. Lucy gestured towards a closed door. The letter, D? Su-Ran recalled a well-known hacker, famously referred to as Black Hole. Is it really him? This individual had been absent for quite some time. It seemed he had assumed the role of leader within the resistance. Indeed, Commander Su's deduction is accurate. Lucy confirmed with a nod. What was his original name? I believe he hails from Yuanzhou, Su-Ran inquired, aware of the facts but curious about the current dynamics between this hacker and the organization's members. I'm not entirely certain, but I believe his surname is Yang, Lucy replied. Can he truly manipulate the Black Hole? Su-Ran asked, intrigued by the rumors surrounding him. Perhaps he can. None of us have witnessed his combat prowess, Lucy replied with a knowing smile. Indeed, this man remained an enigma to the members. Lucy rapped on the door, and after a few moments, it creaked open. A middle-aged man with brown hair, wearing glasses and appearing somewhat haggard, greeted them. Commander Su, it is an honor to welcome your presence. He bowed respectfully. I have long heard of M. Chapter 75. The story, is it truly possible to conjure such power? It is not something one can simply wield to overturn the Tong clan. Su-Ran inhaled sharply, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Such capability resembles a form of authority. Yang, shaking his tousled brown hair, questioned whether it should not be used lightly. Very well then, he replied, it is delightful. We may commence our collaboration. Su Ran extended her hand to Yang, acknowledging that this seasoned man was always worthy of trust. My aim is to restore vitality to this city at the lowest possible cost. Yang grasped Su Ran's hand firmly. I share a similar sentiment. A cautious approach is indeed prudent. However, it appears that representatives from other states are growing increasingly impatient, eager to engage in immediate action. Su Ran shrugged. I too wish to prevent my capable subordinates from suffering further losses. You were brought here by that blue-haired girl, were you not? Yang sighed. Yes, she has endured much. Su Ran nodded in agreement. Gracious. Her biological father perished in one of our operations, while her mother succumbed to illness after bearing the burden of supporting the family alone. Her father fought for us but received no compensation, leaving her mother to shoulder all responsibilities. Yang lamented. Truly remarkable parents, Su Ran mused. And what of her adoptive father? Yang recounted calmly. Indeed, these tales are tragic yet illuminate the brilliance of humanity. He resolutely chose to adopt the girl, taking on an exorbitant mortgage of over $1 million, vowing to provide her with a home. We anticipated his fate. The weight of endless toil would inevitably crush him. Yang struck the table lightly, wearied. Another great father, indeed. Suranifirmth. Ordinary, yet still extraordinary. Surely, the members here harbor similar stories, do they not? Suraninquayirth. Yang's resolve stemmed from the murder of a friend, while that Fiego was driven by the loss of his girlfriend due to a genetic modification scheme. Yes, these narratives are a product of this merciless city. Yang sifted through a member information sheet. More than 100 individuals. Here we have people from all walks of life, students, doctors, assassins, engineers, hackers, artists. Each one has lost something significant in this city. A gathering of the wise. Worthy of respect, Su Ran nodded. There is also a member with the surname Tong. Yang suddenly revealed. Tong? A member of the Tong clan? Su Ran furrowed her brow. How could someone from the city's elite choose to join this resistance? That Fiego? Was he truly a king? He possesses strength. Surely he must have been a privileged heir, Su Ran questioned. Alas, he was indeed the heir apparent of the Tong clan. But he was usurped. Young Seagit. Su Ran's eyes widened in astonishment. That Fiego was once the rightful owner of this city. It is somewhat understandable that he has lost his sanity. He was dethroned by a cousin before he truly lost his mind. Later, when his cousin's policy led to the city's genetic modification plan, which claimed his girlfriend's life, he truly descended into madness, Yang explained. Indeed, to be stripped of one's throne and status, only to lose a beloved, would drive anyone to madness. Su Ran nodded in admiration. The individuals here are the ones with genuine stories. And his adopted daughter, Lucy, lost her boyfriend during the brutal training conducted by the Ash security team. How were they trained? Su Ran inquired. They were made to become war machines fully integrated with metal exoskeletons. Ultimately, he could not endure the extreme modifications to his body and passed away. Such training that alters a person beyond recognition. Su Ran reflected on the many cybernetic soldiers she had slain. To become one of these mechanized warriors demands the sacrifice of one's entire body. In the end, they may be transformed into mere brains, controlling a mass of cold machinery. Su Ran gritted her teeth. This city is truly monstrous. Can we not march forth? I can bear no more of this. Let us remain composed, Commander Su. Though I, too, feel anger at recounting these stories, we have other matters to attend to. Yang interjected, shaking his head. What matters? Su Ran asked. There is an orphanage where many children are set to be transformed into emotionless war machines. Among them, there are surely those who retain their consciousness. Yang pulled up some documents on the screen. Su Ran had heard of this orphanage from Kilai earlier. Are we to rescue them? Precisely. Otherwise, when we engage in battle, those children will be compelled to join the fray against their will. Yang nodded gruffly. Indeed, should Su Ran encounter those children, she might find it impossible to act against them. Let's go. Su Ran swept her flowing coat aside and strode purposefully out of the office. Chapter 76. The expedition within the subterranean laboratory. Moebius was fervently manipulating the experimental apparatus. Dragon's blood. A manic smile adorned her face as she examined the impure essence of the dragon, half of its genetic chain remarkably akin to that of humans. Mybius flicked her serpentine tongue, realizing why that dragon kin had been so easily subdued by Sue. It was due to its tainted lineage. Yet, this discovery bore significant research value, and so she stealthily pocketed several vials of the ebony blood. Like a child, she peered toward the laboratory entrance, hoping to remain unnoticed. Mybius floated out, feigning innocence as if nothing had transpired. Greshu and her dragon brother. Greshu, with a beaming smile, indulged in the egg-fried rice her dragon brother had prepared for her. Tianlongzu wore a look of paternal pride. Dragon brother, it seems you've never shared your true name with me, Greshu remarked, lifting her small face. My name is something my dragon kin are reluctant to mention. Tianlongzu shook his head, indicating that within this organization, he was known solely by his codename. Greshu, I wish to know, she insisted, puffing up her cheeks. Remember this, Kuyun. Tianlongzu could only trace his name in the air with his finger. A rather splendid name. Greshu nodded in satisfaction. Kuyun found himself mirroring her innocent laughter. He had yet to reveal his true name to anyone in the human realm, yet here he was, sharing it with a little girl. At the very least, he had developed a fondness for humanity. He now fought for them, for this innocent girl who had lost numerous family members to the city's grasp, yet remained untainted by cynicism. Zhang Kai and Elysia followed Lucy as she showcased the equipment. Wow, Kevin, look, it's a mirror. Let's take a look together, Elysia exclaimed, pulling Zhang Kai toward a smooth screen. Lucy chuckled, observing the energetic girl. The screen was actually meant for displaying test data. Aren't we adorable, Kevin? The screen reflected their faces, one with pink hair and the other with white. Elysia beamed, cradling her face with delight. Zhang Kai shook his head in resignation. Beginning to understand Sue's sentiment regarding his relationship with this pink-haired girl, she was somewhat exasperating. Despite her childishness, he found it hard to refuse her endearing innocence. Yet, she was a genuinely good person, and he couldn't bring himself to hurt her. Why do you call me Kevin? Zhang Kai pondered, perplexed by Elysia's choice of name. Because it sounds endearing, doesn't it? She replied with a playful tilt of her head. Zhang Kai could only nod in agreement. It was certainly preferable to Sue's peculiar moniker, Miss Carter. Ah, there's Sue. He seems even angrier now, Elysia observed, spotting Sue emerging from the corridor. His expression darker and his crimson gaze still fierce. He carries remnants of a past that do not belong to him, Zhang Kai stated calmly. After all, he has journeyed through that quantum sea, Elysia reflected. It should be called the Twin-Born Sea. I wouldn't dare venture there. Zhang Kai Surugit. Oh, it seems like a fascinating place, Elysia countered, finding nothing frightening about it, considering one could witness comrades who no longer existed. His mind is quite extraordinary. That's where his strength lies, Zhang Kai began to explain, but abruptly realized the implication in Elysia's words. What? You've been to the Twin-Born Sea? Zhang Kai was taken aback. Absurd. He gasped in shock. Sue had allowed someone from another world to enter the Twin-Born Sea. Truly, they were two remarkable individuals. Not too surprising. Considering our mutual understanding, Elysia smiled. Very well, Zhang Kai conceded in admiration. Sue approached, somewhat roughly seizing Mybius by the back of her collar as she floated aimlessly. Mybius, aware of her inability to resist, feigned a pitiful demeanor, wailing, "Woe is me. Another adorable serpent is being bullied." Sue pretended not to hear her, dragging Mybius along. Yang exchanged a knowing glance with Lucy, who immediately understood it was time to act. Today, only a select few were present in the base, as the others were occupied with their daily responsibilities, only gathering here at night. Fuego, brimming with excitement, carried the battered king's sword as he trailed behind Yang. Time ago, my friends, we have matters to attend to, Lucy informed Elysia and Zhang Kai. It was no wonder Sue had rushed off, dragging Mybius along. Elysia nodded and followed the group. Hey, isn't that old dragon joining us? Fuego inquired of Lucy. He's staying to accompany Greshu. Lucy replied with a hint of resignation. Moreover, that dragon had previously had a conflict with Sue, and their simultaneous presence might create an awkward situation. Fine, that cursed old dragon is on break again, Fuego grumbled. Mybius was being dragged away by Sue, and Elysia found the scene amusing. Su is taking it out on the little serpent again. Chapter 77. The twin dragons, the representatives of you.You, having received Su Ran's directives, gathered en masse and made their way towards an orphanage in the Eight Rings. To save the world, Zhang Kai suddenly exclaimed passionately from the sky. Su Ran felt a wave of embarrassment at his enthusiasm. Alicia chuckled at Kevin's still somewhat juvenile demeanor. The group soared towards the Eight Rings. At the 8th hospital, Chu Li observed with concern Wu Fengqing, whose arm was heavily bandaged. Little Qinglong, is your injury healing? No worries, Wu Fengqing replied with a faint smile, lifting the azure spear resting beside his bed. His commander, Su, had taught him to fight for himself, yet now his thoughts were solely on rescuing this sorrowful city. Well, I haven't felt this joyful in a long time, Chu Li remarked, her spirits lifted by the prospect of battling alongside this revered dragon of the Twilight City. They were all descendants of dragons. The twin dragons set forth. The group arrived at an orphanage that exuded an air of desolation. Within the courtyard, a cluster of expressionless children wandered aimlessly. Hello everyone, I am D, known to you as Black Hole. I have integrated with your communication headsets and am well acquainted with this establishment. At the opportune moment, I will inform you of the appropriate strategies, Yang declared, pressing his ear. 666, Old Yang, stop pretending. You've been hiding here all along? The representative from Shizhou could no longer contain himself, voicing his thoughts through the headset. No need to be surprised. I'm always present, Yang replied calmly. This is actually an experimental base with 8 underground entrances. I will relay the routes you need to take through your respective headsets. Split up and dismantle this base. Su Ran's group divided into 2 teams. Su Ran, Alicia, and the formidable Voyage advanced to breach the main entrance, while Zhang Kai, Yang, Lucy, and Mebius proceeded through the underground entry. The children at the entrance had largely lost their sanity. Should any of you have the heart to act, you may eliminate them entirely, but do exercise caution against the guards and the potential arrival of security reinforcements, Yang urged, leading the way. Zhang Kai admired the old man's commanding presence. Remember, our objective is to rescue the children who may still retain their consciousness deep within. Those who have not been fully transformed, Yang concluded, lowering his headset. He produced an ancient wooden staff from somewhere. A glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes as he adjusted his glasses. Chu Li and Wu Fengqing formed a duo. From the underground entrance emerged a horde of familiar, vacant-eyed children, those very same who had nearly brought Wu Fengqing to his demise. Each child bore metallic prosthetics. Some had their petite arms transformed into ominous cannon barrels. They had become emotionless war machines. Come on, little Qinglong. Chu Li charged towards the diminutive war machines, a shadow of a black dragon trailing behind her, unarmed yet fearless. Always ready, Senior Chu Li. Wu Fengqing, similarly accompanied by an ethereal azure dragon, brandished his spear and followed her lead. Twin dragons. The divine dragon wags its tail. Chu Li delivered a powerful kick, sending one of the children, enveloped in dark mist, crashing into a group behind. Breaking cloud palm, she shouted, slamming her palm into the ground and toppling another cluster of foes. Wu Fengqing lacked such dramatic monikers. He simply swept his flaming azure spear through the throng silently. Yet inexplicably, he suddenly cried out, heavenly transformation, long dream awakens. With a thrust, he pierced through. Not bad. Little Qinglong, where did you find that line? Chu Li teased. The 2 heirs of the dragon navigated effortlessly amid the war machines. The phrase was borrowed from a character known as Li Sin in League of Legends, while the other reference hinted at Danheng or perhaps Danfeng, a rather intricate connection indeed. Chapter 78. The reinforced little rabbit, Su Ran, stood before the tightly locked gates of the orphanage, gazing at the children before him, their hollow eyes fixed upon him, inducing a profound unease within his very core. He rationalized that these children had been transformed beyond the realm of humanity. What's the matter, young man? Allow me to enlighten you. These little beasts would show no mercy in ending your life, and should you strike them, they would not utter a cry of pain. Treat them as mere automatons. They are no different, remarked Fuego with a shrug. Alicia, equally bewildered, pondered whether these children had truly lost their humanity. With a sigh, Su Ran gently rapped on the iron door, producing a crisp sound. After a prolonged silence, the children merely continued to gaze coldly at him, seemingly incapable of speech. Alicia sighed inwardly. At last, a girl with gray hair styled in double spirals approached, her gaze fixed on Su Ran and his companions. Su Ran confirmed he was not mistaken. Bronya? Please present your visitor credentials, Bronya stated in a frosty, bottle-like voice. What is your name? Soranin Kawayeth. Intrigued by the notion that a mere string of numerical codes could serve as an appellation. He chuckled lightly. Alicia was at a loss for words. We should leave. Bronya suddenly advised. Your electromagnetic interference has already been neutralized by Mother Cocolia, who is now requesting external assistance to expel you. Hold on. I've given you a name. Bronya. And tell me, are you the only one among you with consciousness? Sorandri Plaiv Kamli. Thank you for your concern, visitor from the Night City. However, I must decline to provide any information. Bronya's pupils suddenly turned a vivid red. Su Ran shrugged, realizing that this child, too, lacked autonomous consciousness. All the children in the yard exhibited the same crimson gaze, each brandishing various weapons directed at Su Ran and his companions. If they can kill, then let them. They have become mere war machines. We shall keep the one who can speak, Su Ran declared hastily, vanishing through the iron gate. Without drawing his blade, he utilized his psychic abilities to sever the bodies of the children as he passed by. In that fleeting moment, an onslaught of bullets and cannon fire pierced the iron gate, aimed at Alicia. Such ruthlessness? Alicia gasped, narrowly evading the barrage, her pink staff materializing in her hands. Fuego activated his verdant domain, which gradually enveloped the courtyard as he vanished into the misty green waters. Alicia danced gracefully in midair to evade the bullets, all the while reluctantly releasing tracking orbs towards the children. She hesitated to harm them, but they were pointing dark barrels at her. Suddenly, Fuego emerged from his domain, shattering a cluster of war machines into remnants, ethereal green souls rising from the fallen. Your souls are unworthy of my collection. Frigid to the core, he bellowed. Indeed, these children have been stripped of all semblance of humanity. Su Ran, drenched in sweat, realized that laser beams were grazing past him, discovering that Bronya had been locking onto him all along. Bronya was accompanied by her reinforced little rabbit. Su Ran could no longer afford to strike back. He was compelled to evade the laser beams and bullets. He hesitated to harm Bronya, for she at least retained some semblance of humanity. He could only call for Siegfried. As the space beside him distorted, Siegfried appeared, but she was unable to deliver her customary introduction. Brynja detected the anomaly in Su Ran's vicinity and had already locked onto Siegfried. The moment Siegfried materialized, a laser beam pierced through her heart, a mist of blood erupting from behind her. Siegfried collapsed onto the floor. No! Su Ran was taken aback. This was the body of Su Momo, struck down upon arrival. Although it had little effect on Siegfried as a spirit, her body would undoubtedly require repairs, necessitating a new heart. I'm sorry. I failed to protect my body again. Siegfried murmured, slowly rising from the floor. It's time to unleash my true power. Su Ran had not witnessed his sister's fury in a long time and instinctively distanced himself. Siegfried stood, a gaping hole in her chest, her face adorned with a maddening smile, the space around her warping into a shroud of darkness, her hair glowing crimson, wielding a colossal scythe. Come play with C. Chapter 79. A tome at the ground was strewn with the lifeless bodies of souls directly destroyed by her Shera, a testament to the respect she held for their fragile forms. 200 meters above, a formidable line of augmented armor was advancing towards them. At least Bronya had not deceived them. External reinforcements had indeed arrived to intercept them. Her Shera, your body. Alicia floated down, her gaze filled with concern as she observed the gaping wound in her Skera's petite frame. These children showed no mercy, attacking relentlessly. It's fine. It doesn't matter. If it were MOMO, she would have perished, but for me, it is inconsequential. After all, I am merely a spirit. The body is but a vessel. Su Ran received the slumped form of Bronya from Bronya and materialized before the orphanage's entrance, forcefully pressing her face against the door. Visitor authentication successful. However, for unknown visitors remain. Entry is prohibited. The door emitted a cold mechanical voice. Su Ran chuckled lightly, and with an invisible force, created a 1 meter wide, 2 meter high opening in the iron door, the severed metal collapsing inward. Let us go. Su Ran cradled Bronya and dashed through the opening, with Alicia and her Shera following closely behind. Fuego chose to remain at the entrance, gripping the tattered sword of the Broken King, his back turned to Su Ran, exuding an aura of formidable strength. You overestimate me, Su Ran remarked casually as he continued forward. You are unaware. Your potential is immense. Fuego gently replied, turning to face the mech units that had landed on the ground. He disappeared into the realm of shadows, accompanied by the sounds of explosions from the mechs. Commander Su, I am pleased you successfully breached the gate. It seems you have captured someone. Yang's voice resonated in Su Ran's ear. To capture Bronya, her Shera had been grievously wounded. Where do we go next? Su Ran inquired, returning Bronya to her Shera. Her Shera appeared to hold no grudges, her face alight with a smile as she embraced Bronya. 30 meters to the right ahead. Su Ran swiftly turned and veered into an alley, nearly causing Alicia to overshoot. A few wandering children spotted Su Ran and aimed their guns at him. Her Shera will protect everyone. Her Shera appeared behind them, severing their souls one by one. How exhilarating, Alicia remarked in awe. 10 meters left. I have disabled the identity verification mechanism for you. Proceed directly to the elevator down to the -19th floor, Yang's voice chimed in. By the way, there isn't a single normal person outside. They're all under control. Su Ran rushed into the already opened elevator doors, struggling for breath as Alicia followed closely behind. The doors closed, and the elevator began its descent. Normal. Everyone here is connected to the neural interface, Yang commented without surprise. How do we save them? We could attempt to destroy their neural chips, but we are unsure if there are protective mechanisms in place. The best course of action would be to locate the project director and compel her to lift the control. Cocolia? Oh, you know her name? Yang replied with a hint of astonishment. Su Ran was taken aback. Was it mere coincidence? Regardless, the war machines they were currently facing were merely the tip of the iceberg. There were likely over 2,000 more in the underground base. All orphans who have lost their parents? Surang questioned. Yes, this place is rife with orphans. The remaining 2,000 are likely those with better physical conditions. While many thousands may have perished during the body modifications, Yang sighed. Over 10,000 children lost. I cannot bear it, Su Ran lamented. Su, how many children do you think we can save? Alicia asked. I do not know. Perhaps only this one. Su Ran shrugged, gesturing towards the unconscious Bronya in her Skera's arms. Good brother. Her Shera, in an unseen manner, roused Bronya from her slumber. Alicia gazed at Bronya for a moment, finding the girl utterly adorable. Bronya opened her eyes and struggled in her Skera's embrace, but was unable to free herself. Hello, little Bronya, Alicia gently patted her head. Bronya remained silent, captured in the comforting hold of another. Why did you attack us earlier? Su Ran inquired. Because it was Mother-S command, Bronya replied, lowering her gaze. Are there others like you who still retain their consciousness? Su Ran pressed further. Only that batch. How many are there? Can others regain their autonomy? Several hundred. There is a chance, but Mother likely will not grant that opportunity. Bronya shook her head, her gray pigtails swaying with her. Why call that beast Mother? It possesses no autonomy. Can it truly be considered alive? Su Ran retorted, angered. At least, we still exist. Bronya's face was etched with sorrow. By the way, my lady, do you owe her Shera a heart? Her Shera spoke in a sickly sweet tone. Her Shera, I apologize. I did not wish for this to happen. I am powerless, Bronya admitted, feeling a wave of shame. Bronya could sense the gaping hole in her Skera's chest, a wound inflicted by her own actions. Chapter 80. Cocolia Yang led his small team, with Zhang Kai energetically cutting down a multitude of modified beings in front of him. Moebius felt there was little for her to do, so she lingered behind, idly passing the time. Yang refrained from intervening too much, as it seemed Zhang Kai was eager to play the savior. We must be nearing our destination, Lucy inquired. Indeed, we shall soon meet. Lady Cocolia, Yang nodded. What about the other teams? Particularly that one with the surname Su? Once Zhang Kai had vanquished all the modified beings. He wiped the sweat from his brow while balancing his massive sword with one hand. They should be here shortly. Within a minute, Yang adjusted his glasses. As they pressed forward, the scene before them opened up to reveal a colossal experimental facility, lined with countless cultivation tanks of various sizes. Inside the tanks lay children who appear to be around 12 years old, most of whom had already undergone modifications. Although Zhang Kai had anticipated such a sight, it still struck him deeply upon witnessing it firsthand. "What are you really running from?" Yang taunted. Just as she spoke, the tanks within the facility began to open, releasing a colorless liquid, awakening the slumbering modified beings inside. They could almost be categorized as war machines. Slowly, they began to approach Yang and his companions. "Damn it!" Zhang Kai exclaimed, his frustration causing him to curse in his native tongue. "We have to face so many children again? What incompetent experimenters!" Moebius remarked, looking up and mocking the unseen Kakolia. As a researcher, she still held a moral compass, at least refraining from manipulating experimental subjects in such a manner. "We have confirmed her location. We shall bypass these subjects and attack directly," Yang stated, gradually lifting off the ground with his staff. The others followed suit, as the ground below was quickly overrun by the crimson-eyed modified beings. Suddenly, a laser beam shot towards Yang from a corridor above. With elegance, he used his staff to deflect the beam. "Yang, why do you always oppose me?" A blonde woman called out from a floating corridor above the cluster of tanks. "You are the one opposing humanity," Yang replied steadily, adjusting his glasses as a barely perceptible black sphere shot forth from his staff. Kakolia sidestepped the black sphere, which struck the facility's wall, penetrating the metal and seemingly continuing to extend deeper within. "I have granted these young lives a new existence. Have I committed any wrongdoing?" Kakolia retorted. "These children are orphans with no path forward. I'm afraid I see no individual characteristics in them." Yang shrugged. "To be alive is the greatest happiness." Suddenly, a laser cannon emerged from Kakolia's shoulder, firing at Yang once more. "But you have stripped them of everything: freedom, thought, and will," Zhang Kai shouted as he charged towards Kakolia with his sword brandished. A mechanical claw extended from Kakolia's arm, grasping Zhang Kai's sword midair. He swiftly maneuvered, severing two of the claw's fingers. In response, Kakolia's left arm morphed into a Gatling gun, unleashing a torrent of firepower toward Zhang Kai. He never wished to encounter such weaponry again. Earlier, 5 mechs had assaulted him with similar armaments, and now it was happening once more. With no choice but to plummet, Zhang Kai realized the bullets were curving and homing in on him. It appeared he could not evade them, so he attempted to block them with his sword and escape. Strangely, an invisible barrier seemed to shield him from the bullets, which sparked as they scraped the air. Zhang Kai recognized who had arrived. Indeed, Su Ran stood on the floating corridor. Kakolia turned her gaze to Su Ran and her companions, noting one of her daughters had been captured, tightly embraced by a girl. 19C, initiate alert mode, Kakolia commanded toward Bronya. Bronya, held in Himiko's arms, instantly reddened, writhing in discomfort yet unable to escape, much to Himiko's amusement. Himiko chuckled, rubbing her cheek against Bronya's soft, gray hair. Kakolia's expression darkened. She regretted not installing other mechanisms within Bronya. Without her heavy-duty combat capabilities, Bronya had little fighting power. Kakolia fired a shoulder cannon at Himiko, but Himiko flickered, narrowly avoiding the laser that nearly struck Su Ran. "How annoying!" Su Ran cursed, expressing her disdain for such weaponry. She had no desire to see it again, especially after Bronya had repeatedly used it against her, and now it almost hit her once more. All 9 entrances had been breached, with representatives from Kyushu standing along the corridor, surrounding Kakolia. She surveyed the prominent figures around her and sighed, realizing there was little point in resisting. Despite her body being fully equipped with weapons, she could do nothing against these formidable beings. Lady Kakolia, Chuli smiled as he approached her. Kakolia felt discontent. She had thought she could obscure herself in this small city, yet Yang had discovered her once more. She had struck a deal with the Tong family, establishing her orphanage here while developing even more ruthless human war machines for their use. After a prolonged silence, Kakolia decided she did not wish to languish in prison. She snapped her fingers, and the tide of experimental beings surged upward, rushing toward the floating corridor, a dark mass of bodies. "Come, my children!" This time, fight for your mother. A frenzied smile spread across Kokolia's face as she leaped from the heights, vanishing into the throng of modified beings. Why didn't you capture her? Su Ran shouted irritably at Chuli. How was I to know she intended to flee? Chuli replied, wide-eyed, raising his hands in exasperation. Chapter 81. Imprison. The crowd was utterly disinterested in battling these children in their teenage years. They could only weave through the surging throng, seeking out Kokolia, determined to apprehend her and compel her to restore the children's autonomy. Mybius and Alicia, however, found little interest in the unfolding chaos. They ascended to the dome of the underground laboratory to evade the experimental subjects. Why is little Mybius holding my hand this time? Alicia inquired, leaning closer to Mybius. Don't say irrelevant things, Mybius retorted, maintaining her distance. Come on, hold my hand, said Seal, cradling the restless Bronya in her arms, her scythe trailing downward amidst the crowd. Seal turned her gaze towards her brother Su, who was also descending through the throng while searching for Kokolia's whereabouts. A realization dawned upon Seal. She suspected she would need to venture into the duality sea to seek out her other brother. She had witnessed Su in such a constant state of flux many times before, perceiving things invisible to others. If this continued, her brother would be consumed. Seal was acutely aware that not long ago, due to the influence of another version of himself, he had nearly dealt a fatal blow to a dragon. Once, her brother had protected Seal, but now it was Seal who wished to silently safeguard him. She distanced herself from Su, searching for Kokolia in various places, though it seemed futile. Sister, do you know where your mother is? Seal asked Bronya, who was still in her embrace. With immense effort, Bronya defied Kokolia's Island's command and managed to utter a single phrase. They had reached an impasse. After a minute of searching, Kokolia appeared to have vanished. Suddenly, a powerful background music resonated throughout the base, followed by a man's ethereal voice echoing everywhere. The walls and experimental apparatuses of the facility were enveloped in a ghostly green hue. Su looked up through the dense crowd and spotted a white-haired man wielding a green king's sword, floating beneath the dome. He was undoubtedly the rightful king, though usurped. Fuego appeared to have just vanquished a mechanized battalion, bearing numerous scars. He hefted his battered sword and leaped from the air, creating a large opening in the throng of experimental subjects. Come, woman in league with the false king. Let me seek your soul, Fuego proclaimed as he landed, closing his eyes to search for Kokolia's whereabouts within his dilapidated realm. A green mist enveloped everyone. Even Alicia and Mybius, who floated at the dome's edge, were not spared. Fuego surveyed his territory. Found you, wretched woman, he said with a smile, his green eyes gleaming. He transformed into a cybernetic amalgamation, capturing the essence of the mechanized souls for his own use. Jean Ka, Chapter 82, A Moment of Respite. What shall we do with these children? The dining system here is automated, and most of the necessary facilities are present. There are dormitories for all of us upstairs. Mother has a good heart. She has truly provided a home for us, a group of homeless children. Bronya stepped away from Seer's embrace and approached Alicia to explain. But at what cost? Su Ran shrugged. The price is, Mother is being coerced by a corporation to conduct experiments on us so that we can have such a large place to reside in. Bronya lowered her head. Then she should not have done that. Surandi Segrif. Do not say such things. Perhaps that woman did not wish to treat the children in such a manner. Alicia did not find Kokolia particularly detestable. Perhaps she was merely helpless. It is hard to judge that woman. Yang adjusted her glasses as she approached, and then she fled, traversing the world, engaging in a myriad of both good and bad deeds. She has established orphanages wherever she has passed, and the cost of running those orphanages is that she has to resort to almost insane illegal activities to acquire funds or collaborate with other malevolent forces. Yang shook her head. Kokolia has played the role of a mother all over the world. Truly a legendary figure. Alicia could only admire her. Can you guess where she hails from? Su Ran asked with a smile. I do not know. Judging by her appearance, she must be Western, Alicia speculated. She has Western lineage, but was raised in Muku. Su Ran replied. Ah, Alicia was taken aback. It seems that those nurtured in Mukha truly are extraordinary individuals. There is something to be pleased about. These children are remarkably resilient. I checked the surveillance and found that those who have been knocked unconscious by us have all stood up on their own, even tending to each other's wounds. Jan smiled with satisfaction. Ah, they're indeed made of iron. Chapter 83. Tip: the protagonists have already rescued numerous children. Let us first establish a caste list, while also indicating my ulterior motives. The order is not based on their appearance. There are many meaningful words and elements I have left behind. Alicia Sue Ran, about to be corrupted into Vita. The Sue sisters, Sierra, developed a dual personality through external influences. Her childhood best friend has transformed into her brother. Yet her brother is also set to become Sister Sue. Xiao Mei, Mebius, reluctant to remain small. Adulthood is still a long way off. Jean Kai, Catalina. Kevin, Castrana, the ancient ancestor during childhood. Gu Xiaomu, mayor of Mu City. Perhaps a more foolish version of Teresa. Qin Kong, governor of Yuanzhou, is set as Hua's master. Chu Li, also known as Hua. Ji Gu, governor of Shizhou. Ji Zi, silent. Merely gazing at you. Yang, old Yang Wu Fengqing, Su student. Xiao Qing Long Wen, Gray Xiao, how to paint the world. Ku Yun, a mixed-blood dragon who was beaten by Su, Cosmo brother. Fond of children under the age of 10, codename 19C. Bronya, sister, an adult. Cocolia Lucy, the widow who ascended to the moon. Fuego, it hurts too much. More characters, duplicates, will emerge later. I doubt I will change their names again, as I can hardly remember them. Now, let me briefly discuss my initial thoughts on this book. It is rather eclectic. The world setting continues from the realms of my other less successful works, portraying a world in desperate need of salvation. Thus, Alicia has come to rescue humanity. Next, I shall mention some geographical names. The ferryman of the twin-born sea. The captain, the ferryman. Once, another Sue belonged here. Perhaps that Sue is actually Vita. That Sue seems to have always been doing something to the Sue from the overseas realm. The combat-capable Sierra, spirit, has traversed this sea and encountered a chapter 84. Saving oneself, Sue Ran inquired of Yang. Is the inner circle a forbidden zone for you and your organization members? They do not allow outsiders entry, Yang replied. Not at all. Our identities are well concealed. During the day, we are merely ordinary citizens, except during our nocturnal operations. Very well. Gather them in the inner circle for extraction. I will summon the unit called Tianhua to assist in taking this place down. Now, Yang asked, surprised. Indeed, the farce in this city must come to an end. Kiana launched into action. Ah, if it weren't for Master Jigu's orders, you would be having a wild time in Night City. Don't say that, May. After this mission, we shall indulge in delicious food, and you 1T have to cook. Kiana donned her battle armor and pulled May into a helicopter. Behind them was a formation of mechas, their red exteriors gleaming in unison. The target is the damned Lingtong City and the Ash Group. Could you lower your voice? May covered her face. Su Ran sat atop a skyscraper in Lingtong City's 4th ring, gazing at the lifeless metropolis, feeling inexplicably aged. He dialed a number. All right. Commander Su, I just boarded the plane. I should have brought more people with me, Chu Li lamented. However, your master mentioned that you seem to be entangled with some issues. What issues could I have? Suran scoffed. It appears that someone has latched onto you, Chu Li said, shifting the topic. Who? If you know, just tell me, and I can avoid them, Su Ran replied impatiently. You cannot escape. This person is connected to the dual-born sea. You must have believed her claims, that she is merely a minor swordsman, Chu Li stated. Which person? Su Ran was baffled. I cannot reveal her name outright. I fear she might seize control of you from within the sea. Her? I have seen those memories. They felt so genuine. Su Ran dismissed any concern regarding the other self within him. She deceived you from the start. She is actually a woman, Chu Li chuckled. Su Ran was taken aback. Did you not even investigate her deeds? You trust her so readily. I haven't had the time to doubt those matters. Could it be that she altered everything I saw? Only then did Su Ran realize something was amiss. He had indeed placed complete faith in the visions he encountered in the dual-born sea and in the other self. So who is she? What are her intentions? He pressed urgently. Despite scouring through thousands of years of records across the 9 provinces, I found nothing about her. However, I discovered something external. She is likely named Sora, along with a multitude of other names, Isolde, Vita, Agent, Ferryman. No one can ascertain her true identity. Suran suddenly comprehended why that Fuego had shouted Isolde upon seeing him. It seemed Fuego had sensed the anomaly within Suran. The records indicated she had mysteriously vanished a millennium ago, unrelated to any war. The memories you witnessed were all a ruse, likely intended to establish contact with you and earn your trust. What her ultimate goal is remains unknown. She has encountered many others in the sea, all presenting as women. Yet with you, she disguised herself as a man. I see, Suran nodded. So it's all a facade? For the first time, he felt thoroughly deceived. No wonder he had always found her peculiar. Thankfully, she had not played with his sister or Alicia. That sea truly harbored treachery. It seemed necessary for Suran to discard the memories that the other self had used to mislead him. Those tales so convincingly spun, of being betrayed while attempting to save the world. Sigh. Suran finally grasped why he felt so weary. A multitude of matters weighed upon him. How to guard against the other self. While pondering the intricacies of life, Alicia, guided by cheer, found her way to Suran. What's wrong, Sue? You look troubled, Alicia said, soaring onto the rooftop. Sighing, Suran replied, I might need to save myself first before rescuing anyone else. Who intends to harm you? Alicia seated herself beside him. Hey, wicked woman, was the only description Suran could muster. Oh, what does she wish to do to you? Alicia asked. Her curiosity piqued. She wishes to seize control of me. Suran shrugged. You mean, become you? Alicia pondered for a moment before breaking into an inexplicable laugh. Well, that is not so bad. Becoming a woman could be quite delightful. You would surely become adorable. Alicia patted Suran's shoulder. Suran found himself at a loss for words. Let us focus on resolving the current situation. Once the main forces arrive, we can join your Kevin to save the world, he said, feeling resigned. Sue, you genuinely seem unhappy, Alicia observed with concern. Could you accept becoming a man out of the blue? Suran could only explain. I suppose that could be quite the adjustment, she mused. Chapter 85, May. Awaiting the arrival of Kiana and May's forces. Orphanage. Seal and Brynja. Zayla. I'm sorry. Your body must be in considerable pain. Bronya gently caressed Seal's chest, where a cavity, once violently created by Bronya, had been mended. Indeed, it does ache. So, sister, how do you intend to atone? Seal's smile held a hint of mischief. Brynja can engage in conversation, play games, write code. Brynja paused, uncertain of her other capabilities. Free time in the orphanage was a rarity. Then sister must use herself to compensate Seal. Then, Bronya will endeavor to make amends. The petite duckling simply nodded. It seemed Bronya was oblivious to the trials that awaited her. Sister, your legs? Seal's thoughts drifted. Bronya generously lifted her skirt, revealing a pair of boy shorts and her smooth thighs. Is there anything peculiar about Bronya's legs? Seal lowered Bronya's skirt. It appeared this duckling's body was perfectly intact, showing no signs of impaired mobility. Furthermore, this duckling possessed a remarkably pure spirit. Seal, your operation is about to commence, isn't it? To save this entire city? Bronya inquired. Yes, but this matter may rely on others. Brother seems rather perplexed. Seal nodded, sensing Suran's contemplation of life's mysteries. That brother. Bronya didn't have the chance to apologize to him. Bronya lowered her head, abashed. Bronya had been relentlessly targeting Suran with attacks, which must have caused some resentment. It's all right. Brother has more pressing matters to attend to and won't be angry with sister. Seal stroked Bronya's head. That's reassuring. But why, Seal, are you so formidable? Bronya asked. Seal had unflinchingly withstood Bronya's bullets. Because. Seal struggled to articulate, as she was not among the living. All right, Seal, let us depart. I must prepare Project Bunny 19C. Bronya took Seal's hand. This little duckling seemed to possess considerable understanding and wouldn't trouble others. Seal smiled, walking hand in hand with Bronya. She had encountered their Bronya, an endearingly naive one. May and Zhang Kai. Hey, Kevin. May floated before Zhang Kai. What is it you desire? Zhang Kai glanced at her, continuing on his path. Be a little more enthusiastic. I wish to inquire about something. May trailed alongside Zhang Kai. Do you, by any chance, have a childhood sweetheart? Zhang Kai pondered for a moment. Does that Su fellow count? Zhang Kai uttered a statement that caused a moment of bewilderment. Su? No, Kevin. Do you truly harbor affections for men? Mei couldn't contain herself. Mei nodded. It seemed that in this world, individuals were still destined to find their respective connections. What is her name? Mei persisted. Mei. Little tag-along. Chapter 86. Fighting for beauty, let us battle for all that is beautiful in this world. Kiana shouted fervently, reciting her dramatic lines as she stood by the door of the helicopter, wielding her rifle to fire upon a massive mech. Their forces, still amidst the desert, had already encountered an interception. The adversaries were the mech units of the Ash Group, stationed in Lintong City. The two mech divisions engaged in fierce combat. The mechs of Tianhua were inferior in performance to those of Ash, as the latter's pilots were seamlessly integrated with their machines, akin to a human growing from a block of iron, rendering them unable to detach from their mechs, thus enhancing their capabilities. In contrast, Tianhua prioritized a more humane approach, allowing pilots the freedom to avoid being confined within the cold machinery, albeit at the cost of diminished combat effectiveness. Kiana's forces found themselves at a disadvantage. Several red mechs were sent crashing into the desert, billowing smoke, while the enemy's blue mechs suffered minimal losses. What are we going to do, Mei? Is there no one coming to our aid? Kiana inquired, stowing her weapon and glancing at her companion. She had expended 5 or 6 magazines just to barely take down one of the enemy mechs, her gun barrel smoking from the intense fire. Mei, however, remained composed within the cabin. It should be any moment now, she replied with an elegant smile. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over Kiana as she peered out of the cabin, her white hair catching the wind. Indeed, missiles were locking onto their helicopter. Stop pretending. Mei, we need to flee, Kiana exclaimed, pulling made a leap from the helicopter. The two girls, one clad in white and the other in purple, plummeted through the air, looking upward. In the next instant, their helicopter was engulfed in flames. Why didn't you bring your mech? Mei asked. That thing is far too cumbersome, Kiana retorted. Then we might just fall to our deaths, Mei sighed. Hand in hand, they descended rapidly, only 50 meters from the sandy ground. Are you jesting? Why aren't you flying yet? Kiana squeezed Mei's hand. Someone is coming to rescue us, Mei replied with an air of calm. Where? Kiana scanned the surroundings. Mei remained silent. It was then Kiana noticed a swirling mass of black mist approaching them. Suddenly, the mist transformed into a figure. Is that a ghost? Kiana gasped. Seal caught the two, cushioning their fall as they landed on the sandy terrain. Kiana and Mei, Seal greeted them. Thank you, but how do you know us? Kiana asked, her eyes wide in disbelief. Perhaps it is Kiana. That name has become infamous, Mei chuckled. Sisters, hurry into the city. Seal will protect you, Seal declared before morphing back into a cloud of darkness, targeting a blue mech in the air and charging toward it. Is she our only support? Kiana still wore a bewildered expression. Then she must be capable of handling this area alone. Mei smiled, pulling Kiana as they skimmed low over the sandy ground. What about our forces? Kiana queried. As if you truly know how to command them, Mei finally broke her facade. Fine. We must head into the city. They surged forward, a cloud of dust trailing behind them as they raced toward the sand barrier of Lintong City. Within the city, at the fourth ring, Zhang Kai faced immediate scrutiny from numerous mechs the moment he appeared. From a distant skyscraper, Su Ran watched with glee, unable to contain her amusement at Kevin's predicament. That fool is likely still on the blacklist. Thinking he can swagger around the city, Su Ran jested. All right, I will assist him, Alicia declared, leaping onto her staff and soaring toward the hapless white-haired man, fleeing in disarray. Su Ran nodded. He had no desire to engage in further combat. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to borrow a weapon from Yang. It was time to employ some high-tech gear. I'll borrow a sniper rifle. Chapter 87 Auto. Kiana and Mei rushed through the grand gates of Lingtong City. A few members of the ASH security team were idly chatting when, all of a sudden, a white shadow darted past them, followed by a gust of wind that sent sand flying into their faces. They wiped the grit away with their hands and sighed, lamenting the fate of Lingtong, a city with merely a few centuries of history. No matter how much they exploited the labor of its residents to bolster the city's strength, it remained glaringly inferior when compared to other vast regions. It was rare to encounter individuals as elusive as Kiana and May within the city. The security team members watched the ethereal figures of the two women gradually fade from view. One officer removed his hat and stepped outside the gates, gazing into the distance at the sky, which was ablaze with flames. Emerging from a fiery expanse was a crimson mech of the heavenly fire. One team member chuckled softly. It appears our ASH group has encountered defeat this time. The others nodded in agreement, shaking their heads. They longed to effect change in this place, but who could possibly stand in their way? We should leave. With the fervor of the heavenly fire, Lingtong City is on the brink of falling. We ought to retreat to Floating Dream City. He laughed softly. Who was it that orchestrated this downfall? It was Tong Wu. To be fair, he truly is a beast. Tong Wu, the mayor of Lingtong, perhaps preferred to refer to himself as the governor of Tongzhou. Once, Lingtong City had enjoyed a close relationship with the City of Night, a place known for its freedom. However, since Tong Wu seized power and assumed the role of mayor, the city has been utterly ravaged. Genetic modifications have rendered the populace devoid of pain, while diseases proliferate, leaving people unaware of when their lives might come to an end. The technological chips necessary for survival have been monopolized by Tong Wu, remaining tantalizingly out of reach for ordinary citizens. Perhaps collaborating with Lingtong was a grave mistake. Partnering with a city devoid of humanity. We are mere ordinary individuals laboring for ASH. Perhaps from the moment we joined ASH, we had already made a poor choice. Let us move. The headquarters has issued the order. Aside from those troops bought off by Lingtong, we, the temporary forces, may retreat. Isn't it more enjoyable in the hired cities? I don't know. I've never been, but it must be infinitely better than this lifeless place. This group belonging to ASH was acutely aware that Lingtong was no place for humans to reside. And what of that delusional plan from our superiors? It's impossible. In a place as ancient as you.You, does ASH truly believe it can infiltrate so easily? Do you think the City of Night will welcome you? We, the wretched souls who have entered ASH, have already borne the label of traitors to you.You without having done anything. The next city to fall should be Floating Dream. Given its proximity, let us go experience the dreams there. A convoy hastily departed Lingtong City, with countless others from their ranks also fleeing the scene. Hundreds of flying vehicles surged out of Lingtong City. In Yang's underground base, has ASH begun its retreat? Su Ran was somewhat taken aback. Yang retrieved a large sniper rifle from the wall and handed it to Su Ran while adjusting his glasses. I hadn't anticipated their ruthlessness. I thought their collaboration with the Tong family was deeply entrenched. Yang chuckled lightly. In times of crisis, everyone thinks of themselves. Su Ran accepted the sniper rifle. In the first ring, the tallest building in the city center. The Tong Building, top floor office. From here, one could behold the entire cityscape, as well as the billowing flames and black smoke from outside the city, along with the heavenly fire mech forces that had already breached the city. Within the office sat two individuals. Your city is finished, Wu. The ASH group's temporary personnel are all in the process of evacuating, and there is no way to stop them. Only a few armed forces and mecha units remain at your disposal. The representatives of the Heavenly Fire Group and you.You had already infiltrated beyond the third ring. Bang! A loud crash echoed as a fist slammed down on the table. Are you implying that you intend to flee as well? Tong Wu coldly glared at a man with yellow hair. Naturally, I must leave. The yellow-haired man smiled elegantly and approached the floor-to-ceiling window. My lord. No, I was wrong. Tong Wu suddenly retracted his haughty demeanor and knelt behind the yellow-haired man. I recall that my initial directive to you was to attempt to genetically reconstruct a human, correct? The yellow-haired man kicked Tong Wu aside. This is the crooked path you chose for yourself. I was eagerly awaiting your next move. Another round of genetic experimentation on the entire citizenry. But it seems the populace can no longer tolerate your actions. You are left with no avenue for escape. Do you think you can escape? Tong Wu retorted fiercely. Well, have I ever stood alongside you? There is no place for me in your Tong family. When have we ever collaborated? When have we ever had a connection? The yellow-haired man smiled gracefully and strode out of the office. Goodbye. Tong Wu was left frozen in place, realizing that this man had never sought anything from him because he had long anticipated this moment and could depart unscathed. Chapter 88. Leisure before the war, it appeared that they had already decided to withdraw from the city. Zhang Kai gazed at the blue mechas gradually retreating. Without armed forces, this city was on the verge of collapse. Alicia patted Zhang Kai's shoulder. "Is that so?" He replied, feeling somewhat lost. It seemed to him that he had done nothing. He felt as if he had failed to rescue those who lay helplessly on the ground, and instead he had foolishly rushed into the inner circle, only to be intercepted and rescued by his sister. Later, he had defeated a group of children at the orphanage, yet he had been unable to capture Cocolia directly. Now, he was being chased by a swarm of mechas, utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. "We saved this city together," Alicia consoled him with a smile. "You really are a rather easily bewildered Kevin." In truth, no one had accomplished much. Everything was merely a small nudge. And soon this loosely held city would unravel on its own. "Perhaps you should learn more from Sue. He is quite reliable." "Indeed," Zhang Kai nodded. "Well, someday, you will become your own savior," Alicia remarked, retrieving her phone to call Sue. Sue Ran was still at Yang's underground base and answered the call with impatience. "What is it, Alicia?" "Sue, what should we do next?" "It seems we are almost ready to save this city," Alicia inquired. "Go find Hua," Sue Ran replied tersely. "Hua?" Alicia expressed surprise. "You don't know such a big deal? You should have met her long ago. She is the assistant and apprentice to the governor of you.You. She sat directly across from you at your birthday banquet." "Oh," Alicia recalled, recognizing her as the girl who had escorted Cocolia away. She indeed bore some resemblance, although her demeanor was more aloof. Still, she was unmistakably the same steel-hearted individual. Hua is in the upper echelons of you.You, while Sue is in the upper echelons of mu. So that's the arrangement, Alicia understood. She has another name, one used by the ancients, which is certainly easier to pronounce than her own. Xiuli, Hua. I'll send you her number. Go find her. She has more energy to arrange things for you than I do. Sue Ran hung up the phone. "Let us go, Grace. We must change this city," said Grace, looking at her brother. "Oh, Sue and the others are truly impressive," Grace nodded. They had promised Grace they would save this city, and now it seemed they were doing just that. "Sue, is he the executor from mu? "Yes, he is just like my brother, dark and mysterious. But he is very kind," Grace praised. Kuyun nodded. At that moment, Sue Ran suddenly kicked the door open and fixed his gaze on Kuyun. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Do you find me somewhat strange?" Sue Ran asked Kuyun. "Kiskiviko yun tiaklet." "Human, you are aware after all. Tell me, where does she come from?" Sue Ran approached Kuyun with a hint of madness in his demeanor, questioning in an authoritative tone. Grace silently observed the scene unfold. "She comes from the past. She is you," Kuyun replied. "How do I deal with her?" Sue Ran glared, clearly unwilling to be usurped by that woman. "That is hard to say. You could very well meet her," Kuyun shrugged. "All right." Sue Ran repressed his frantic expression and sighed. He was increasingly drenched in sweat, realizing that the false memories that woman had implanted in him, of his death at the hands of the Dragon Clan, seemed intended to incite hatred towards them. This was likely meant to distance him from the Dragon Clan, though only they could discern that the woman was eroding his very being. Fortunately, Xiuli, that fellow, had connections to the dragons and had warned Sue Ran about this matter in advance. What a terrifying woman. Sue Ran shook his head, then turned to Kuyun. "And also, I apologize for my impulsiveness earlier. It turned out the inexplicable gravitational force exerted by this Dragon Clan member was an examination of his abnormalities. No harm done." Kuyun replied with a faint smile. "Brothers, can we go and save the city now?" Grace asked softly. "Let us go, Miss Grace." Sue Ran stepped out of the room. Bronya displayed the machinery on her shoulder, looking adorably dazed. The heavy-duty bunny had been damaged by Seelai, while Seelai had been pierced by Bronya's heavy-duty bunny. This situation was somewhat awkward for both of them, yet Bronya seemed entirely unfazed. "Sister, you are truly impressive," Seelai casually complimented. "Indeed, are we not going to save this city?" Bronya grasped Seelai's somewhat cold hand. "Let us go, sister. This time, fight for yourself," Seelai nodded. This phrase had been taught to her long ago by her brother Sue, though she had once been compelled to fight for her family. Thus, her understanding of this phrase had deepened. Yes, For us, Bronya smiled at Seelai. Bronya was no longer the person under her mother's control. That sounds good, Seelai nodded. Chapter 89. The outbreak of war. Kiana and May continued their frantic dash through the outer ring when the phone rang. Kiana, flustered, answered the call. Senior Hua? I've sent the location. Notify your troops to assemble if you are to command. All right, got it. You start off by mocking me, Kiana retorted, a hint of annoyance in her tone. Sully chuckled as he hung up. Meanwhile, on Sully's side, over 100 individuals dressed in a variety of styles gathered atop a high-rise building, their cold gazes fixed upon the towering Tong Corporation skyscraper. These were the ones who had been hidden within the city, resisting reality. They had finally awaited this day to overturn the wretched city. Fumigation wanderers. Old Yang, your group seems rather formidable, Sully remarked. Reality has forged them into this. Young replied calmly. So, after this matter is resolved, where do you plan to go? Sully inquired. Just traveling, perhaps to Floating Dream, Yang contemplated. As an unnamed guest, huh? That could be one way to interpret it, Yang nodded. Behind the two, Alicia was once again playfully pinching Gracie's cheeks. Come on, Gracie, recite after me. These colors. Be sure to accept them well. Be sure to accept them while little Gracie repeated in a daze. Perhaps she would find use for that phrase in the future. May Bias smiled with satisfaction. Perhaps in this relatively stable world, they could lead happier lives. She recognized many faces, though all had changed somewhat in this world. Firstly, there was the still somewhat bothersome Alicia, yet May Bias found her less distasteful. Sue and Kevin seemed to have swapped roles. Sue had ascended to higher echelons, while Kevin pursued medicine. Yet, Sue appeared more resolute in his killings, though he still exhibited some indecision in other matters. Kevin remained much the same, though he still required growth. Then there was Cosmo. May Bias had Chapter 90. The final boss, Kiana, and her companions finally collaborated to defeat a formidable mech, and Kiana wiped the sweat from her brow, relieved that the battle was over. However, she stood there grinning foolishly, while May, Seal, and Bronya heard the distant roar of a helicopter and looked up. A menacing chopper hovered 100 meters above Kiana, the fierce winds whipping her white hair and clothing. Momentarily dazed, Kiana realized the unusual situation above her. Idiot Kiana, Bronya called out. The helicopter unleashed a beam of crimson light upon Kiana, casting an ominous glow that sent chills down her spine. Just as she contemplated fleeing, she discovered her feet were immovable. Accompanying the red light was an oppressive gravity field 10 times stronger than normal. It must be said that Kiana possessed remarkable resilience. A typical individual would have been crushed into a pulp by such a force. Was she to await her demise in this confining gravity? Fear flickered in Kiana's eyes for a rare moment. She wished to call out to May, but her body was rendered mute and motionless by the weight pressing down on her. The helicopter activated its electromagnetic Gatling gun, unleashing a barrage of bullets that, under the influence of the gravity field, descended upon Kiana in an instant. Was death truly so swift? Kiana wanted to share a farewell smile with May and her newly acquainted friends, yet the laughter eluded her. May sprang into action, hoisting the defeated mech and charging into the gravity field, soaring above Kiana, using the mech as a shield against the onslaught of bullets. Mai! Kiana mustered all her strength to glance up at her. Idiot, can't you move your feet? Mai gasped, her face contorted with effort as she struggled to bear the weight of the mech while withstanding the gravitational pressure. The rain of bullets struck the mech on May's shoulders, forcing her downwards with relentless pressure. Bronya rushed forward, grasping Kiana's hand in a desperate attempt to pull her free, but the power of the heavy bunny was fully engaged. And still, Kiana remained ensnared in the gravity field. Seal vanished, summoning 2 shadows to assist May in holding up the mech against the hail of bullets. The strain on May lessened significantly as she turned to see 2 purple phantoms beside her. Seal had locked onto the helicopter hovering 100 meters above and materialized above it. In the next moment, her 2 shadows appeared alongside her. The 3 sides of the original and her duplicates simultaneously pierced through the helicopter. The convergence of their might rendered even celestial beings powerless to intervene. Seal retreated a few dozen meters, and the helicopter erupted into flames. As the gravity field dissipated, Bronya finally managed to pull Kiana away, and they were flung backward several meters until Bronya deactivated the power. The two tumbled together on the road for a considerable distance before coming to a halt. Kiana lay on the ground, grinning foolishly, while Bronya shook her head in exasperation, brushing the dust from her hair. "Idiot Kiana," Bronya scolded lightly. After Bronya stood and helped Kiana to her feet, Kiana stammered, "Thank you," unsure how to express her gratitude. May discarded the mech with a sigh. The remaining helicopter was dispatched by Su Ran, who detonated a few with her sniper rifle, while others were targeted by Alicia's tracking spells. Su Ran chose not to concern herself with the helicopter above Kiana, knowing Seal would intervene. In truth, Su Ran longed to call Seal brother, for this sister was astonishingly powerful. "Come, young one, let me lead you to save the city," Fuego exclaimed, sprinting up the glass walls of a skyscraper with Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai stood in awe, bewildered by the defiance of physics. It felt as if the world had been tilted 90 degrees. "Do not be surprised, young one. This is my realm," Fuego chuckled madly. Before them lay another 1,000 meters of glass wall, and they were to ascend to the rooftop in this manner. "That false king lies above," Fuego pointed to the rooftop ahead. "You are the true king, are you not?" Zhang Kai asked, his white hair tousled wildly by the wind. "Indeed, this was once my island," Fuego proclaimed passionately. The two continued their ascent along the glass facade. Meanwhile, Su Ran was idling atop another skyscraper when she suddenly spotted two white-haired figures sprinting across the neighboring Tong Corporation building. 666, she muttered, observing their daring dash along the wall. It appeared their goal was to reach the top floor directly. Su Ran readied her sniper rifle, aiming for the rooftop, which towered several meters higher than her current position but was still within her range. Fuego and Zhang Kai broke through the glass wall of the top floor, entering an office where a man in a suit stood with his back to them. "Tong Wu, the master of Ling Tong. My dear brother, it has been a while," he said, turning to Fuego with a smile. "I warned you that our next meeting would be your end." Fuego lunged with his sword, but Tong Wu caught it effortlessly with his hand. Fuego redirected the blade toward Tong Wu's head, but the latter bent his neck at an impossible angle, evading the strike. "What remarkable reflexes!" Zhang Kai exclaimed, joining the fray with his great sword. Both Fuego and Zhang Kai swung their swords toward Tong Wu, who elegantly seized the blades with both hands, playfully clashing them against one another. "He is entirely composed of metal, with a combat prediction chip in his brain that anticipates our movements," Zhang Kai noted. "Truly, technology transforms our lives." The office was flooded with an eerie green mist as Fuego vanished into his domain, leaving Zhang Kai to survey his surroundings. In the next moment, Tong Wu emerged clad in a suit of armor, reappearing into space with a powerful punch aimed at Zhang Kai. The latter readied himself, ice crystals forming around his great sword, producing the sound of freezing condensation. Their weapons collided with a thunderous crash, sending Zhang Kai flying out the window. Ice fragments adorned Tong Wu's mechanical arm, which he casually shook off. Suddenly, another sword pierced through the air, Fuego's rupture sword. Tong Wu nonchalantly seized the green blade with his mechanical arm, tossing Fuego out the window along with it. As Zhang Kai regained his balance in midair, he caught Fuego. "How do we combat this?" Zhang Kai queried, realizing the final boss was exceedingly formidable. "Aim for his head and destroy that damn chip." Chapter 91. The fall of Tianhui in the realm of desolation. A multitude of green souls began to materialize, presumably summoned by Fiesh. Zhang Kai felt a sense of familiarity with one of these souls. It was the deceased worker he had encountered upon entering the city, the adoptive father of Grexit. "These are the lives lost because of you. Do you not feel a pang of guilt?" he thought, as an unseen force manipulated the souls to launch an assault on Tong Wu's mech. "It is their honor to die for me," Tong Wu retorted brazenly, shattering the souls with a single punch. "By what right do you take the lives of others?" Zhang Kai's great sword was imbued with frost as he leaped, aiming a horizontal strike at Tong Wu's iron head. Unperturbed, Tong Wu deflected the blow with his mechanical arm, sending Zhang Kai crashing into the office wall. Yet this time, Tong Wu's arm was encased in ice from head to toe. A look of confusion crossed Tong Wu's face within the mech, Why is it still freezing? He had raised the temperature of his metallic body to 200 degrees, distorting the space around him due to the heat. With a clenched fist, Tun Wu shattered the ice, intent on eliminating this ice-wielding youth, recognizing that Zhang Kai was not to be underestimated. He hurled a punch at Zhang Kai, who remained trapped in the wall. At that moment, another mech charged forward, colliding with Tun Wu's metallic fist in a resounding clash. It was Fiege, piloting his ethereal green soul mech, standing defiantly before Zhang Kai. Confronting Tun Wu, neither mech moved, engaged in a silent contest of strength. The ground beneath them cracked under the strain of their hidden forces. Zhang Kai struggled free from the wall, delivering another strike at Tun Wu's iron head. Tun Wu turned his head slightly. On a rooftop across the way, Su Ran had been poised with a sniper rifle, waiting for Tun Wu to expose himself. Finally, Tun Wu was within Su Ran's line of fire. A single shot rang out. Su Ran awaited Tun Wu's demise, but there was no reaction. The bullets seemed to have been deflected. Tun Wu remained unscathed, retreating from Zhang Kai's strike to grapple with the two combatants in the office. Frustrated, Su Ran slammed his high-tech sniper rifle, which, according to Lao Yang, fired laser bullets. Yet, it appeared that the laser bullets were repelled by Tun Wu's sleek metallic head. Abandoning the sniper, Su Ran leaped toward the Tong family building, eager to join the fray. Inside the office, Zhang Kai found himself incapable of contending with the seemingly invincible Tun Wu. He was once again knocked back into the wall, his great sword slipping from his grasp and clattering to the floor. The two mechs clashed, the sounds of metal colliding echoed throughout the space. But Fiege was evidently inexperienced in operating a mech, and soon found his mechanical arm rendered useless by Tun Wu, the tech-savvy adversary. Is it truly impossible to fight back? Fiege gritted his teeth. He had worked tirelessly to grow stronger over the years, all to one day defeat this cousin who had usurped his place. Yet, it seemed beyond his reach. After all, Tun Wu's equipment had been acquired through vast financial resources. He lacked for nothing, with the entire city profiting from his corporation. A pay-to-win player, indeed. How could mere commoners like Fiege and Zhang Kai compete, particularly when Zhang Kai had not fully awakened his potential yet? But another extraordinary player entered the fray. Su Ran materialized before Tun Wu, weaponless, yet conjuring a barrage of razor-thin threads with his mental prowess, aiming to slice Tun Wu's mech into pieces. Remarkably, Tun Wu sensed the invisible attack approaching and instantly teleported behind Su Ran. Spatial abilities. In his 20s, Su Ran believed this was a privilege reserved for himself and a select few. Yet, times had changed. Technology could now allow one to teleport through space. With a mere blink, Su Ran vanished 10 meters from Tun Wu's fist. Tun Wu seemed to anticipate Su Ran's position, and from his mech's chest, 2 Gatling guns emerged, firing mercilessly at Su Ran's location. Su Ran's pupils glowed a fierce red. He was done with subtlety. He coldly watched the barrage of bullets rain down upon him. Every bullet vanished into thin air. Su Ran's mental abilities enabled him to make objects disappear, though it drained a significant amount of his energy. Tun Wu, drenched in sweat upon seeing his attack nullified, realized he faced another extraordinary player who needed to be dealt with swiftly. Disregarding Zhang, Kai, and Fiege, Tun Wu drew a chain from his mech's back, transforming it into a fearsome giant chainsword. He teleported beside Su Ran, positioning the chain sword perilously close to Su Ran's neck, ready to sever his head with a mere inch of movement. Yet, Tun Wu found himself unable to advance. Su Ran turned, his red eyes fixed on Tun Wu, a cold smile gracing his lips. He had forcibly seized control of Tun Wu. The chain sword hovered dangerously close to Su Ran's throat, nearly breaking the skin, yet halted abruptly. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ran wrested the massive sword from Tun Wu's grasp and swung it with all his might, aiming to cleave Tun Wu in two. However, Tun Wu once more teleported away, evading the strike. Controlling spatial movement proved challenging. Su Ran had already drained much of his energy and swayed slightly, disoriented. Infuriated by the loss of his weapon, Tun Wu launched a punch at the if even the fully unleashed Su could not contend with Tun Wu, then one might wonder how victory could ever be achieved. The energy core of Tun Wu's mech was on the brink of overload. Such frequent use of spatial abilities would prove too much for even the most advanced machinery. Su Ran was nearing his limits as well, for it was his first time engaging in battle with the Eye of Tian Hui for such an extended period. At last, empowered by technology, Tun Wu seized an opportunity and struck Su Ran with a powerful punch, sending him hurtling away. Su Ran was as fragile as a mere wisp. Zhang Kai, on the other hand, managed to withstand many of Tun Wu's assaults. Yet the moment Su Ran was struck, he was close to being vanquished. Closing his crimson eyes, like the previously launched Fuego, created a hole in the ceiling and ascended into the air. Zhang Kai was left in shock. This grand executor had never tasted defeat before. This was his first loss. Su Ran had once remarked that one should never underestimate this place. Chapter 92. The true mechanical ascension. The crowd gathered at the foot of the Tong family building had been waiting for the battle among the three on the rooftop to conclude. A chill swept through Chu Li's heart. She understood well that Su Ran was not one to take a beating lightly. Being hurled away in such a manner boded ill for him. Alicia and Mebius gazed at the distant speck in the sky, both momentarily stunned. Could Su have perished? He had been struck so severely. Mebius scoffed, having expected Su's formidable strength to prevent such a debacle, only to witness him in a pitiful state. Su! Alicia murmured with concern, swiftly flying towards the distant dark spot. Qian'er's eyes brimmed with tears. She had believed that her brother, fully powered, could easily vanquish the enemy, only to be confronted with this harsh reality. Dared to harm my brother. Qian vanished from her spot, leaving behind a swirling shadow of black and red beside Bronya. Bronya paused for a moment. Kiana tugged at Bronya and Mei, urging them to charge forward. Qian's brother has been reduced to this. We must avenge her, Kiana declared through gritted teeth. Agreed. Bronya nodded. Such passion, Mei remarked with a smile. The three of them surged into the Tong family building, while Kiana's remaining mech forces took to the skies, heading toward the rooftop. The situation appeared dire. Yang adjusted his glasses and vanished in an instant. After all, if Su's condition was as dire as it seemed, the enemy must be truly terrifying. Chu Li still clutched the tang knife that Su Ran had given her. Hold on, old Su. I haven't returned your knife yet, she muttered, scaling the walls of the Tong family building with determination. Brother, are you all right? Grace Yu asked, her expression vacant. It's hard to say. His state has always been peculiar. Kuyin replied, shaking his head. That dragon brother, we must go and avenge Su. Grace Yu exclaimed, pulling Kuyin along. Okay, he sighed. Mebius, though smiling wryly, chose to join the others in their quest for support. In the air, Qian caught Su Ran in her arms, checking his breath. Still alive, she sighed in relief, handing him over to Alicia, who had also flown up. Alicia, her face etched with worry, gently touched Su Ran's pallid face. He is alive. Alicia will take him to the hospital, Qian declared before vanishing into the air once more, intent on avenging her brother. Zhang Kai was seething with rage. Tong Wu had knocked down two of his own comrades, one of whom was a longtime friend. It seemed that without his fallen companions, he could not unleash his full potential. The great sword in Zhang Kai's hands was completely encased in ice, along with his entire arm. Steam billowed from the gaps in Tong Wu's mech, but for him, it was merely a warm-up. What do you still hope to struggle against? Aren't both of them stronger than you? Do you really think you can oppose me? Tong Wu mocked. Zhang Kai's blue eyes glinted with icy fury as he unleashed a swift strike, leaving a trail of frost in his wake. Yet, Tong Wu effortlessly caught the blade with one hand. Could you muster a bit more strength? Tong Wu taunted. As you wish. Zhang Kai shouted. Suddenly, Tong Wu's mech was enveloped in ice. Another strike shattered the icy prison, but Tong Wu had already evaded, appearing behind Zhang Kai. A laser beam shot forth from an aperture on Tong Wu's mechanical arm. However, Zhang Kai once again encased the beam in ice. Is this scientific? Zhang Kai coldly regarded Tong Wu, causing the latter to break into a cold sweat. Zhang Kai struck again. Qian had arrived. For my brother, she declared coldly. For Su. Zhang Kai foiled. Tong Wu shrugged, forced to retreat once more. This group, shouting about bonds, surged forward. Qian abruptly pivoted, leaving behind a shadow while her main body charged at Tong Wu. Reluctantly, Tong Wu unleashed a tenfold gravity field within the confines of his office. Initially reluctant to cause destruction, the ceiling collapsed under the immense force, burying the office in rubble. Yet, Tong Wu was startled. It seemed the gravity field had no effect on this girl. Cherished summoned two shadows that melded with her essence, transforming into black mist that infiltrated Tong Wu's mech. He sensed the chill of death encroaching. In the next moment, three sides materialized beside him, simultaneously piercing through his mech. Three flowers gather at the apex. Tong Wu swung a fist at Chier's main body. At that moment, Zhang Kai emerged from the rubble, the gravity field hampering his movements, rendering him a mere spectator. Chier's scythe elegantly poised behind her. She awaited the explosion of Tong Wu's mech. Yet it did not detonate. This was the first time Chier had encountered someone with such a resilient spirit. Tong Wu merely chuckled. "Little one, I possess no soul. My brain and entire body have been fully mechanized. Is it truly so?" Chier pondered, astonished that someone had utterly forsaken flesh and spirit in favor of mechanical ascension. "Aside from attacking the soul, little one, what else can you do?" Tong Wu soared into the air, delivering a powerful punch toward Chier. She flickered, evading the iron fist, then swiftly severed Tong Wu's right mechanical arm with a curved scythe. Tong Wu was momentarily taken aback. "You truly possess strength, do you not? It was with this hand that you struck my brother down, correct?" Chier picked up the severed arm from the ground, a terrifying smile crossing her face. "This is the price you must pay first." Yet, with a delicate flick of her fingers, she snapped the robust mechanical arm in two. "Are you even human?" Tong Wu asked, his brow furrowed. "I am sister to my brother," she replied with a horrifying grin, as two more shadows emerged behind her, joining her main body as they charged toward Tong Wu with their scythes. Tong Wu sighed. This little girl was likely a sixth-tier spirit master, capable of bringing about his demise. He needed assistance. With a snap of his fingers, he summoned 9 more mechs of equal might, each one a monstrous creation worth billions. Chapter 93. The curtain falls to discuss the evasion capabilities of Tong Wu's mech. It is comparable to Sienner's unconditional dodging. Two shadowy figures flickered through space, their fists and scythes slicing the air. Zhang Kai was left bewildered. Previously, Tong Wu had engaged in a similar battle against Su Ran, who had unleashed her full powers. And now he was embroiled in this conflict. After a struggle lasting over 10 seconds, it seemed neither party had touched the other. However, another figure appeared, Old Yang. Sierra halted beside Tong Wu's fallen mech, her scythe poised atop its head. "Where is Otto?" "Yang coldly inquired." "He is merely a coward," Tong Wu retorted before vanishing. Instantly, Sierra charged towards Tong Wu, leaving a trail of afterimages in her wake. Yet Yang was even more terrifying. He synchronously flashed to Tong Wu's rear and, with a mere gesture, pinned Tong Wu's mech to the ground. The leader of the floating smoke. The manipulator of reason. "How intriguing," Tong Wu remarked icily, intending to blink away once more. This time, however, he discovered the surrounding space felt as though it had solidified. "Rendre une escape impossible." This was likely Yang's power. "I have already afforded you the opportunity to speak," he continued, as a dark sphere coalesced atop his staff. His final annihilation unit had arrived. 9 equally oppressive mechs ascended to the rooftop, 2 of which swiftly swooped in to encircle Yang. Yang vanished from sight. Yet his black sphere was launched, penetrating and obliterating Tong Wu's mech's energy core. With the tenfold gravitational field dissipating, Zhang Kai finally regained his freedom of movement. He quickly leapt from the rooftop, seeking another opportunity. Tong Wu furiously slammed the ground, but Sierra seized the moment to inflict further damage, severing Tong Wu's left mechanical arm with her curved scythe, effortlessly taking the arm with her. Tong Wu was now left without any arms. What significance does this hold? Yang hovered above, calmly observing Tong Wu and the array of mechs. Sierra floated beside Yang, a terrifying smile adorning her face as she clutched Tong Wu's severed mechanical arm, using her petite fingers to forcibly snap the robust limb. "We could discuss matters," Tong Wu suggested, somewhat conceding. The old man had rendered his mech inoperative, and that young girl was a relentless butcher of limbs, having already severed both of his arms. Yang nodded, intending to own Chapter 94. In the first hospital, the medical equipment indicated that Su Ran's vital signs were stable, yet there were no signs of awakening. Su Ran lay peacefully on the bed. The family members beside the sick bed waited anxiously. Elysia, two Shears, Zhang Kai, Mybius, Grace-You, and Bronya. Sully placed Su Ran's knife beside the bed. She had to attend to other matters first, specifically the control of Lintong City's connection to Night City. Brother, Su Momo cried at the bedside. How will Sheer and I manage without you? We still have to take care of Elysia. Brother, you promised, sobs echoed in her words. Crybaby. Sheer, teased Su Momo. It turned out there really were two Sheer sisters. Bronya had initially doubted it, but upon seeing another girl who looked exactly like Sheer, she had no choice but to believe. Elysia was also at a loss, fearing that Su Ran had become a vegetable. We must wait. Zhang Kai knew all too well that in such situations, one could only wait for the person to awaken on their own. Su Ran seemed to be dreaming. In her dream, she walked on a vast blue sea. A girl was leading her, holding her hand. Hey, Su, do you remember my name? The girl bore a striking resemblance to her, but she was female. Who are you? Su Ran gazed at the girl in confusion. The girl released Su Ran's hand, stood on tiptoe, and cupped Su Ran's face with both hands. Can you remember? My name is Vieta. Vieta Smiled Slatly. Su Ran stared at the face of this remarkably similar woman. You want to become me? Su Ran recalled the things Tsulia told her. It was this woman. How could that be? Vieta laughed as she playfully pinched Su Ran's cheeks. Why are you deceiving me? Su Ran pushed her hands away, coolly stating. Deceiving you? Is it about the memories I showed you? I didn't want you to feel lost. Imagine if you found out that you were once a girl. Wouldn't that confuse you? Vieta's smile faded slightly. Then you could have just told me from the beginning. Suran replied coldly. It's because. Vieta hesitated, contemplating whether to utter that confession. Because I love you. Su Ran fell silent. Loving oneself? Why am I here? Am I to become a memory like you? Su Ran shifted the topic. No, I'm here to take you out. You mustn't stay here. It's quite lonely. Vieta took Su Ran's hand and moved forward. Why did you pretend to be a boy earlier? Su Ran inquired again. Well, I was afraid you would fall for me, and then you wouldn't want to leave. Su Ran questioned, is it because you already knew I was a girl? Deceiving you again wouldn't be right. Is this the Twin Seas? Su Ran asked. Yes, Vieta nodded. Am I dead? Close enough. You exhausted too much energy. I was idly floating in the sea when your soul suddenly appeared beside me. Now I'm going to send you out. You can take my place. Su Ran spoke slowly. Su Ran found it difficult to comprehend this woman. Yet, she was herself. What have you been doing to me? Observing your life. Vieta led Su Ran to the edge of the sea. I am Vieta, and I love you. Vieta smiled as she pushed Su Ran off the cliff into the sea. Vieta. As Su Ran plummeted, she desperately tried to remember that name. Yet, would she not be deceiving herself again? In reality, Elysia sensed some movement from Su Ran, leaning against the bed's edge, anxiously gazing at Su Ran's face. Suddenly, Su Ran sat up, colliding with Elysia's face. Ouch! Elysia groaned softly, clutching her forehead. That was quite a forceful impact. Vieta. Su Ran stared blankly at the wall opposite the bed, repeatedly murmuring those two syllables. Brother, who are you calling? Su Momo, hearing that name, expressed surprise. Chapter 95, Heroes Elysia approached Su Ran, detecting an unfamiliar scent emanating from him. Su, has another girl done something to you? Elysia scrutinized him with her azure and pink eyes. Su Ran stood in a daze for a moment before abruptly grasping Elysia's shoulders. Are you disguised as her? His crimson gaze bore into Elysia. Who is she? Elysia was perplexed. Noticing no panic in her eyes, Su Ran released her, fearing that the Elysia before him might actually be Vieta in disguise. He hastily rolled off the bed, leaving both seers momentarily stunned, wondering if their brother had lost his sanity. The onlookers at the bedside parted to make way as Su Ran sought out Mybius. Su Ran glared coldly at Mybius, who appeared utterly speechless. Without maintaining his balance, Su Ran was gently pushed by Mybius and found himself seated on the floor. I didn't use much force, Mybius said, though she instinctively hid behind Elysia, a hint of fear evident in her demeanor. Brother, The two Sierras chimed in unison, extending their hands to help Su Ran back to his feet. He remained in a daze, murmuring Vieta. After a prolonged silence, Su Ran seemed to regain his composure, exhaling deeply before silently exiting the ward. Zhang Kai followed closely behind. The room was left with only the girls, who exchanged bewildered glances. Her brother mentioned, Sierra began, seems to be another version of himself. What happened, buddy? Zhang Kai patted Su Ran on the shoulder. Su Ran found himself at a loss for words. This white-haired youth had never visited the Twin Seas and likely would not comprehend such matters. Let us go. We have some matters to attend to. Throughout the streets and alleys of Lin Tong City, throngs of people of all ages were collecting health monitoring chips. Following the incarceration of Tong Wu, the price of these chips plummeted from 2 million to free. Grayscale and Bronya had unearthed numerous such devices within the Tong Corporation's building, having been altered to no longer feel pain. Once implanted with the chip, they would no longer fear illness. In a few days, Lin Tong City would likely regain its former vitality. The Night City security forces had already established a presence in Lin Tong City, formulating a preliminary legal framework. As many residents were ordinary citizens in need of legal protection, unlike Night City, where control was nearly impossible. Henceforth, the Tong Corporation would cease to exist. News spread. Executive Su, despite his utmost efforts, had succumbed to the hospital, ultimately unable to withstand the might of technology. Who? Su Ran found Chu Hua. It belongs to her. You've seen her? Yes. She saved you. Presumably, he replied. She seems to have feelings for you. Chu Hua chuckled lightly, though it was difficult for Su Ran to grasp. He shrugged. Chu Hua paused her writing, stretching languidly. And you? Suraning Kwayeth. I'll continue assisting the teacher. I have no idea when it will end. Chu Hua replied with a shrug. Where's Yang? Su Ran noticed the old man seemed to have vanished. He has gone, and there is not a trace of him in any surveillance footage. Quite the mysterious figure, Su Ran mused. He said he was heading to Floating Dream. It's a nice place, though perhaps not as wonderful as it sounds. Floating Dream City originally belonged to Mu Prefecture, but like Lin Tong, it suddenly declared independence. As a regular tourist, they will welcome anyone, but should you seek to uncover their secrets, they might very well eliminate you within the dream, Chu Hua explained. Perhaps they would only acquiesce if we shattered their dreams, Su Ran remarked, shaking his head. He pondered that one day, Night City might attempt to reclaim Floating Dream City. It's time to depart. This city has etched our names into its history, and its citizens will remember us as their saviors. Officer Hua, Commander Su, Knigthki, Miss Pink Fairy, Miss Green Serpent, Mr. Little Azure Dragon, Miss Sierra, Miss Bronya, Miss Hui Shi, Mr. Long Silly Kiana, Miss May, Mr. Yang, Miss Vieta, Mr. Otto. The next story is about to unfold. Chapter 96. Daily life returning to the ever-bustling Night City. The family has settled into their new villa. Alicia intends to transform the spacious front yard into a golden garden. However, Su Ran is unwilling to spend any more money, as the villa has completely drained his finances. Thus, Alicia drags Mybius out to work. Why must it be me? Mybius exclaims in frustration. Because you're simply adorable, Alicia replies, gently ruffling Mybius's green hair. At that moment, they find themselves clad in maid outfits, aprons tied around their waists, standing in a milk tea shop. Mybius can no longer tolerate this predicament. Not only must she wear such attire, but she is also required to serve others. She wishes she could poison the milk tea she prepares for customers. Moreover, they must endure 8-hour shifts each day. It's all right, little Mybius. Let us work hard together. We can do this. Alicia encourages. Yet Mybius feels as though she has plunged into a life devoid of light. Sierra, go prepare 2 dishes for Sierra and Sister Bronya. Sierra commands Sumomo. Don't use such a condescending tone. Sumomo snaps, unable to contain herself. Hurry up, Sierra. Sierra smiles at Sumomo. Sierra understands, even though Sumomo is displeased. She has no choice but to comply and heads toward the kitchen. On the sofa, only Sierra and Bronya remain. Sister Sierra, who among you is the elder sister? Bronya inquires curiously. Ask Sierra. I don't know. Sierra shakes her head. In truth, Sumomo is also unaware. Well, wouldn't it be chaotic if you all refer to yourselves as Sierra? Bronya questions. Sierra, feeling a bit foolish, admits, I might get confused. But I'm clever, and I will surely figure it out. Sierra chuckles. This leaves Bronya perplexed. Which Sierra is speaking of which Sierra? Do all of you sisters have a surname, Sue? Bronya attempts to learn the names of the two Sierras. Su nuntaixir, knows. Bronya feels a sense of despair as the name Seer swirls in her mind. Greshu and Su-Ran. Don't move, Brother Sue, Greshu insists as she paints a portrait of Su-Ran. Su-Ran has been sitting still for over an hour. Is the progress so slow? Are you doing this on purpose? The situation takes a turn, and now Su-Ran is the one painting Greshu. Don't move. Su-Ran es mirks. Woo-woo. Ah? Wee-wee-wee. Greshu begins to cry, having been commanded by Su-Ran to remain still for over 2 hours. Woo-woo-woo. Su-Ran hastily turns over the already completed painting. Upon seeing her likeness on the screen, Greshu ceases her tears. Brother Sue, your painting is wonderful, Greshu beams. Embracing the tablet. You're not too shabby yourself, Su-Ran replies with a smile. This child is far more peculiar than his two younger sisters were at her age. After a long day's work, they exit the milk tea shop. Mybius is utterly exhausted, slumped over her toolbox, her waist, neck, and arms drooping. Alicia, however, is brimming with energy. Come on, Mybius, we earned quite a bit today. Can you give me my share? The manager said the money would go to Sue, and we should ask him for it. Sue, come. Alicia grins mischievously, pulling out her phone to make a call. Sue, please transfer my wages for today. All right. Mybius, hearing the conversation behind her, is taken aback. Is Sue truly transferring all the money to Alicia? Cough. Well, Alicia, can we discuss this? Little Mybius's money will be managed by Alicia. Mybius suddenly bursts into tears. All right, I'll give it to you. You really are like a child. Alicia chuckles helplessly. Alicia is the best. Mybius beams at the transfer on her phone, her smile reminiscent of a 10-year-old child. Little Serpent has been trained by Alicia to this extent. Chapter 97. Not Our World, Andy. Sister. Andy, call me sister. Grandma. Mybius gave up. Late at night, both Aliana and Mobius now had their own rooms. They didn't argue anymore and fell asleep separately. Let's go. In the darkness of night, Su-Ran was flanked by his two seal sisters. You're not scared, are you? Say it, don't eat Sumomo. Of course not. Sumomo tried to rally herself, but her tone remained weak. They were going to the Sea of Quanta to find that woman, as the two sisters shared a single body and had to go together. At the edge of Night City, the river surface was still. For Su Seal and Su-Ran, it was a river. But for Su-Momo, it was an ocean, at least in her eyes. Su-Ran offered Su-Momo a word of advice before stepping into the river and disappearing. Seal took Su-Momo's hand, intending to pull her into the water. Su-Momo hesitated. Seal simply scooped Su-Momo up in her arms and jumped into the water. We are one person. If I'm not afraid, what do you have to fear? Seal said with a smile, cradling Su-Momo in a princess carry. Su-Momo could only look up at her with some trepidation, gazing at the face that was identical to her own. We are one person. The two continued to descend through the water. Seal, being an anomaly to the world, a spirit that should have passed on, retained her awareness, as did Su-Momo. They watched themselves plummet into the deep sea, their dresses and hair swirling in the currents. Endless descent. Su-Ran had already arrived in the false memory space fabricated for him by Vita, too impatient to examine the scenes. Su-Ran used his power to tear a hole in the memory space and stepped through it. The scene before him suddenly opened up. This was the plane within the Sea of Quanta. The sky was as azure as the sea, the sky reflecting the sea, and the sea reflecting the sky. But that woman was nowhere to be seen. Vita? Su-Ran called out. No response. Damn, she must have gone after my sisters. That wicked woman. Su-Ran took a step forward, only to unexpectedly step into another space-time bubble. Darkness engulfed him. Apparently, because Aliana had visited this space before, the Sea of Quanta had connected to another world. That world of Honkai. This was probably the outcome Vita desired. Utter darkness. He turned his head. Where was the other her? Seal. A familiar voice echoed in Su-Momo's mind, and she felt relieved. She feared being alone more than anything. Let's go. We need to hurry and meet up with brother. Okay. Su-Momo took a tentative step, terrified of the darkness, surrounded by inky space. With that step, she couldn't even see her own fingers plunging into the abyss. She awoke again in a dimly lit hall, surrounded by many children. Sumomo huddled alone in a corner, as if no one wanted to acknowledge her. An orphanage? Sumomo was stunned. Was this her memory? Run. This isn't our world, Seal shouted in her mind, instantly seizing control of their body, grabbing the giant scythe and running towards the orphanage's entrance. The others noticed her abnormality and swarmed towards Seal, trying to stop her.